Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Joined Cobra Kai? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a cafe in the valley, a young man was engrossed in a newspaper, though the headline captured his attention even more: Dojo Wars in the Valley, accompanied by an image of several teenagers fighting in the school lobby, showcasing karate moves. Next to this image was a larger photo of a boy with tan skin and dark hair. The article explained that the fight had erupted from a dispute between two girls vying for the attention of the same boy. This altercation had resulted in the injury and coma of a student from one of the rival dojos, Cobra Kai, the previous tournament champion and a favorite for the upcoming one, who was now sidelined from any future competitions for an indefinite PRD. It was a shame, as the boy seemed to have great potential. Typically, rivalry between dojos or their members was commonplace, especially when they were in close proximity. The contrasting styles of each dojo and the opposing mentalities of their leaders only added fuel to the fire. The young man took a sip of his tea while folding the newspaper and placing it on the table, reflecting on how the tension had been building for too long without an explosion. In his view, things had been quieter than they appeared. Cobra Kai was known for harboring potential bullies, filled with anger that the instructors channeled into their teachings. Their motto of "strike first, show no mercy" could be applicable in certain situations, as any adult should know. However, impressionable teenagers often failed to discern when, where, and how to apply such a motto, leading to far more problems than one might expect. The no mercy aspect could prove dangerous in a one-on-one fight, where showing compassion could have dire consequences. Miguel Diaz from Cobra Kai was a perfect example of this when he showed mercy to a rival. He ended up falling to the ground, thrown over the railing by his opponent in a moment of miscalculation, hitting his back against another railing at a high speed. It was surprising that he was still alive. Emotions could wreak havoc if not controlled. Anger was a poor advisor in fights, leading individuals to make regrettable mistakes they would carry for the rest of their lives. But did the boy who threw Miguel regret what he had caused? Robbie Keane, another participant in the conflict and a member of Miyagi-Do, was responsible for Miguel's injury. After kicking the Latino over the railing, Robbie found himself confined in a juvenile center for several months, under the watchful eye of guards and with limited contact with the outside world. This might not be enough for the teenager, especially after such an incident. Robbie had been a member of Miyagi-Do until the fight, practicing a style focused solely on defense, avoiding any offensive moves. This dojo encouraged its students to defend themselves without the need to strike first, unlike Cobra Kai, which taught a more aggressive approach. Their teachings emphasized patience, waiting for the right moment, and counterattacking. However, the sensei of Miyagi-Do had overlooked a fundamental aspect of martial arts: understanding the mindset of the students. Robbie was pushed to his limits, and his rage led him to strike his opponent when Miguel showed mercy, resulting in Miguel's injury. What if Miguel had died? Robbie could have been labeled a murderer, a far worse fate than being seen as a heartless bully. The failure of both dojos, at least in his opinion, was their inability to manage the volatile and changing mentalities of adolescents, especially when the instructors seemed to possess more childish minds and personalities than their students. He knew this because he had researched them thoroughly. Upon moving to the valley, he had investigated everything related to martial arts in the area. The valley was filled with dojos and martial artists, but the history between LaRusso and Lawrence dated back to the 80s, along with many anecdotes about both men, who were once again drawn into the world of karate. The young man murmured in Japanese, expressing his thoughts on the foolishness of the Westerners, taking another sip of his tea and rolling his eyes. Despite his Western appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, he had been born and raised in Tokyo, where his parents instilled in him the importance of learning languages and traveling abroad to grow and become a better person. This was precisely what he had done. It amused him to see the faces of the people in the cafe contort as they tried to decipher his words. He was fluent in English, thanks to rigorous studies at home with private tutors and constant conversations in English with his younger sister. Although he had learned British English, he found American English a bit strange, but it was nothing he couldn't manage with his ear. The server brought him his chocolate mochi, and he nodded with a small smile as she placed his breakfast in front of him. The 4 brown matchas, likely filled with cocoa, were ready to be enjoyed. This traditional Japanese treat, which he was having for breakfast, was similar to how the English enjoyed pastries during tea time. After hours of flying, he wasn't in the mood for a heavy breakfast filled with proteins or calories. For one day, after months of dieting, it wouldn't hurt to indulge a little. The sound of the bell at the cafe drowned out the murmur of conversations as several boys entered, dressed in red and black sportswear with a cobra emblem on the back. They were students from the Cobra Kai dojo, champions of the previous tournament and expected contenders for the next, or at least that was what their sensei and the students believed. One of the boys asked if anyone had seen Hawk while sitting at a table with 3 others. The 4th boy headed straight to the counter to place an order. He mentioned how Hawk had broken Dimitri's arm like Chris Jericho, and how Dimitri had screamed like a child on the verge of tears. The others laughed, suggesting that Dimitri would now be handicapped and that his tears had stained the floor. They boasted about how the Miyagi-Do students couldn't stop them, even claiming that LaRusso had scurried away like a rat from Tori, despite being outnumbered. They felt proud of their victory over Miyagi-Do and believed they had avenged Miguel. One boy expressed his discontent about being in a place he deemed unsuitable for them, questioning why they had come to a cafe. Another boy snapped back, insisting that they were only there for coffee and that he didn't need to make a scene. The tension escalated as one boy, frustrated, dropped his coffee, staining the freshly cleaned floor. The other customers fell silent, and the employees exchanged nervous glances before looking toward a nearby table. Uzumaki calmly finished his tea and set the empty cup down beside the untouched mochi. Slowly, he stood up, brushing against a newspaper and removing his watch from his left wrist. He addressed the Cobra Kai boy, stating that it wasn't fair for him to make a mess that the employees would have to clean up. Blue eyes locked onto the Cobra Kai student with intensity. Uzumaki was tall, likely around 5'10", with a well-toned body from constant training. However, he didn't exude an intimidating presence, even though they were the same age. This prompted Uzumaki to step forward just as the Cobra Kai boys stood up quickly. He warned them that if they didn't leave, he might have to call the police, which he was serious about. Some of the boys weren't completely foolish, while others were. The actions and attitudes of the Cobra Kai group were often attributed to their youth, which seemed to extend into their early adulthood. Upon hearing the mention of the police, one of the Cobra Kai boys gestured for his friends to leave the cafe. Uzumaki didn't respond to the threat but instead took the mop from the employee, offering her a reassuring smile. The girl, slightly blushing, returned to her position behind the counter. The cafe had recently opened at the end of summer and had become popular among young people of Japanese descent and their families. They served tea imported from Japan and other parts of Asia, handmade sweets, and provided excellent service, creating a calm atmosphere. The cafe's light colors and tranquil vibe didn't seem suited for aggressive individuals like the Cobra Kai members. One boy joked that their teacher would be furious if he saw Uzumaki cleaning. Uzumaki replied that his grandmother was strict, but if they explained what happened, she wouldn't be angry. He insisted on cleaning up after the Cobra Kai boys, determined not to let them disrupt the cafe. He smiled again and turned to the other customers, apologizing for the disturbance and hoping they would continue to recommend the cafe and return, wishing that the troublemakers wouldn't come back. He bowed slightly to the customers, making some feel awkward but also admired for his responsible demeanor and willingness to protect his family's establishment. The cafe had been opened by his grandmother using her savings and support from investors who worked with other family businesses. She didn't approve of her favorite grandson working as a mere waiter when he had the potential to achieve greater things. Nevertheless, despite her occasional frustration, he was committed to helping her and keeping the cafe safe from troublemakers like the Cobra Kai boys or anyone else who might cause harm. In the San Fernando Valley, karate had dominated martial arts for 50 years, leaving behind numerous dojos. But was that all there was to martial arts in the world? The conflict at the school had caused adults to approach any topic related to martial arts with caution, but they had forgotten that martial arts encompassed more than just karate. Not all instructors would teach students in the same way that Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do were currently doing, which cast a shadow over any contact sport. The boy gazed intensely at the table where the Cobra Kai students had been sitting, almost wishing it would shatter into 1,000 pieces, but it remained intact. He thought to himself that karate was not meant for this. In the bustling San Fernando Valley, life was typically peaceful. Neighbors were friendly, often getting to know each other well. However, that calmness seemed to have washed away with the active presence of karate dojos and their students, who appeared eager to take control of any area within their reach. This became evident when the clashes between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do escalated, leading to a significant fight at the school that left several injured, including one student who suffered a serious injury. Recently, Cobra Kai had regained momentum and, after another confrontation, injured Miyagi students to the point of breaking one boy's arm, an act deemed excessive and brutal, far removed from the spirit of competitive martial arts. Martial arts had two branches, at least in the case of karate and kung fu. These branches were easily identifiable. One was for sport, and the other was for combat, which was their original purpose. Historically, martial arts were used for survival, for hand-to-hand combat against enemies when no weapons were available or when absolute silence was necessary. The use of karate and kung fu as weapons in war was documented in the histories of Asian countries and their founders. Over the years, as society evolved and interest in contact sports grew among both men and women, martial arts shifted towards a more sporting perspective, often neglecting the lethal techniques that had once been essential for survival in battle. Dojos like Miyagi-Do focused on defense and counterattacks, but they did not emphasize the real defensive maneuvers that could incapacitate an opponent. On the other hand, Cobra Kai, which prioritized offense, often disregarded many lethal movements. To experts observing the situation, the turmoil in the valley seemed like a child's war, mere skirmishes between hormonal teenagers causing chaos as if they were a natural disaster. In one of the houses located in Encino, a young man with blonde hair was performing flag push-ups, his legs pointed towards the sky as he worked to elevate his body. Naruto had changed out of the clothes he wore earlier in the family cafe and into swim trunks. The last remnants of August's warmth lingered in the valley, and he was taking advantage of it to stay in shape. His body was indeed fit, toned arms, a muscular back, and a well-defined torso. As he counted his repetitions, sweat began to drip from his chin onto the ground. To keep the sweat from stinging his eyes, Naruto had to maintain his head facing forward, which put strain on his neck and caused slight discomfort after half an hour in that position. Upon reaching 100, he allowed himself to fall onto his stomach, landing softly as if something small had touched the ground, the sound carried away by the wind. He reflected that while others used karate, he practiced kung fu, believing they were not in the same league. That thought felt somewhat arrogant, and indeed it was. Naruto had just declared himself a superior fighter and martial artist compared to the students from the valley's dojos, which he truly believed. Unlike the boys from the valley, he practiced kung fu not as a sport but as a discipline rooted in survival and combat, designed to inflict pain on enemies when weapons were no longer available. Because of this, there were restrictions. Naruto took a deep breath and stood up, his height of 5 feet 9 inches placing him within the average range for his age and as an athlete. He was neither too tall nor too short, giving him the perfect build for confrontations and the necessary musculature to withstand challenges without being easily pushed around. To any observer, he had an almost perfect physique, still developing but showing promise. Once upright, Naruto removed the hair tie from his wrist and gathered his hair into a small ponytail, leaving 2 strands framing his slightly angular face. He had shed any traces of baby fat and appeared much closer to adulthood than adolescence, even though he was just about to turn 18 the following year. He thought about how next year would be his last chance to participate in the All-Valley tournament. He squared his shoulders, which adjusted with a slight crack, and began performing some post-workout stretches to relax his body and cool down gradually, avoiding stiffness and potential injuries from training. A poor training session and inadequate stretching could lead to injuries, which could result in much more painful moments in life. He was determined not to suffer an injury at such a pivotal time in his life. Naruto began to perform his own stretches to relax his muscles properly and avoid injuries. He couldn't afford another injury now. his record was already concerning. With that gloomy thought, he let out a deep sigh and closed his eyes. After exercising, people typically stretched, perhaps using yoga, but he not only stretched his body to relax it, he also calmed his mind through meditation, allowing himself to fully unwind. There were no sounds, no distractions, and even the birds seemed absent at that moment. It was a brief moment of tranquility that he had willingly induced. Suddenly, a woman's voice shattered his peace. Naruto shook his head and exhaled in exasperation at the interruption. He lowered his arms, which had been together in a prayer position, and turned on his heels to fix his cerulean gaze on the woman who had disturbed him. She was older but well-preserved, with light blonde hair and expressive brown eyes. Her fair skin appeared youthful, and she looked much younger than her actual age of around 50, seeming closer to 35. The woman was dressed elegantly in traditional Japanese attire, her hair tied into 2 ponytails that fell over her shoulders, and a familiar symbol adorned her back. Naruto sighed, as his grandmother clearly had no intention of hiding it. "Today we have guests at home, and you're not ready. Is that acceptable?" she exclaimed. He knew well that his training time was sacred and he wouldn't change it just for a business dinner with a family that owned a famous dealership in the valley. He picked up a towel from the only nearby chair and stated that he was focusing on himself as she had advised. "You're being stubborn, kid," she replied, twisting her lips into a teasing smile. "Or are you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" "Embarrassing myself?" he thought, recalling that he hadn't attended class despite being enrolled. He often spent his time in her cafe like a solitary, moody teenager. She insisted he should enjoy life a bit more, and as she grabbed his arm to pull him toward the house, he protested. With a mix of huffs and complaints, Naruto headed straight for the staircase leading to the upper floor where his room, his grandmother's, and the guests' rooms were located, slamming the door behind him. Tsunade Senju, his grandmother, was just as temperamental as his mother, though his mother was far more intimidating. He had no intention of testing the limits of either woman. Who in their right mind would provoke a woman like that? He certainly wouldn't be the first man to do so, especially considering his paternal grandmother's ability to send his grandfather to the hospital. The thought sent a chill down his spine as he pulled out his chosen outfit from the moderately sized closet in his room, which contained a large bed, a desk with his laptop, 2 monitors, notebooks, and various other items. The walls, hiding the blue tone of the room, were adorned with posters of various athletes: Ibrahimovic, a powerful and imposing player; Mike Tyson, a retired boxer; Bruce Lee, a martial artist and actor. Sports had been a significant part of his life since childhood. He had been on a soccer team thanks to one of his uncles who loved the sport. It wasn't until he watched a Bruce Lee movie that he decided to learn martial arts and practice contact sports, aiming to master them in a genuine way. He looked at his reflection in the full-length mirror, seeing a tall, athletic young man with well-defined muscles and hardly any baby fat left on his adolescent face. However, as he examined his left abdomen, he noticed a jagged scar that remained as a reminder of past experiences. He briefly closed his eyes and covered it with his white shirt. He dressed quickly, a white long-sleeve button-up shirt, beige chinos, and stylish white sneakers. To complete his look, he wore a surfer's pendant around his neck and a watch on his left wrist. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped out of the safety of his room and descended the stairs to the entrance of the house. The guests were already there, all smiles and compliments about the house's decor, but he preferred to reserve his judgment until he could assess them fully. "This is my grandson, Naruto. He's already enrolled in the local high school," Tsunade introduced him to the guests. "They are the LaRussos, owners of LaRusso Autos Group, Daniel and Amanda LaRusso." Naruto accepted a kiss on the cheek from Amanda, who appeared calm and gentle at first glance, but everyone knew that mothers could be fierce when it came to their children. He then shook hands with Daniel, who offered a firm grip, both of them engaging in a friendly test of strength. "How old are you, Naruto?" Amanda inquired, having noticed the tension in her husband. 17. Turning 18 soon, Mrs. LaRusso. "This is my penultimate year, and after this, I'll be heading to university," he replied. "Just like our daughter Samantha," Amanda said, smiling wider. "Sam is also in her Penultimate year. You might be classmates. That could be, he admitted with a slight smile. I just hope I don't have to deal with the chaos at school again. Naruto's first day was overshadowed by a fight between karate students that erupted in the hallways, resulting in one unfortunate boy injuring his back when he was thrown from the second floor. He noticed the spark in Daniel's eyes and felt Amanda's sudden tension as she closed her mouth abruptly. His grandmother subtly nudged him, signaling that his words had not been well received. Cobra Kai were bullies, and it was wise to steer clear of them. They caused trouble wherever they went and affected everyone they associated with. Mrs. Senju mentioned this for her grandson's safety, warning that John Kreese was a dangerous and unhinged man. Tsunade's eyes glimmered slightly before she twisted her lips into a brief but dangerous smile, which the man barely acknowledged, mistaking it for a mere grimace of gratitude for the warning. She reassured him not to worry too much about her grandson, stating that he wouldn't even consider joining Cobra Kai. Not even for money. In fact, she had to pay him just to get him out of the house, laughing as she described her shy grandson. The remnants of summer lingered in the San Fernando Valley even in mid-September, with the sun high in the sky and its rays beating down with the intensity of the transitioning season. West Valley High had opened its doors after enhancing security at the entrances, implementing checks similar to those at an airport and allowing security personnel to search students for weapons. The mistake the school and its staff made was trusting the students and protecting those who were problematic. The Cobra Kai students proved to be much more cunning than those from Miyagi-Do, managing to sway the guidance counselor to their side and twisting the events of the confrontations occurring within the school. They even broke the arm of one of their rivals outside the school during another clash, which bruised the pride of the Miyagi-Do students and inflated the egos of Cobra Kai. By early October, the Cobra Kai students remained at the top of the school hierarchy, despite some of their members being beaten by Miyagi-Do students, including Hawk. Fueled by his own ego and jealousy, Hawk was responsible for breaking the arm of his former friend, which was a heavy blow for Dimitri. He went from being a star to the laughingstock of his peers, bullied by some Cobra Kai students under the watchful eyes of classmates and the absence of teachers, at least when it came to supporting the Miyagi students. This was how Naruto met Dimitri Alexopoulos, at the school entrance, struggling to pick up the notebooks and pens that one of the Cobra Kai students had knocked from his hands. With his arm bandaged, it was difficult for him to manage all his school supplies and backpack without incident, especially while being harassed by the rival dojo students. Noticing the tall boy with dark hair bent over, gathering his class notes, Naruto let out a sigh and shook his head slightly, surprised by the lack of courtesy. Many students passed by the boy, but no one had offered to help him. Was it fear of the Cobra Kai students that held them back? Naruto couldn't delve into the minds of all the students, but it felt disheartening. He sighed again and bent down to assist the boy. Dimitri quickly looked up from the ground when he saw a hand reaching for one of his notebooks. He was slightly surprised to see an unfamiliar face with striking blue eyes that almost compelled him to look back at his belongings. For a brief moment, he felt overwhelmed, as if he were being bullied again by Kyler and his gang. He expressed his gratitude as they both stood up, with Naruto placing the notebook in Dimitri's uninjured arm. It was clear that Naruto was new, as Dimitri noted that he didn't recognize him, despite knowing all the familiar faces at the school, except for the newcomers. He didn't claim to be popular, but he considered himself on the rise. Dimitri pointed out the Cobra Kai students, who were easily identifiable by their red clothing adorned with a cobra emblem. He advised Naruto to steer clear of them and introduced himself. Naruto glanced at Dimitri's outstretched hand, which caused his belongings to wobble precariously, prompting him to grip them tightly again. He introduced himself as well, assuring Dimitri not to worry about shaking hands, as they would have plenty of time for that later. After parting ways, they headed in opposite directions. As it was Naruto's first day at West Valley High, he needed to collect his schedule and find out which class he would be in for the rest of the year. He made his way to the school office, where a student awaited to guide him through the school and to his class. The tension in the air was palpable. Not only were the Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do members on edge, students from all grades were tense, their eyes darting between members of each dojo, as if another conflict could spark from the slightest provocation. However, such an outburst would lead to expulsion, and the tactics of Cobra Kai had shown that they were not just muscle, they had cunning as well. Although Naruto was honest, he believed it was the fault of the Miyagi-Do students, who couldn't set aside their inner fury and played with more intensity and aggression, returning the taunts to the Cobra Kai in a way that even the teachers noticed with just a glance at the students. They were unable to suppress their own feelings to counterattack their rivals, and as a result, the Cobra Kai students were placing themselves above their opponents. Naruto walked toward the school reception with his backpack slung over his shoulder, feeling the gazes of other students on him. He felt like a new toy, a novelty that had recently appeared, and indeed, he was just that, a new presence for the students and teachers, someone they needed to evaluate to determine if they should be cautious. This was understandable. In schools, there were 3 groups: the popular, the middle, and the forgotten, often considered the nerds. However, this could be seen as a completely different hierarchy, and within the popular group, there were those who bullied the forgotten and looked down on them. Both teachers and students wanted to see where he fit in, how they would place him in the already established hierarchy, even though he did nothing to choose one of the existing groups, like foundations in that microcosm. Nevertheless, being labeled was not a problem for him, and he wouldn't do anything to change that. The reception was a small desk where a young woman sat in front of a computer screen, her hands resting on the desk as if she were contemplating something to write. Naruto took a brief moment to glance at her. She appeared to be in her mid-20s to early 30s, with a slightly round face and slender arms that matched her thin frame. Her clothing seemed oversized, and he noticed this when she moved her arms slightly, revealing a bony limb beneath the fabric. She greeted him with a calm and serene smile, unaware of his brief examination. She asked if she could assist him. Naruto handed her the registration form, which she quickly scanned for important details. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, a new transfer student, explaining that he hadn't introduced himself earlier due to the chaos from an incident a few weeks prior. He was there to reclaim his spot. The woman nodded in recognition of his situation, typing and glancing at his file on the computer while also looking at the form he had provided. She informed him that the head of studies had mentioned his case and that his guide would be arriving shortly. She handed him his class schedule and locker number. Naruto thanked her with a charming smile, the kind he reserved for strangers, and took the schedule and locker number. He had brought all the textbooks for the subjects he had selected during registration, which would lighten the load on his shoulders. He didn't have to wait long for his guide. A girl approached him, offering a brief, calm smile as if she had known him forever. He took a moment to scan her features: dark brown hair, slightly tanned skin likely from summer, and intense chocolate-colored eyes that sparkled brightly. To Naruto, she exuded a sense of tranquility, likely dedicated to peace and calmness, which he found comforting amidst the contrasting atmosphere of the school. She introduced herself as Moon and explained that she would be his guide and classmate since they shared many classes together. Naruto accepted her handshake, noting her soft and slightly smaller hand compared to his. He introduced himself, expressing his hope to be under her guidance. They exchanged delicate smiles, and soon after, Moon led him around the school, showing him important locations. They passed the biology and physics lab, where Mr. Johnson taught, the football field, and the gym, where Ms. Williams conducted physical education classes. Moon saved the classroom for their primary subjects, which included mandatory math and language classes, as well as any electives he had chosen. Naruto wasn't particularly fond of theoretical subjects, but he wasn't oblivious to academics either. Unlike his peers, he had chosen several languages to fill his schedule, including Spanish, German, and French, while also reinforcing his English with additional classes. Being Japanese, his native language gave him an advantage that many of his classmates lacked. However, he pushed thoughts of classes aside. Moon was a pleasant and friendly girl who always tried to show him her good side, which he accepted with a brief smile. She was easy to talk to and approachable, someone who seemed to have no enemies. He noticed her discomfort when they crossed paths with the Cobra Kai students. A prickling sensation emerged, lingering like a pin pressed into the back of his neck. As they stopped at his locker, Moon guided him to drop off his books. Naruto glanced over her head and noticed a boy staring intently at them. Typically, young people could blend into the background, whether boys or girls, but this boy was impossible to overlook. He sported a large red mohawk, with spikes so rigid that one might think they could pierce someone if they weren't made of hair. A scar adorned his upper lip, a distinctive mark, but physically he wasn't too remarkable. He was slender, dressed in Cobra Kai sportswear that covered his body, yet Naruto had no doubt he had muscles beneath the fabric. The dark eyes of this boy seemed resentful, as if he were ready to stab them like two knives he wished to use. Naruto turned his attention back to Moon while he placed a set of books into his locker. He casually shrugged and commented on how school was going. He then pointed out a boy who was staring at them intently. Moon followed Naruto's finger, curious about who he was referring to, but her interest quickly turned to a frown when she recognized the boy with the large crest. He had turned away, speaking with Kyler and the other Cobra Kai boys. "That's Hawk," she explained, her expression darkening. The name, Hawk, flashed in Naruto's mind, recalling what the Cobra Kai boys had said when they visited his grandmother's cafe. Hawk, the boy who had injured Dimitri, leaving him with a serious arm injury. "He was staring at us," Naruto noted. Moon's frown deepened, revealing confusion and slight displeasure that did not go unnoticed by Naruto. He raised an eyebrow, trying to understand her reaction. "He's my ex," she stated simply, her eyes shifting away from her former boyfriend, a hint of anger and frustration flickering in her gaze. However, Moon was clever and suppressed those feelings with a quick blink, which Naruto admired but chose not to mention. "I don't think he likes me," Naruto mused. "Nobody who isn't from Cobra Kai likes you, Naruto. Unless you're part of that group of hormonal idiots, you won't be liked at all. He's a jerk." Naruto accepted Moon's outburst with a slight smile, agreeing with her insults toward Hawk. It wasn't his place to intervene. Hawk's jealousy was evident, but Moon's determination to stay away from Cobra Kai and fights was even stronger, perhaps more so than Hawk's feelings. Naruto couldn't understand how Hawk allowed his mind to be clouded to the point that Moon left him. He understood the feelings of boys as he was one, but even he wasn't as foolish as Hawk. He sighed, thinking that idiots would always be idiots. "Is that a saying or something?" Moon asked, smiling at him. Naruto returned the smile, picking up the book for his next class. The first days of school were always tough for students. They had to return to a forgotten routine, taking notes and studying in the afternoons while balancing extracurricular activities, which created stress for those who didn't plan ahead. Many students left their assignments until the last minute, rushing to meet deadlines and being influenced by their peers and extracurricular activities. This was no different for the dojos. Teenagers enrolled in various dojos in the San Fernando Valley had to create a perfect schedule to study, complete homework, and train to refine their skills, all while keeping an eye on the next tournament to determine the next champion of the valley. In the previous edition, Cobra Kai had taken first place, surpassing Miyagi-Do, although the current champion was reportedly recovering. Emerging from a coma, regaining mobility, and getting back in shape was a challenge that would test anyone's resolve, whether adult or child. Miguel Diaz would have to work hard to reach the level of his opponents, and Cobra Kai would need to support him to ensure he could recover fully, something that might not happen, leading them to seek another champion to lead them to victory. And likely, the Dojo Wars would return. The San Fernando Valley Mall was the only place where young people gathered, seeking ways to calm their adolescent minds and escape the stress of their lives. It featured cafes, laser tag, and various shops that teenagers often claimed as their territories or comfort zones. At a table in one of the cafes, 4 teenagers were seated. They had recently occupied the table and placed their orders with the cheerful cafe employee, who noted their requests and instructed them to sit while she prepared their drinks. The boys complied, walking to the table with their backpacks. Naruto expressed gratitude to one of his friends for helping him that morning. Dimitri nodded in response, smiling slightly, though it was a forced smile. With his injured arm bandaged and immobilized, he struggled to use his other hand for eating and writing. His notebooks were filled with messy handwriting, which he disliked, as it stood out among his notes. "Don't mention it, Dimitri," Naruto replied, offering a more confident and bright smile than Dimitri's. Unlike Dimitri, Naruto had never faced intimidation throughout his school years and had always relied on his own confidence to tackle problems, a lesson instilled in him by his grandmother. Because of this upbringing, he could see the insecurity in Dimitri's eyes, which seemed to have resurfaced more intensely after the incident that caused his injury. It didn't appear to be something that would fade soon, potentially leading Dimitri into serious trouble if he found himself in a difficult situation again. Not my problem, Naruto thought. This place is really cozy, though I prefer that new Japanese cafe that opened near downtown, just a few blocks from here, Moon mentioned. For Moon, all cozy places were her favorites, but since visiting the newly opened Japanese cafe in the valley, it had become her safe haven. The matcha and coffee they served were delightful, and the tea made her shiver with pleasure, relaxing her immensely. I haven't been there. We should go one of these days, suggested the last member of the group, a broad, dark-skinned boy who was quite tall, perhaps even taller than Dimitri. Her short, sleek hair was as black as onyx, and her brown eyes appeared darker than Moon's. Moon clapped her hands excitedly, looking even more adorable, and suggested that they should take Chris along. Chris, the tall, dark-haired boy, offered a shy smile. He could have been an ex-Cobra Kai member, but he was also just a teenager with a physique that could become a powerful weapon if he trained properly. Naruto noticed that Chris's large frame could generate a significant amount of muscle, and if he wanted to, he could become a formidable fighter that few could take down. Naruto commented that the tea was quite mild, nodding and smiling as he spoke. Shortly after, the waitress approached their table, placing 4 different coffees along with a dessert for each. Naruto had ordered an Americano with a slice of cheesecake, Moon chose a cappuccino paired with a peach jam croissant, Chris opted for a café au lait with a chocolate donut, and Dimitri selected hot chocolate with a muffin, showcasing a slightly childlike side that everyone had. Naruto didn't mind Chris's choice, even if chocolate milk wouldn't have been his first pick for dessert at that moment. Moon mentioned that they had all kinds of Japanese desserts and some food options. She recalled the dangos and matchas, admitting that there were other varieties she hadn't tried yet. Taking a sip of her cappuccino, she noted how friendly and polite the waitresses were, adding that it didn't seem like any men worked there based on her first experience. Naruto sipped his Americano, choosing not to respond to Moon's musings about the staff. His grandmother had personally selected the employees, all of whom were trusted by the family for various reasons. He had no doubt that his grandmother would go to great lengths to protect them, as Tsunade was a strong and respected woman who made her own rules without fear of anyone. Chris expressed his growing excitement about going to the dessert place, admitting that he was a big fan of sweets. There was a hint of sadness in his voice, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at the boy's hesitation. It was clear that Chris had faced some teasing about his love for sweets, likely experiencing a bit of bullying because of it. However, his imposing physique likely deterred many from bothering him, hiding a great strength beneath his gentle demeanor. Naruto shared that he also loved sweets, taking a bite of his cheesecake and savoring it. He mentioned his fondness for matchas and dangos, but cheesecake was his favorite dessert, and he made it a point to try them wherever he went. He joked that his grandmother was probably getting tired of it. Curious, Moon asked if he lived with his grandmother. She tilted her head slightly, giving him her full attention. Chris and Dimitri continued to eat, but their ears and eyes were fixed on Naruto, eager for his response. Yes, he confirmed, explaining that he had recently moved in with her after finishing school in Japan, with his parents' support, to improve his English. He wanted to help her with her businesses in the valley, even though she was quite stubborn, almost as stubborn as his little sister. Moon's eyes sparkled with interest. She asked if he had a younger sister, and Naruto nodded, pulling out his phone to show them a picture of a girl with vibrant red hair, violet eyes, and a wide, charming smile. She was dressed in a cosplay of one of her favorite characters, Vi. He continued, sharing that his sister's name was Mito and that she loved to cosplay. She had created her Instagram profile to promote her modeling career. Dimitri asked if she was a model. Naruto squinted at him for a moment before confirming that she was also an athlete, though that part wasn't widely known. He mentioned that she would be visiting soon to keep an eye on him, ensuring he didn't break anything. Moon's mouth formed a perfect "oh" before turning into a teasing smile. She asked if Mito was the protective type, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow and allowed a mischievous smile to form. He explained that she was protective of him and other girls, noting that no boy had ever gained her approval, which could be a bit frustrating. He admitted that he would likely be the same way when she started looking for a boyfriend, though he believed that wasn't her focus at the moment. She was dedicated to her career, sports, and studies. As they finished their desserts, Dimitri suddenly asked about Sam, inquiring if she would be returning. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the mention of someone he didn't know yet, listening intently as Moon talked about her friend Sam, detailing how she was coping with the trauma of being hurt by Tori and how her parents were supporting her through it, though it was a complicated process. Naruto felt a slight frown form on his face at the mention of trauma, his eyes reflecting his discontent. He couldn't help but think about the person who had caused Sam's suffering. It frustrated him that the senseis didn't seem to recognize the struggles teenagers faced. The Dojo Wars had left many with injuries and traumas that could have been avoided with proper guidance. But he kept his thoughts to himself, remaining silent as Moon recounted her last outing with Sam. The girl, daughter of the LaRussos, finally stepped out of her house after the recent incident when Dimitri suffered a broken arm and the Cobra Kai outsmarted them, setting a trap that the Miyagi students fell into without realizing it was a trap. That was not his problem. Once again, he pushed those words and events deep into his mind, dismissing any intention to help or get involved in the conflict. He had a job to do, expectations to meet, and a promise to keep. He wasn't going to abandon all that for a dojo war. Dimitri turned to Naruto, pulling him from his thoughts, and asked if he liked karate. He suggested that Naruto could join Miyagi. However, Naruto politely declined, smiling apologetically. He expressed that he didn't like fighting and preferred to use his hands for playing instruments. He thanked Dimitri but had to refuse the offer. Dimitri had hoped that with Naruto's help, they could win the tournament this year. Chris, looking downcast, murmured that they also needed help. Hawk and his friends, along with Keen, would surely be a pain. Dimitri asked if Robbie had joined Cobra Kai, to which Chris replied that one of the guys saw Robbie near the Cobra Kai dojo, entering it, so it was unlikely he was just visiting. Dimitri appeared defeated, slumping his shoulders and lowering his head. Without Robbie, Miyagi-Do was destined to lose. Cobra Kai had Miguel and Robbie, the two best fighters of their year. There was no way they could win, no matter how hard they tried. They didn't have a champion. Naruto disagreed with the pessimistic thoughts of both boys, which would surely lead them to certain defeat. Were they giving up before even fighting? They hadn't bled or sweated, and yet they were ready to surrender. That was not the spirit of a martial artist. But both boys had only been training for a year, and their teachers hadn't deemed it necessary to teach them anything beyond striking their opponents, which was an insult. Suddenly, a series of beeps interrupted the conversation among the four teenagers. Moon took out her phone, followed by Dimitri and Chris. Naruto raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his seat, waiting to see what had happened. "Oh my!" Moon exclaimed that the Sweet Machi, the Japanese cafe, was destroyed. She turned her phone around, and Naruto saw what she meant. The windows had been shattered from the outside, with bricks now on the tables inside, accompanied by small shards of glass. The chairs were scattered throughout the cafe, with legs and backs bent. Desserts were strewn across the counter and walls, even on the floor. And prominently on the facade, a cobra had been spray-painted in bright gold. Naruto clenched his right fist for a moment, his eyes focused on the wrecked cafe. Had the employees or his grandmother been hurt? Would they have serious injuries? It had to be Cobra Kai. Even with that golden cobra marking the place, one could not mistake it. Cobra Kai were troublemakers. Naruto spoke calmly, stating that there was no proof it was them. It could have been anyone, but what mattered were the people who worked at that cafe. He hoped they were okay. Moon watched as Naruto stood up, grabbing his backpack. She sensed something in his eyes, voice, and body language that made her worried and alert. Was he okay? He reassured her that he was fine and not to worry. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, his bangs covering his eyes, and mentioned that it had been a tough first day. He was going home. Moon turned to the others, expressing concern about Naruto's well-being. He seemed furious, Chris admitted, but they couldn't do anything about it. Did they think that cafe belonged to his family? Dimitri hoped not. Naruto was a good person and didn't deserve this. The Sweet Mochi, the newly opened Japanese cafe, was completely wrecked. The floor was littered with hundreds of shards of glass from the windows and doors, mixed with scattered cake batter and spilled coffee, creating a crunch with each step. Anyone walking through had to be careful not to slip on the mochi and cakes that were strewn about like a minefield, leaving marks on the walls, frames, and tables. If one looked closely, they could see some of the dessert batter stuck to the ceiling, dripping down onto the tiles. The cash register had been pried open with a tool, leaving dents where it had been forced, and the drawer was pulled out, allowing the perpetrators to take all the money without leaving even a coin behind. It seemed that the intent was to destroy the cafe, and the theft was merely a secondary benefit. A large yellow cobra had been painted on the cafe's facade, its tongue sticking out as if threatening any passerby who dared to look, with slitted, wild eyes promising pain to anyone who opposed what had happened, serving as a declaration of intent. Everyone who saw the cobra could guess who was responsible, but they didn't know the reason and weren't entirely sure it was them. The cameras were damaged, and for some strange reason, the recordings were erased, leaving no trace of who had stolen or deleted the footage, covering the tracks of those responsible for the destruction. With nervousness and some fear, the cafe employees had stayed back, watching the hooded figures wreak havoc and create chaos, leaving them with an unsettling feeling that would linger in their minds for a long time. It didn't matter, girls. Tsunade's firm voice calmed the atmosphere a bit. She walked directly into the cafe, unconcerned about the constant crunch of glass or the risk of slipping on the cream and batter from some pastries. With a furrowed brow, she surveyed her cafe, taking in the wrecked tables, bent chair legs, and stains of cream, coffee, and tea. It would take a week to replace and repair everything. Tsunade's voice cut off her employees' protests, her eyes shining with intensity as she searched for clues about the culprits. They would gather everything, and she would hire the same group that decorated the cafe. They would replace the broken furniture, the shattered glass, repaint, and restock all the food that had been ruined by those vandals. The employees could take the week off. The girls fell silent at Tsunade's tone, which was firmer than usual, indicating she was holding back her anger. The tension in her hands was evident, and the veins that stood out as she gripped a shard of glass showed just how furious Tsunade Senju was. Unable to direct her rage at the culprits, she had to swallow her feelings deep within her mind, locking them away. Those BSRDs. Cobra Kai was the main suspect due to the spray-painted graffiti on the building's facade. However, while the dojo was a prime suspect, it could also be a victim or simply collateral damage meant to mislead investigators. Tsunade was not foolish. Cobra Kai had caused this, she knew it. All because of the incident the other day. If Naruto saw this. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a bell. She tensed, crouched down, and accidentally cut herself slightly on the glass still in her hand. Without complaint, she stood up, squeezing the shard until it shattered in her grip. Naruto. There was her grandson, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and his unruly bangs hiding his eyes. Yet, she didn't need to see those blue eyes to know what Naruto was thinking or feeling as he stood there, taking in the destruction caused by mere vandals. She had known him since he was born, since she held him in her arms. She let the small pieces of glass fall and walked toward him with steady, firm steps, not caring if anyone was watching. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, as if wanting to hold him close for the rest of her life. Naruto did not respond. He did not lift his arms to return the embrace or say anything. He remained completely still, like a statue. But Tsunade could feel him breathing. His chest rose and fell, and she could hear the steady beat of his heart. He needed to calm down, she urged him, stepping back slightly. Her voice was calm but firm. She knew her grandson well enough to understand what was going through his mind, even if they weren't together. They would call the police, she said. They would bring justice for this vandalism. Despite her words, Tsunade doubted the police in the valley would take any action against Cobra Kai or the perpetrators of this vandalism. The rival dojo of Miyagi-Do seemed to be growing stronger, bolstered by new members and a new master, if the whispers she heard were to be believed. She did not want her grandson to get involved. Naruto did not respond to his grandmother's anxious words, even as her hazel eyes looked at him pleadingly. How could he calm his mind when they had destroyed his grandmother's hard work? How did she expect him to react? He clenched his fists but did not push Tsunade away, allowing her to embrace him once more. He felt her hold him tightly, almost as if she feared he would vanish like smoke. He remained motionless, even as her eyes shone brighter, likely urging him not to act on the thoughts racing through his mind. "Help me, Naruto," she said, her voice softer, almost distant. She began to clear the chairs from the tables, placing them carefully on the ground, though they seemed reluctant to stand like any other chair. They would start repairing this, she insisted. It would be much nicer. Nicer? And they would decorate it differently. She had been thinking of some ideas for a while, and this was the perfect opportunity. They would change it, make it better. More customers would come, and the place would be filled. They would reach many more people. More people? Adults, children, seniors, and young people. Tsunade turned to look at her grandson, smiling. They would even expand to other cities. Naruto's blue eyes turned cold, fixed on her face. Tsunade was smiling, but her smile wavered, trembling, and the joy she tried to convey did not reach her eyes, which had dimmed, losing the brightness that characterized them when she was angry. That woman. Slowly, Naruto crouched down, picking up a piece of glass stained with coffee and cream. He told her to go home and take a break. He would handle the repairs and contact the previous contractors. He would ask Lexa to come and file a vandalism report and investigate. He spoke with all the calm his mind could muster, even as a thirst for revenge simmered within him, reminding him of the past and why he was no longer in Japan. But he couldn't disappoint his grandmother or his master. He closed his hand around the glass, feeling the sharp edge cut into his skin, blood seeping from the wound and staining the shard, dripping between his fingers. "Rest, Grandma," he said, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Please." Tsunade trembled at her grandson's kiss. His soft, firm, and reassuring voice made her sigh for a moment, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill. It was difficult. She wanted to cry and break down, even if she came from an important family in her country. She was a senju, but she had poured her heart into that cafe, into her personal project. "All right," she said, her shoulders slumping, making her appear more defeated, more aged, as if she had lost all the energy that kept her standing. "I'll wait for you at home, don't stay out too late." "I won't, Grandma," Naruto replied, moving several chairs to one side of the cafe. "You just rest and don't think about anything else." He took a deep breath to calm his mind and turned his gaze away from the door after. His grandmother exited, focusing instead on the destruction caused by the intruders. He was not dense, nor was he foolish. He knew this was the work of Cobra Kai, the group that had caused chaos just days before. He regretted letting them escape from the cafe. In the past, he would have been furious, but now he felt like a mere shadow of his former self. Cobra Kai had wreaked havoc. Naruto arranged the chairs along the walls, ensuring they wouldn't end up on the floor, damaged. Each chair had been struck with a heavy object or moved with unusual force, and he doubted it was the latter. These fools had destroyed everything. He looked at the wreckage with his own eyes, not through a video shared among school groups. His heart felt like it stopped for a moment before racing with an intensity he hadn't felt in a long time. They had made the wrong woman cry. The Uzumaki family had a code that every member followed without exception, a code shared with each new addition to the family: keep your promises. Every family member had upheld their promises, from his maternal grandmother and great-grandmother to his little sister. They had never regretted their commitments or what they had achieved through them. Until now. Naruto shook his head. His jaw was tense from the force he was exerting, and he was surprised his teeth remained intact. But what could he do? He had a promise that bound him, preventing him from acting as he wished. His master, his mother, his father, his grandparents, they would all be disappointed if he broke it. But he couldn't just stand there, like a coward. They had made her cry. He cracked his knuckles and stretched his arms, causing his back to loosen and every bone and muscle to settle into place. After that simple movement, his mind felt clearer, and his eyes darkened with a cold fury. "I'm sorry, Master and ancestors." The destruction of the cafe didn't matter much. or it wouldn't have if he had seen his grandmother smile with her usual confidence and strength. But he hadn't seen that security. Instead, he noticed the tremor in her smile and the glimmer of tears in her eyes. If Tsunade hadn't been broken, he wouldn't have to break bones with his own hands. Naruto Uzumaki exhaled deeply, relaxing every muscle in his body and mind. He stretched fully, cracking every bone, including those in his feet. Once he finished stretching and etched the destruction of the family cafe into his memory, he turned on his heel, a new determination shining in his eyes. I'm sorry, but not really. Just this once, I suppose a Uzumaki can break his promise. The nights in the San Fernando Valley were warm even as winter approached, allowing the youth to enjoy drive-ins and other activities in mid-October, as the last remnants of summer faded until the next year. Despite this change, the young people of the valley didn't stay cooped up at home. They filled every place with their presence, enjoying age-appropriate leisure spots. Adults allowed their children to roam freely through the valley, the mall, drive-ins, and cafes without supervision, granting them the freedom they cherished. High school students particularly enjoyed this independence, free from the watchful eyes of their parents. In a way, they felt liberated while still under their guardians' care. The valley was one of the best places to live, even with the ongoing dojo wars between two major dojos, something the adults had largely ignored. Until Miguel's injury. From that point on, the youth continued to feel free, believing the main culprits of the school fight had received their punishment. Things had calmed down, and parents were more relaxed, until the cafe's destruction reignited their tension. But without evidence, witnesses, or information, the culprits evaded consequences, leaving no one to catch them until someone spoke up. A group of 4 teenagers sat at a wooden table in the park, laughing, with beer cans scattered on the ground beside the bench. Each held a drink, smiling with a mix of confidence and bravado as they spoke, mocking anyone who wasn't strong or part of Cobra Kai. They were students of Cobra Kai. One boy's laughter echoed through the night in response to something another had said. He couldn't believe how they had managed to paint the cafe's facade and destroy everything. Well, another boy replied, a smug smile lighting up his face. Kyler worked hard for us to paint that cobra on the front. Surprisingly, the workers and police didn't intervene, and we got our revenge. They treated us like we were nobody. That guy confronted us for spilling a little coffee. He had it coming, acting so arrogant. The destruction of the cafe had been immensely satisfying for him, a fulfillment of his revenge. A customer had pushed them out of the cafe, ruining their desire to hang out there, and the employees hadn't even tried to protect them. They had given power to a fool. That made them look weak, something Cobra Kai was not. They were not secondary characters. They had proven that by demolishing the cafe, returning the blow as their master had taught them. I wish I could see his face when those girls tell him what happened. If I catch him, he goes to our school. The mention of Miyagi-Do stirred the emotions of the 4 teenagers. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, and they wore mocking smiles. They had defeated them. They won the All-Valley tournament, establishing themselves as the best dojo in the valley. They had bested Miyagi-Do both in and out of fights, winning over the teachers who always punished LaRusso and his dojo mates, placing them in the worst situations at school. How could they possibly be defeated, being so far beneath them? If Miyagi-Do couldn't beat them, how could a mere cafeteria worker? One of the boys, who had participated in the destruction of the cafeteria, confidently interjected that if someone joined those losers, they would surely be just another addition to the pile. There was no need to worry. They had wrecked the Miyagi establishment, and that outsider would learn what he deserved. Naruto stepped out of the shadows, stopping a few meters away from the 4 dojo members, his cold eyes fixed on them. He tossed aside his cigarette, revealing his fitted black shirt, worn jeans, and white sneakers. The boy who had been part of the cafeteria incident was the first to recognize Naruto, pointing at him. Naruto smirked coldly, accepting the attention with a mocking expression. It was obvious, he remarked, widening his smile. Was that all the other boy could manage? Those words caused the Cobra Kai members to tense up and growl. 2 of them tossed their beers aside, but one stopped them, throwing his beer away and confidently walking toward Naruto with a mocking grin. He warned Naruto not to sound so sure of himself, declaring that they were Cobra Kai, and they struck first, struck hard, and showed no mercy. In a flash, the boy aimed a punch at Naruto's face, expecting to land a hit. They assumed Naruto wouldn't know how to defend himself, that he lacked martial arts skills. But Naruto reacted with equal speed, deflecting the punch with a simple movement of his arm, then striking with a claw-like hand directly at the boy's throat. Gasping, the boy fell to his knees, struggling to catch his breath, tears welling in his eyes, blurring his vision. The other two Cobra Kai members moved forward, leaving their friend behind, still seated at the table, beer in hand, unsure of what to do. But Naruto knew exactly what to do as he prepared to counterattack. He stepped firmly, deflecting one attack and blocking the other. Using his upper body strength, he pushed the attacker on his right, causing him to stumble, then focused on the one attacking from the left. The boy on the left began to shout, but his voice was cut short as Naruto struck him in the throat, causing him to choke like the first. Without hesitation, Naruto pushed him to the ground and turned to the boy on the right, driving his elbow down onto the boy's knee with force. Using his leg, he swept the boy off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. The remaining Cobra Kai member looked at Naruto, who was unfazed by the two fallen boys behind him. Naruto locked eyes with the last standing Cobra Kai, who returned the gaze with a mix of calmness and wavering confidence. Naruto could tell that this boy had witnessed the defeat of his friends, and he could see the fear of potential injuries flash through his mind. Naruto declared that he knew how to fight and would show them why they shouldn't have destroyed his grandmother's cafe. They shouldn't have sought revenge, cowards. The boy reacted by throwing a punch at Naruto's chest, but Naruto countered by grabbing his wrist and pulling him in, using his head to strike the boy's nose with a direct hit. The boy staggered back, surprised by the blow. He couldn't believe he had let that happen. He refused to be like one of his friends who had been bested by someone untrained. He wouldn't allow it. If he did, Sensei Kreese would kick him out of the dojo and replace him as if he were nothing. That would not happen. He shouted that he would kill Naruto and charged again, but Naruto responded with a swift punch to the boy's chest, feeling the impact as the boy's ribcage seemed to cave in. He didn't stop there. He pushed with his arm, knocking the Cobra Kai down onto a bench, causing him to hit his back against the edge, groaning in pain. Naruto pressed his foot against the boy's chest, pinning him against the bench and preventing him from getting up. The pressure caused discomfort in the boy's lower back, and Naruto warned him that if he started crying, it meant he shouldn't have done those things. He needed to accept the consequences of his actions. The boy demanded to be released, but Naruto refused, delivering a powerful blow to his chin. He then insisted that the boy tell him who else had joined in the destruction of his grandmother's cafe. The boy shouted that he would never reveal anything, and with each refusal, Naruto struck him again. With every blow, the boy remained defiant, insisting he wouldn't betray his dojo brothers. But with one final shout for help, Naruto seized the boy's chin and, using his right hand, knocked out a tooth, eliciting a scream that echoed in the area. Naruto expressed his regret, placing the tooth inside the boy's pants with a mock smile, stating that if he wasn't going to talk, it didn't matter. He would go after all of them. Cobra Kai would fall. Some simple water snakes had disturbed the tiger, and Naruto was tired of their games. They had bothered someone they shouldn't have and had awakened him. Taking a prolonged silence, Naruto struck the boy directly in the face. It was a series of rapid, relentless blows, one after another, transforming the teenager's face into an unrecognizable mess. To restore it to anything resembling human form, they would need extensive surgery. Slowly, Naruto stood up, leaving the boy unconscious, his face severely damaged. Cuts were bleeding, and his pale skin had turned completely red, as if wine had been spilled over him. Naruto looked at the others coldly and declared that he didn't know who was responsible for the destruction of the cafeteria, but he would come for all of them. He would pursue them like a dog after its prey and would strike when they least expected it. He wiped the blood on the boy's pants and stated that Cobra Kai struck first, hard and without mercy, and he was going to show them what true ruthlessness was. He had broken the promise he made 5 years ago. He was the first Uzumaki to disregard the family motto, tarnishing his family's honor in the worst way possible, casting doubt on his future promises. He would be judged by his relatives, and his parents might disown him. He had become a pariah among the Uzumaki. But it didn't matter. Those boys had made his grandmother cry, the woman who had helped him countless times, the woman who changed his diapers, the woman who always advised him, the woman who protected him psychologically during difficult events. Naruto took a deep breath and lit a second cigarette. The Uzumaki always kept their promises. He brought the cigarette to his lips and lit it. He thought they would hate him, even his grandmother. The mind must govern the body, controlling it in all actions and moments. People with strong minds often overcome any adversity and can rise again after being knocked down. If one controlled the mind, they could control their body to a certain extent. However, controlling the mind meant managing feelings and thoughts. In a fight, emotions and thoughts could lead a fighter to make decisions that determine the outcome of the confrontation, and in a life-or-death struggle, one could lose their life. And no one returns from death. These thoughts filled Naruto's mind as he struck the sandbag. He had been at it for hours, his legs red from relentless blows against the bag, which showed signs of wear from the force he applied with each hit. He didn't stop, even though his lower limbs seemed to beg him to fall and rest. It wouldn't allow it. He had control over his body and mind, but he had let his feelings take over. This punishment, though more like training, was just the beginning of what he would face after the fight with the Cobra Kai boys and the breaking of his promise, something that was already weighing heavily on him psychologically. His family would be angry. The honor of the Uzumaki had remained untarnished for hundreds of years, even through Japan's feudal period, when his family was a prominent clan of samurai serving the emperor. But he, hundreds of years later, had been the first Uzumaki to break an oath, a promise, turning his family's honor into something others might dismiss. They were no longer socially integral and could be repudiated simply for breaking a vow. His mother would be upset, they would disown him. Kushina Uzumaki was a woman of strong character, the same character that had captivated his father, if he believed his grandmother's words. She had demonstrated this strength in various situations, even when she was angry with him and his little sister. Yet, despite this, she was a woman willing to uphold a promise to the very end, which led her to become a nationally recognized businesswoman. She was not interested in the international market, yet many magnates from other countries and important politicians knew her and wanted to do business with her. His father was no different. Minato Namikaze was not as strong-willed as his mother, and his smile was always warm and calming, ready to brighten anyone's worst moments. Naruto admitted that his father had been a moral support. Unlike him, his father followed the family motto and kept his promises, becoming a renowned chef across various continents, hired by the best hotels and families. Both Minato and Kushina had never broken any of their promises, no matter to whom they were made, and they upheld the family's honor. But he had brought shame to the family, dishonor to their name and to his parents. He should have kept the promise not to fight, not to let himself sink into anger. He struck the bag again. It swayed with the impact, creating a squeak as it moved, rattling the chain that held it to the ceiling. If he hit it again, it would likely give way under his strength. His master and parents would scold him. He had already tarnished the family honor once, but that was not for breaking a promise. Another blow sent the sandbag swinging, causing a bit of dust to fall from the ceiling. It wasn't exactly dust. Some paint separated and fell onto the blonde's head, but he didn't even flinch at the sensation. Instead, he delivered one more powerful strike, and the fabric finally tore, spilling sand onto the ground in a light-colored cascade until it was nearly empty. He cursed under his breath. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a swig from the bottle on the table nearby. It felt refreshing, so much so that his mind seemed to calm, almost as if he had taken a sip of water after weeks without any. But although he thought more clearly, it didn't mean he felt better. He paused, removing his gloves without ceremony. He had hit them. 2 of them had been left gasping for breath from a strike to the throat, but they would survive. 1 person had a knee broken, and the last one involved in the destruction of his grandmother's cafe had his face smashed in while trying to extract information. He had likely broken some ribs, his nose, and his jaw, and due to the cuts, he would need surgery to be recognized. There was no remorse in those words, and his eyes showed no sadness for what he had done. A hint of disappointment could be seen if someone looked closely at his blue orbs, but it was quickly replaced by a steely confidence he maintained as a facade for everyone else. He had been asked if he had fought again, and he confirmed it. Naruto turned away, noting the lack of concern for all the promises made to his mentor. He didn't seem even slightly troubled. Lexa, with her golden blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, had a small, somewhat shy smile on her lips. A few strands framed her face, revealing her pale gray eyes that sparkled like a cloudy day in hell. They were friends, not just lawyer and client. Naruto looked at Lexa, noting her heart-shaped face, prominent cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and tall stature that exceeded 5 feet 7 inches, with a slim waist and long legs that contributed to her height. He admitted their friendship but made it clear it was not something he wanted to discuss with her. He had called her to talk about the potential consequences of the fight with those foolish kids. Lexa teased him about calling her for legal matters, noting how he had changed. He was aware that if the situation escalated to legal issues, something their teacher would not allow due to pride and philosophy, he would handle it. He would not let anyone tarnish his family's honor. He didn't openly admit it, but his silence spoke volumes as she waited for his response, knowing he would do everything to protect his family's name. If he messed up, he would try to keep it from becoming public knowledge with only a few people aware of what had happened. He sighed, acknowledging her insight. He would do whatever it took to prevent his family from being harmed by his actions. He had entered this Dojo War by hitting those idiots and didn't want it to reach the wrong ears. When she mentioned his grandmother, he tensed, biting his tongue to suppress a harsher response. His grandmother would soon find out what had happened, whether he told her or not, which could lead to significant trouble for him for doing exactly what she had warned against. But could he allow Cobra Kai to mock his family, to mock his grandmother's dream? He resolved to keep it to himself, finishing putting on his new shirt, and asked her not to tell anyone. Lexa promised to keep the secret with a gesture of zipping her lips. She reminded him that his grandmother would find out sooner or later and would be upset if he didn't tell her. The genius of the elderly woman was almost legendary in his family, and if certain lines were crossed, Tsunade could become much angrier than usual, capable of using her fists, known as the fists of love, a trait passed down from the Senju family. He knew he would hurt her when he buried the truth and would disappoint her, but he couldn't confess what he was about to do if the consequences were what he anticipated. John Kreese was not the type of man to let his students back down from a confrontation, nor was he a teacher who thought about hiding. He would send his students to attack him, just as they did with the Miyagi-Do kids, leading to more confrontations at school. But the mistake Kreese made was underestimating him as a person, not knowing his mindset or what he was capable of. Daniel LaRusso, the Miyagi-Do master, was not one to strike first and prioritized his personal conflicts over his students and the well-being of his dojo, something Naruto could never do. He was willing to take the necessary actions to eliminate the problem at its root, and in this case, he had hit the Cobra Kai hard enough to injure them because he had to, both for personal satisfaction and as a warning. But Cobra Kai would come after him. No matter what his grandmother thought, he would not allow those thugs to approach her. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice deepening and becoming fiercer. When he looked at Lexa, she trembled under his intensified gaze, sending a chill through her as if a cold wind had wrapped around her. She agreed to keep his secret, and he looked at her with a calm expression, the innocent sparkle returning to his eyes. He promised to make it up to her. She suggested dinner as a way to repay her. He was surprised but agreed, grateful for her discretion. As he surveyed the wrecked bag and the sand scattered across the floor, he realized it was all his doing, a release of stress. Yet, he still needed something to calm the chaos within his mind. He resolved to take down Cobra Kai. They were a snake, and he would show them what the White Tiger was capable of. The Valley Institute was filled with welcome banners and murals featuring Miguel Diaz, the boy who had finally left the hospital. News of his recovery spread quickly among the students. Miguel had completed rehabilitation and could walk again without danger, almost as if he hadn't fallen from a great height. It was news worth celebrating even for those who didn't know him personally, as they had supported him from the shadows. Recovering from an injury like Miguel's was a challenging journey that could push both mind and body to their limits. Falling, getting back up, and feeling the uselessness of legs that once supported him could erode a person's morale until they ultimately lost faith and the will to keep trying even with constant support. However, this was not the case for Miguel. The teenager had faced relentless pressure from his teacher, his only father figure, and had managed to recover from his injury, turning that moment into a part of his past that would give him strength in times of need. At least, that was how Naruto viewed Miguel's injury, a point in his story that would allow him to draw strength from weakness when it was most necessary. It would also serve as a lesson, a reminder not to repeat the same mistakes that led to his injury. But would Miguel be able to recognize his errors and step away from confrontations? Naruto doubted that Miguel would abandon his friends, although he also questioned whether he would return to Cobra Kai after the injury inflicted on Dimitri. He had seen the boy's eyes light up when he noticed his friend's cast, even though Dimitri was in the good company of Yasmin. The girl appeared flustered, while Dimitri seemed unsure of where to look, caught with the most popular girl in school despite being a nerd. But Dimitri had turned the tables. Yasmin had once been part of the popular crowd, always accompanied by Moon, Kyler, and their friends, who had bullied Dimitri and the other nerds. However, the teenager had managed to turn things in his favor thanks to karate and the blow he had dealt to his former friend Hawk, even though that had led to an injury that kept him away from training for a while. Cobra Kai had yet to respond to his invitation. Naruto shifted his gaze to Hawk, Kyler, and the Cobra Kai members. Since the day he had confronted the 4 boys he found alone, one of whom was responsible for the destruction of his grandmother's cafeteria, they had made no move against him and kept their distance, as if he didn't exist and the incident where he had injured one of them was non-existent. But Naruto knew that wouldn't last. The Cobra Kai boys, likely guided by their sensei, were waiting for an opportunity to strike when he least expected it. Or perhaps they were assessing whether Miyagi-Do would support him. He didn't belong to Miyagi-Do, but he was certain that the Cobra Kai members were evaluating who might come to his aid if a confrontation arose. They would likely wait until they were outside of school for any action. Unless they decided to hit him with a ball or something similar, as they had done with the Miyagi students. The Cobra Kai were clever and cunning, using the school's rules to protect themselves from counterattacks from Miyagi-Do, who were portrayed as the villains in front of the teachers, while the teachers defended Cobra Kai as if they were the ones being bullied. They manipulated the school rules in such a way that they always benefited and were never caught by the faculty in their games. Clever yet foolish. If they pushed, Naruto closed his locker and turned his eyes away from the Cobra Kai, feeling his thoughts darken. Unlike the Miyagi-Do students, he had no qualms about breaking bones and setting aside the games. He might get expelled, but he needed to know who had destroyed his grandmother's cafeteria, even if it meant shedding blood. As he was lost in thought, he heard Dimitri and Miguel approaching. The tall boy pointed at him, and when he met Naruto's gaze, he smiled. He introduced Naruto as an exchange student. Miguel stopped in front of Naruto, and they exchanged looks. They were nearly the same height, though Naruto was slightly taller. Now that the blonde had cut his hair, it was messy, with strands pointing in different directions. Miguel was the first to extend his hand. "It was a pleasure," he said, and Naruto shook his hand. For a moment, they both gripped a bit too hard, as if measuring their strength, but that aggressive interaction faded almost instantly as they both smiled. Dimitri had spoken highly of Naruto, mentioning how he had helped him with Kyler's bullies. "Not just Kyler," Naruto replied, feeling the need to be honest with Miguel. He had helped all of his dojo mates. Confusion filled Miguel's dark eyes, and Naruto could see the flicker of that confusion intensifying. Had Dimitri hidden the truth about Cobra Kai and Hawk from him? A single glance at Dimitri confirmed his suspicion. Dimitri had concealed the details of his injury from his friend, likely in an attempt to maintain peace. Or perhaps it was because he didn't want Hawk and Miguel to fight. In that moment, Naruto understood Dimitri's dilemma. He was caught in the middle, afraid of being abandoned by his best friend and by Miguel, who would likely try to return to Cobra Kai. But Miguel's confusion quickly turned into contained anger, disdain, and disappointment for what his friends had done to one of his own, even if Hawk was also his best friend. "Now I see," Miguel's voice came out in bursts, his eyes shifting uncertainly between Kyler's back and Dimitri. "Why didn't you tell me anything?" Miguel's gaze was intense, and his voice hardened, revealing some of his frustration upon discovering that Cobra Kai had harmed his friend when it shouldn't have been that way. And Hawk? He pressed, speaking again without allowing Dimitri to respond. What has he done? Has he let them bully you? At those direct questions, Dimitri shrank slightly, unsure of where to look. Internally, he cursed Naruto for putting him in this predicament, but he couldn't be angry with the blonde when it was his own fault for the situation. He had gotten himself into trouble all on his own, all for not being honest and not wanting to upset Miguel while he was injured. Hawk broke my arm, he admitted, looking down in embarrassment. When we went after the Cobra Kai at the mall, it was a trap. They are stronger, they are much more aggressive than us, and the teachers support them. We can't just fight them, Miguel. Sam just returned to school, but how long until Tori emotionally hurts her again? And look at my arm. Broken. By someone I thought was my brother. His eyes shone with fury, and his voice trembled slightly with insecurity. It was the first time he acknowledged that they couldn't win in front of someone who wasn't just a reflection of himself, someone who always looked back at him with those defeated eyes. Without you, Miguel knew that returning to Cobra Kai was not an option. Their ranks had swelled with athletes like Kyler, and he had no doubt they would soon recruit more star fighters. They had Tori and Hawk. He would be next. Even Robbie had joined them, seen lurking around Cobra Kai. There was no chance. Miguel remained silent, pondering the half-truths in Dimitri's words. Did Cobra Kai really have better fighters than Miyagi-Do? He couldn't bear to think about how Sensei would feel after losing Cobra Kai, how it affected him to be ousted from his project, and how his students had turned against their values. He couldn't even imagine how Dimitri felt when Hawk went so far as to break his arm, forgetting they were like brothers, eternal companions. The thought made him slightly angry. He clenched his fists and glanced toward the Cobra Kai members. Unconsciously, he took a step forward, then another, toward Kyler and Hawk, but a hand stopped him, gripping his forearm tightly. Naruto intervened, his grip like iron. They would fight without hesitation, but they would also report him to the teachers, using anything to tarnish his reputation with the adults, turning him into a pariah like Miyagi-Do. Miguel turned to look into Naruto's intense blue eyes. Should he just let it go? Hawk was his friend, and he had hurt his other best friend. How could he not intervene? He had broken his arm. Dimitri pointed out that Hawk hadn't killed him, and it hadn't been that bad. The mention of Yasmin made Miguel pause, and a teasing smile appeared on Naruto's lips. Yasmin was popular, and despite the confrontation with Aisha and everything that followed, she had grown close to Dimitri. They had been seen sharing kisses in corners far too often. Dimitri had never imagined being with her, but reality often surpassed fiction, and she seemed drawn to his new attitude, likely thanks to karate. Were they dating? Naruto released Miguel's arm, chuckling about how they had been acting for days, even catching the attention of the teachers. He joked about the librarian's reaction when she caught them between the shelves like any hormonal teenager. Miguel asked him not to shout it, grateful for the request. Naruto shrugged at Dimitri's offended look, stating that if he didn't tease him, he wouldn't be a true friend. It was the rule. This change of topic calmed Miguel, redirecting his focus away from Hawk, Kyler, and the others from Cobra Kai. He declared his intention to have Sensei open another dojo. Naruto and Dimitri exchanged confused glances. If Kreese had Cobra Kai, it was clear that Johnny Lawrence had no dojo or students to teach, leaving him without income and completely unsupported. All his students, except Miguel, had abandoned him for Cobra Kai, their minds influenced by Kreese's teachings, which were different from Johnny's. This situation could end badly in many ways. If Cobra Kai had exploded under Johnny for personal reasons, what would happen now with John Kreese in charge? That question was too dangerous to ponder and too risky to answer, as Kreese was a man shaped by war, traumatized and dangerous in many ways, having proven to be a real threat. Would he pose a danger now as a teacher to teenagers? Naruto saw the risk: impressionable kids under the care of a man haunted by war and loss, with blood on his hands. He decided it was best to set those thoughts aside, shaking his head when Miguel and Dimitri looked at him strangely. He was just talking to himself. What did they have now? Computer classes. He muttered about forgetting his book. Dimitri reminded him it was his, and they shared a smile. Did Miguel have computer classes too? He confirmed he did, needing to pick up his schedule from reception. They would meet again shortly. As Miguel turned in the opposite direction, Dimitri noted that he would talk to Hawk. He was also his friend, and it was normal for him to reach out. He wished for luck, hoping Eli would return to his senses. The bitterness in Dimitri's voice was evident as Naruto noticed him glancing at his cast. He sighed, offering to teach him some techniques to avoid getting hurt again, whether it was Hawk or anyone else. Classes at West Valley weren't too heavy: biology, science, math, language and literature, gym, and English. In the days following Miguel Diaz's return, things seemed to have cooled down, with both Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do focusing solely on their studies. The boys and girls from both dojos avoided crossing paths in the hallways or even looking at each other. The students of Cobra Kai ignored those from Miyagi-Do as if they didn't exist, just as the Miyagi-Do students did the same with Cobra Kai. They didn't acknowledge each other, avoiding eye contact and conversation. Even the constant harassment from Cobra Kai towards Miyagi-Do had diminished to almost nothing, as if a war between the two dojos had never begun, as if the incident at the school had never occurred. It was the calm before the storm. No one knew why, but this calm perfectly embodied the saying, as the rivalry between the two dojos couldn't simply vanish as if it had never existed. Miguel had left his old dojo, and while he hadn't joined Miyagi-Do, he also didn't align himself with John Kreese's teachings, remaining the only loyal student of Johnny. The pride of Cobra Kai had been wounded by the loss of its star fighter, their King Cobra. However, the attention of Cobra Kai students seemed to shift towards two teenagers, Robbie Keane and Tori Nichols. Robbie was not fully aligned with Cobra Kai yet, but it appeared to be the path he was destined to follow. Those who paid attention could see the patterns of what Cobra Kai was doing and what they might do in the near future, plotting their revenge. Naruto was certain of this, knowing that the Cobra Kai students had not given up. They were waiting for the right moment for their next move, enjoying a peace that wouldn't last long. The chances of Cobra Kai making their next move soon were alarmingly close to 100%. They hadn't yet avenged their fallen comrades. 2 weeks had passed since Naruto had confronted 4 Cobra Kai students, injuring 2 of them. He had struck one with his elbow, causing the boy's knee to buckle painfully. The other had been hit brutally, leaving his face a mess of bruised skin and blood that stained his clothes. That boy would likely need surgery to repair his face, bearing scars for the rest of his life, a painful reminder of that day. Naruto bit his tongue, trying to suppress the feelings that surged within him. The chances of him letting go of the anger that had been building were slim. He couldn't simply forgive them. They had destroyed his grandmother's cafe, all the hard work she had put into her business. And a group of teenagers had done that. He paused at the crosswalk, gripping his backpack tightly. To his left, Moon was talking about a new song or a plan to ease the tension at school. He agreed with her. The tension between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do was palpable, and he sensed that Cobra Kai would soon make their move against the Miyagi-Do students or against him. The Cobra Kai members couldn't remain still for even a couple of hours. They needed to assert their dominance, to feel superior, as if they were the best in the world. A movement to his left caught Naruto's attention, and he turned slightly, tuning out Moon's voice, which faded into a soft murmur beneath the sounds of the street. It was almost soothing. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Naruto pulled Moon close, shielding her with his body, using his shoulder as a barrier. Suddenly, a wooden bat crashed against his left shoulder, splintering into pieces that flew in all directions. A motorcycle screeched to a halt about 10 meters from the crosswalk, and a boy jumped off the back while the driver set the kickstand. The boy with the bat tossed the broken pieces to the ground and removed his gloves while unzipping his jacket. Kyler's dark eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he saw his target injured. How foolish had Naruto been to protect Moon? He hadn't intended to hurt her, but it had worked to his advantage. Believing he would harm her gave Kyler the opportunity to strike Naruto's left arm with the sturdy bat. Naruto's name rang out in alarm as Moon glared at Kyler, her eyes filled with rage. Even she, who despised fighting, felt anger towards people like Kyler when they acted this way. Kyler, with a haughty demeanor, responded that Naruto had hurt his friends and that he should have known they would retaliate, doubling the pain he had inflicted. His pride had driven him to make that move at that moment. He had seized the opportunity while Dimitri and Miguel were far away, deciding to attack Naruto when he was most vulnerable. He may not have been the smartest in academics, but he had been clever enough to orchestrate this moment. They were returning the blow with even greater force, just as Sensei Kreese had taught them, and they wouldn't stop there. Moon struggled to free herself from beneath Naruto's body and crouched beside him. Blood quickly appeared on his left temple, trickling down his cheek and chin, soaking his jacket and the strap of his backpack. Kyler approached, demanding Moon step aside. He intended to teach Naruto a lesson, just as he had done with Luke. Another boy appeared behind her, firmly grabbing her waist and pulling her away from Naruto. Kyler stood just 2 steps from Naruto, crouching down to face him. Moon fought against the grip of the other boy, trying to break free. Kyler taunted Naruto, threatening to turn his face into a bloody mess, just like they had done to Luke. He would leave him unrecognizable, just as they had left the cafe in ruins. Surely, Naruto's grandmother had cried at the sight of the destruction. Laughter echoed through the street, filled with mockery towards the fallen boy. He stood up, glaring at his companion who was holding Moon. He commanded him to move her away. He pointed to the boy who accompanied him on the motorcycle, indicating that they were going to teach the bully a lesson he wouldn't forget. It was a swift motion, and although he could see it coming, Kyler managed to dodge the blow by stepping back. The surprise in his eyes lingered as he felt the rush of air brush against his chin, prompting him to turn and confront the source of the attack. Injuries were a part of an athlete's life. Whether it was the fear of getting hurt from a bad fall or a rival's blow, the threat loomed over their careers. Fighters, especially those in contact sports, understood this all too well as they constantly faced physical damage from opponents. However, what Moon saw went beyond the typical injuries of an athlete or a judoka. The jagged scar on Naruto's abdomen was not something a fighter could inflict. The cuts on his back, the small X-shaped scars, and the long diagonal gash were not marks of surgical intervention. They resembled scars from a natural healing process, as if someone inexperienced had tended to those wounds years ago in the best way they knew how. Could they be scars from broken bones? It seemed unlikely. The shape of the wound and how it appeared to have been inflicted suggested the use of a sharp weapon aimed at harming him, especially that diagonal cut that had nearly split him in two but, by some twist of fate, had not. Those were injuries a young person should not have. She despised violence. In the past, she had bullied boys like Dimitri and Eli, but after the rise of Cobra Kai and its impact on the valley, her mindset shifted, influenced by her mother's advice. She became the pacifist she was now. Yet, those wounds, those cuts and scars she discovered on her friend's back while treating his head injury, made her question Naruto's past. Who had he been? Who was he now? Did his parents know about those scars? Did they know about his ability to fight? According to Naruto, he hated fighting and tried to stay away from karate and other martial arts, but his confrontation with Kyler and his friends revealed that he knew how to fight and he fought fiercely. Naruto was peaceful, at least with her, but when Kyler struck him and provoked him, he seemed ready to retaliate, as if he intended to eliminate his enemy. The way he moved his arm, guiding it toward Kyler's neck, saved him from a potentially fatal blow, something neither Cobra Kai nor Miyagi-Do had managed to do until now. He was different from the others. A sigh brought her back to the present as she looked at Naruto, who was sitting on the examination table, his torso bare and a bandage covering the clean wound inflicted by Kyler's bat. It was astonishing that he had not sustained more damage than a simple injury to his temple and had avoided a fractured skull. What surprised her even more, aside from his fighting skills, was the resilience of his body. In addition to the blow to his temple, he had also taken a hit to his shoulder, which could have fractured or at least dislocated it due to the force of the impact. Despite this, Naruto remained intact, with a cut on his forehead and a much warmer expression than when he faced Kyler. His blue eyes seemed to change color depending on whom he looked at, something Moon could only decipher after gazing into them a few times. Generally, they were a sapphire blue, bright and warm, but when he was angry or serious, they darkened, reflecting the deep ocean's color and almost turning black. and they were very cold. Naruto's eyes were warm when he was happy, but they became genuinely icy when he looked at someone he disliked. It was an unforgettable chill. When he glared at Kyler, she felt a coldness as real as if she were in Antarctica, as if winter had suddenly arrived, enveloping her in a snowstorm while she still wore her summer clothes. It was undoubtedly an unpleasant sensation. Naruto cleared his throat, causing Moon to blush slightly. She hadn't intentionally looked at his bare torso. Her mind had wandered, but her gaze lingered nonetheless. "Is there something you want to ask?" he inquired, appearing calm as he sat there with his legs dangling from the table, waiting for the nurse to return with medication for potential headaches. Moon found it endearing, almost like a child waiting for a lollipop for being well-behaved. "You know how to fight. You know karate." "I can fight," he admitted, "and I also know karate. But it's not the only martial art I practice." "Why did you position your fingers like claws?" she asked, attempting to mimic his stance from earlier. "Is that some kind of technique?" Naruto hesitated for a moment, looking down at his feet as he contemplated her questions. Should he answer? It wouldn't be dangerous to respond to innocent inquiries, but if he did, he needed to provide a truthful answer, no half-truths or hidden lies masquerading as truth. "It wasn't karate I was going to use against Kyler and the others," he said, still gazing at his feet, feeling a bit embarrassed about what he was about to reveal. "My style is kung fu, specifically Northern Shaolin, which my master passed on to me as one of his students." He clenched his hands tightly on the edge of the table. "It's not a style to be used openly unless one is ready to face the consequences. But everyone who fights should accept them. That's why you were going to hurt Kyler. You were going to use your kung fu on him and positioned your hands that way." He nodded at Moon's words, choosing silence over verbal response. She accepted that he was prepared to harm someone much better than he could ever bring himself to admit. He had killed once before, and the guilt still haunted him, a constant reminder of the monster he had become. He intended to use the Northern Tiger Claws, a much more offensive and aggressive style. He could have defeated his opponent if he had wanted to, but he remembered that Moon was behind him. For a moment he lost himself. Moon recalled how he had clenched his fists. He had closed them and simply struck. It wasn't as simple as just closing his hands, he sighed. He had nearly killed the man even with his fists closed. His gaze fixed on a point on the ground as he shifted his feet slightly. He asked if she had seen the scars. He noticed her hesitation, as if she had been caught looking at something she shouldn't have. But for Naruto, those scars were not a source of shame. They were a reminder of what he must never do again. He recalled a promise made long ago. He belonged to the Uzumaki family. His parents were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, now Uzumaki. Following the ancient laws, his father's name changed to Uzumaki, though that wasn't relevant to what he was about to share. He turned his eyes toward Moon, hoping she would understand. He was the second in the family and had inherited his mother's fiery temperament. The scar on his abdomen had been caused by a serrated knife that nearly took his life 5 years ago when he was only 12. He gestured toward his back, indicating smaller scars from lesser cuts made by knives or the bare hands of other fighters. Those were from before he had been stabbed and cut. Both the diagonal and serrated scars were inflicted by the same person. Moon's fearful question broke the silence. She asked who had done this. The name sent a shiver through him. He hadn't thought of that man in 5 years, since the fight that had led him to make that promise. He hadn't just killed one person. He had taken the lives of several, an entire group. That man was responsible for his 2 most significant scars, and in revenge, he had taken out a whole circle of the man's closest associates. He had done so using the martial arts he learned as a child, staining the honor of his family and the White Tiger Dojo, his kung fu dojo. Because of that, he had promised his master and family that he would never fight again, that he would not succumb to those dark feelings. But he had broken that promise when they destroyed his grandmother's cafe. He couldn't contain himself. He had a desire to eliminate them, just as he had done with that man's friends. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress those urges. Moon looked at him with concern, a hint of fear in her eyes, but she was also intrigued to understand what had driven him to kill. Could it really be as he said? Did he truly take lives, Or was he merely hiding the truth? Martial arts could be used as a weapon, but Naruto was not the type to kill. She questioned whether he had really killed them, frowning as she spoke. She didn't believe he could be a murderer. He felt as though he had. He had left them bedridden for the rest of their lives. Taking a life wasn't the worst thing a person could endure. Death could come in a heartbeat. Inflicting injuries that prevented movement or normal actions could sometimes be worse than death itself, and Naruto understood this. Broken bones, severed arteries, damaged nerves. He considered it a form of murder. Wasn't that worse than killing them? Moon took a deep breath, pressing him for more details about what had led to such a confrontation. What had the white ghost done to end up fighting him? Naruto fell silent again, staring at his feet, maintaining his calm exterior while chaos raged inside him. Those men had belonged to the Yakuza. Did she know what that was? She thought for a moment before responding, recalling it was a criminal organization. He nodded. The Yakuza was indeed a criminal group, with various factions, almost like cartels. But the one led by the White Ghost was the worst of them all, operating with little recognition as Yakuza. There was no honor or rules. The strongest ruled, and he was undoubtedly the strongest. His group sought to take control of Naruto's family's businesses through extortion, blackmail, and manipulation. But his maternal grandmother, Mito, refused to accept it. Surprisingly, their businesses operated transparently and never strayed from the path like others. There were no embezzlements or underhanded dealings. Yet, the White Ghost fabricated accusations, spending money to hire people skilled in manipulating reports and moving funds, nearly leading their businesses to complete ruin. Ultimately, his grandmother capitulated. To restore the family's honor, she gave money to the man who sought to destroy them, something neither he nor his older brother accepted. The White Ghost reminded them of their place. He killed Naruto's brother and nearly took Naruto's life, leaving behind the scars on his abdomen and back. Months later, he destroyed the entire group using the resources at his disposal and the martial arts taught by his master. He stained his master's name, his family's surname, and the legacy of all the Uzumaki by succumbing to rage. He transformed from the optimistic Naruto into a mere demon. Moon murmured that it was a normal reaction, gently lifting Naruto's face to meet hers. Tears had begun to fall down his cheeks. Emotions pushed people to act, sometimes not in the best ways, but in ways they believed were justified. She admitted that his story left her cold, but she understood his motivations and actions. Breaking a promise for those who cared about him wasn't inherently wrong. That man should be in prison. He admitted that he was. His master had ensured he was locked away. Moon reassured him not to worry about breaking his promise to his master and family. He should explain what had happened and how he felt. Honor? Honor and promises wouldn't bring back the dead or protect them from those who sought to harm them. She hated fighting and despised that people around her did so, driven by selfish thoughts. His fight against Kyler and Cobra Kai likely carried more weight than the Miyagi-Do's struggle against them. Because, to be honest, this dojo rivalry started because people don't know how to manage their feelings. Moon raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips, questioning whether all teenagers were as clueless about their emotions as Sam or Eli. She expressed her hope that Mr. Lawrence and Mr. LaRusso would finally realize the impact of their actions and help the kids instead of encouraging them to fight against those with differing opinions. Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do were not seeing the harm they were causing their students. With a gentle gesture and a warm smile, Moon wiped away Naruto's tears, reminding him not to hurt anyone. Naruto smiled back, though he couldn't promise much. He moved his arm and struck the wooden dummy with the back of his hand, transitioning to the next strike and hitting the lower section, initiating a rapid exchange of blows with the training dummy, showcasing a speed worthy of any martial artist. He needed to feel his muscles tense, to remember the movements and katas, and to prepare his body for real combat. In front of Moon and the Cobra Kai students, he had demonstrated confidence, strength, and speed, but it had been 5 years since he had fully engaged in combat. Constant training had kept him from becoming completely rusty, but he hadn't felt the urge to practice kung fu since his last fight. He thought he had forgotten, that his body wouldn't remember. However, Placing his hands in that claw-like stance reminded him that he still recalled the principles of his martial art, the Northern Shaolin style. He bit his lower lip and repeated the exercise with increased speed, power, and precision. It didn't matter that his hands were starting to turn slightly red or that small splinters had embedded themselves in his skin. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and struck the wood even faster than before, allowing his body to move instinctively, recalling what it needed to do and how to do it. Since hitting Kyler, the Cobra Kai students had been watching him from a distance with threatening glares, likely wishing to strike when he was alone. But he was never alone. Dimitri and Moon were always by his side, and sometimes Miguel joined them along with Sam, which seemed to intimidate the Cobra Kai students or at least keep them at bay. It was better that way. He was still angry. He struck one end of the training dummy hard, feeling his hand tremble. He paused to look at it. Blood trickled from some cuts, and a few splinters had found a home in his hand, tearing at his skin as if he were not alive. And it almost felt that way. He hadn't felt the pain or the cuts, not even the small, annoying splinters. Nothing had made him stop practicing. He thought about how his grandmother would be furious with him one of these days. Naruto began to remove the small splinters using surgical tweezers. One by one, the tiny wooden fragments were placed in a metal bowl, as if they were bullets, and the wounds were cleaned with hydrogen peroxide before being covered with a fresh bandage. Another unexplained injury brought a twisted smile to his lips. His grandmother had asked about the cut on his head, and Moon had concocted a nearly different story. According to her, a car had hit them, and he had stepped in to protect her, taking the brunt of the impact, which left him with a wound on his temple and a slight injury to his shoulder, though not too serious. His grandmother had believed it. Tsunade was a skeptical woman, scrutinizing him for any signs of deceit, whether in his body language or the glint in his eyes. When she found nothing, she turned her attention to Moon, inviting her for tea and matcha at the newly reopened cafe, which had been filled with cameras in every corner, barely visible to customers. Despite this confidence, Naruto doubted that Cobra Kai would attempt something similar again. The last time, the students from that dojo had sustained injuries that kept them away from training for a while, and one of them needed surgical treatment to heal completely. Would others risk suffering the same injuries as their peers? Would they be foolish enough to try another attack? Or perhaps it would be their sensei who would attempt it. He was tired of that name and the person behind it. The tinkling sound of a bell pulled him from his thoughts. He placed the tweezers in the metal bowl and stood up as a small group of people entered, one of whom pointed at him and greeted him moments later. Dimitri directed his question to the others, claiming they had found him just as he had said. Miguel rolled his eyes, while the girl with chestnut hair let out a small huff, indicating that Dimitri had indeed mentioned where to find him, confirming his victory. Naruto declared that he was always there when he wasn't studying, tightening the bandage on his hand. This gesture caught Miguel's attention for a brief moment before he returned his gaze to Naruto's eyes, asking what was wrong, suspecting it was related to Cobra Kai. Miguel and Sam exchanged brief glances before she stepped forward, looking at Naruto with intensity and doubt shining in her brown eyes. She proposed that they unite Eagle Fong and Miyagi-Do against Cobra Kai and wanted him to be there. Naruto blinked a couple of times, surprised by the proposal. It wasn't unreasonable, but it caught him off guard. Did Sam mean for him to join the unified dojo or to support them as a moral ally? If she meant joining the team, he would have to decline the offer. He already had a dojo, albeit dismantled. If she meant to have him as a moral supporter and perhaps a training partner without commitment, he wouldn't mind standing with them, as Cobra Kai were his enemies too. While he selfishly thought about taking all the Cobra Kai students for himself, sharing a bit of glory with the others would be well received and wouldn't make him seem arrogant. He asked what she meant, whether she wanted him in the dojo or as an external helper, a little sensei. Dimitri chimed in, excited about the latter idea, while Naruto questioned him, curious about his enthusiasm. Dimitri reflected on the lessons Naruto had taught him after he no longer wore a cast, acknowledging Sam's intense gaze. He admitted that Naruto was genuinely good at teaching. The promise that Uzumaki had made to Dimitri was fulfilled beyond expectations. Once Dimitri fully recovered from his arm injury, Naruto began training him, helping him regain strength in his injured limb and teaching him techniques to counter grabs. Knowing that Cobra Kai often struck first, Dimitri realized he had the advantage if he could analyze his opponents. While his skills might not be as effective against Robbie and Hawk, he could certainly hold his own against lower-ranked students, especially if he utilized his height. Naruto took a sip from his water bottle, waiting for Sam's response. He could read her body language, sensing what she was thinking even before she spoke. Samantha LaRusso was looking for him to join the dojo, not as a training partner, but as the glue to unite the two teams. However, he already had a dojo, a sensei, and teammates, even if he hadn't seen them since the dojo fell apart due to his own actions, a consequence of his battles against the White Ghost. If his sensei had not intervened, his dojo would still be standing. He felt regret over his past mistakes and was determined not to repeat them. Sam expressed her desire for him to join their dojo, mentioning that Moon had told them about his martial arts skills and how he defended her from Kyler and his friends. Instinctively, he touched his forehead, still bandaged from the injury Kyler had inflicted with a wooden bat. He grimaced but didn't remove the bandage. The wound hadn't fully healed, but it was comforting to know it wouldn't get infected and that his skull wasn't damaged from the blow. He had been reckless and foolish to take that hit, but he would rather endure it than let Moon get seriously hurt. Fortunately, his resilience had prevented more severe injuries. He informed Samantha that he was already part of another dojo and couldn't abandon it for theirs. Sam insisted that Cobra Kai would come after him, having already vandalized his grandmother's store, and reminded him of what happened with Kyler. Dimitri firmly stated that just because he knew martial arts didn't mean he wanted to fight alongside them. He had Cobra Kai on his blacklist and refused to make room for their childish vendettas. He would fight against Cobra Kai but wouldn't wear their GI. His words were resolute. The dojo of his master was dismantled, and the chance of reuniting was far less than he wished. Naruto was certain that uniting the White Tiger was even more distant than defeating Cobra Kai or winning the lottery. Perhaps winning €1,000,000 was a long shot, but it seemed much simpler. Dimitri wondered why he shouldn't join Miyagi-Do. Sam persisted, trying to convince him, but he reiterated that he could join as an external advisor, yet he couldn't set aside his teachings to follow theirs. That would be a blow to the honor of his dojo. He had already tarnished its honor by leading it to destruction, with his teammates separated and his master burdened by his mistakes. He needed to follow his sensei's teachings and couldn't replace them with those of Sam's father or Lawrence. He didn't mean to imply that Lawrence and LaRusso were the worst teachers he had encountered, allowing the dojo wars and the injury of one of their students. Maybe Miguel had forgiven Lawrence, but he couldn't forget that it was his master who had pushed him to follow his teachings without considering others. The real conflict stemmed from misunderstandings that led to fights. While Cobra Kai was indeed a negative influence, there were no bad students, only bad teachers. Dimitri pointed out that he could fill in for Hawk, emphasizing the need for firepower. With Tori, Robbie, and Hawk on the opposing side, he couldn't be expected to fight at Eli's level. He saw himself as a supporting character, not a main fighter, preferring to be a backup player who could be inserted without high expectations. But without Robbie and with Hawk siding with the villains, he had no choice but to step up against Cobra Kai. Miguel interjected, reminding them that the goal wasn't to fight but to come together as Eagle Fong and Miyagi-Do to reach a consensus and unify against Cobra Kai's negative influence. Dimitri admitted he could offer ideas and help facilitate an agreement but reiterated that he wouldn't fight in their dojo. Naruto felt confident in his decisions. He wouldn't fight for any dojo but his own. His issues with Cobra Kai shouldn't extend to his master and teammates to avoid further embarrassment. Sam, feeling defeated, let her shoulders slump, conceding that it wouldn't be necessary for him to join Miyagi-Do. Dimitri then grabbed the shirt resting on the back of the only chair in the room, putting it on and asking if they had cereal and cocoa. Sam was taken aback, unsure whether to be impressed by his intelligence or concerned. He playfully patted her head, likening it to petting a cat, which made her frown. He assured her she could fear him if she wished, but since she wasn't his enemy, his hands would only deliver a gentle tap. His true strength was reserved for Cobra Kai and its members. The LaRusso house was located in Encino. Like many homes of those with a certain level of wealth, just a few meters away from the house Naruto's grandmother had purchased to live in the valley. Like most houses, the Larusso residence was quite spacious, with ample room between various rooms, several bedrooms, and an L-shaped pool where the Larusso family spent much of their summer when they weren't working, traveling, or when their children weren't in school. However, the pool currently lay unused due to the approaching chill of Christmas, which had forced everyone to abandon their summer attire. In one of the Larusso living rooms, a group of young people gathered, bringing together former classmates and friends who now belonged to different dojos with two masters holding contrasting philosophies. The students from Miyagi-Do surrounded the sofa, casting glances of resentment toward the Eagle Fang members. The latter had once been part of Cobra Kai until they were dismissed by the new sensei in charge. John Kreese sought to eliminate weakness from Cobra Kai. He wanted young fighters with the right mindset to become warriors, focusing less on physical attributes and more on a ruthless mentality. Following Cobra Kai's mantra, students were encouraged to finish what they started and to never back down, especially when facing Miyagi-Do or those they deemed losers, whether they were Miyagi members or those expelled from Cobra Kai by Kreese before the change. Kreese was on the lookout for athletes, natural fighters. To counter Cobra Kai's growth, the students of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang had agreed to form an alliance, something their respective senseis were unaware of at that moment. If the two dojos united, one would have to abandon their own and join the rival dojo they had faced for years. The young people present wondered how they could convince their masters that this was the best solution and that they should accept it without continuing their conflicts and rivalries. It was clear to them that the rivalry between their senseis was still strong, even after more than 30 years since their last confrontation on the mat. They were grown-ups. Johnny Lawrence and Daniel LaRusso were more alike than either wanted to admit, but the grudges and rivalries from their teenage years had followed them into adulthood, intensified by misunderstandings and the actions of others, complicating their relationship further. Naruto sat in one of the solitary armchairs, watching as the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang students debated the logo for their new dojo. His hands and mind were occupied with the only request he had made to Sam: a bowl of cereal drenched in chocolate. It wasn't a nutritious dinner, nor one that fit within his strict diet and self-imposed training regimen, but it was what he needed. For a day or maybe two, skipping his routine wouldn't hurt. The next day, he would return to running his 10 kilometers and resume his exercises, even though the nurse and Moon had urged him to take it easy and let his injuries heal. But he couldn't sit still. He had always been a bundle of energy, a hyperactive kid who needed exercise to burn off all that extra energy. So, eating sugar only made him even more energetic, and coffee was off limits. Just one sip could transform him into someone entirely different, and not even a soccer match would tire him out completely. His mother had learned that the hard way. Dimitri held up a blank whiteboard and began writing various names with a blue marker, underlining those that seemed more promising or interesting. Finding a name for the new dojo was crucial if they wanted to compete in the All Valley or any other tournament. Street fighting with Cobra Kai didn't require a name, but having a representation of who they were was better. Bert raised a valid question about whether they would follow the teachings of Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang. What principles would form the foundation of their new dojo? Miyagi-Do had secured most victories over Cobra Kai, but with Keen now part of Cobra Kai, even if not officially, those teachings might not be enough. Naruto wasn't optimistic and knew that Lawrence's son would share Mr. Miyagi's teachings with his new teammates, all in pursuit of a victory that would fully satisfy him. Miguel openly admitted to the others that this was the hardest part. He crossed his arms, a slight frown on his face, finding the question posed by his teammate much more challenging than achieving a perfect score on a test. The foundations of the new dojo would require the other sensei to abandon the path he had followed until now, which was not something either of them would easily accept. They were stubborn men, clinging to the teachings imparted by their masters and unwilling to let them go as easily as the young fighters hoped. Couldn't they simply merge both styles and use them against their rivals? Each sensei believed their approach was the right one for them, but they couldn't see the benefits of combining both styles into a single cohesive unit. Stretching his legs while reclining the chair, Naruto decided to take advantage of the moment as he enjoyed his bowl of cereal. He had promised Sam that he would help, But he didn't see how his input on a name or logo was the most important. He preferred to wait until he could speak with both Daniel and Johnny to help them see reason. Cobra Kai had Robbie and the teachings of Miyagi, something they hadn't anticipated. Was Daniel really so blind as to trust someone as resentful as Robbie? John Kreese might despise Miyagi-Do and its teachings, but he wouldn't overlook this opportunity if it meant achieving victory over his enemies. He was sick, unhinged, and likely willing to use everything at his disposal to defeat them and rise above. He believed that if Lawrence and LaRusso did not see the danger posed by a Cobra Kai trained in Miyagi-Do techniques, they were destined to lose against them, no matter how much he decided to support them. He figured he would have to participate in the All Valley on his own. He took another bite of his cereal while observing the teenagers' discussion. Could they really defeat Cobra Kai? Cobra Kai had better fighters and a sensei completely focused on the growth of his students, something both Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong seemed unwilling to acknowledge, which would ultimately lead to their downfall if they did not unite. Although he did not belong to either dojo, Naruto found it somewhat unfair. The kids were being pushed into a battle fueled by an ancient grudge held only by the adults. Seeing former members of Cobra Kai collaborate with those from Miyagi-Do gave the impression that they were just friends and classmates in different dojos. Bad senseis outnumbered the good ones. He thought both sides needed to mature to see the full potential of their students and how they could grow by following their own paths. He was suddenly aware that everyone was looking at him, making him the center of attention in the room. He had become too comfortable and had let his mind wander longer than he intended. He blinked, pausing with the spoon halfway to his mouth, and asked what they were discussing. Miguel explained that they were trying to figure out how to convince the senseis. He wondered if it was a good idea to leave them alone to talk after sharing their plan. Naruto shook his head, chewing another spoonful of cereal. Leaving two rivals who nearly fought alone would likely lead to some confrontation between them. They were men who had not matured. Sam then asked what they should do. The only way to win against Cobra Kai was to unite the two dojos. For that to happen, one had to take the place of the other. Otherwise, how would they present themselves at the All Valley? Naruto suggested that each dojo participate but with the teachings of the other. This way, they would have double the chances of defeating Cobra Kai. The group exchanged glances, realizing this was not an idea they had considered. Participating with both dojos was not entirely crazy, but the initial plan had been to unite everyone in a single dojo to face Cobra Kai together. Was that really the best option? It was the most viable given their sensei's current mindset, he explained, placing the bowl on the glass table. He doubted they could convince either sensei to abandon their style and accept the other without hesitation. Uniting the two dojos, with pride on the line, would be a ticking time bomb. Both Sam's father and Johnny Lawrence were so proud that they would not see the benefits of unifying their dojos and styles, which would help them grow. Perhaps the circumstances with the new Cobra Kai would change their minds, but until then, the best option for everyone was to keep the dojos separate and learn only from each other's style. The defense of Miyagi-Do and the offense of Cobra Kai. John Kreese would implement this with his students now that Keen was on his side, if Demetri's investigation was accurate, which he did not doubt. He glanced briefly at the boy, expressing his lack of trust that Keen would not share Miyagi's style with his teammates and sensei. He would do it, disarm them and force them to adapt in the heat of battle. Without the defense of Miyagi-Do, they had nothing. Miyagi-Do had always focused its training on katas, counterattacks, and individual defense against the aggression and offense of Cobra Kai, which often rendered Cobra Kai's style ineffective. But what happened when the defense was neutralized and there was nothing left? Cobra Kai was pure offense, pure attacking power, and did not face the same issues as Miyagi-Do if their style was disarmed. This was the best option Cobra Kai had at the moment to defeat Miyagi-Do decisively, something someone like John Kreese would undoubtedly recognize and exploit to easily overcome his rival. Suddenly, a loud meow interrupted the tense atmosphere. Bert excitedly walked toward the exit, drawn by the sound of a cat outside. This action, along with the meowing, raised Sam's eyebrow in curiosity. They did not have a cat, she admitted, glancing briefly at her friends. It couldn't be. In an instant, the window shattered, and Bert crashed into the table, his body covered in shards of glass and some minor injuries on his face and hands. Blood stained his clothes, leaving his Eagle Fang teammates and Miyagi-Do friends in shock. There was no cat. Naruto narrowed his eyes briefly as the side door of the Larusso house was kicked open. Members of Cobra Kai, led by Kyler, appeared in the doorway, exuding the arrogance of those who believed they were winners. As the Miyagi and Eagle Fang kids recoiled, the main door burst open. Larusso. Leading the second group of Cobra Kai members was a girl with shoulder-length blonde hair, clearly the leader of this movement. Her eyes scanned the room, locking onto Sam. For a moment, and her lips curled into a smirk upon finding her target, sending a chill of anxiety through Sam for being spotted by her enemy, the one who had cut her, pressured her at the arcade, and caused Demetri's injury. Naruto broke the tense silence with a light-hearted comment about spilling cereal on his pants, drawing everyone's attention back to him. He hoped this interruption was for something important because he hated losing one of his few days to cheat on his diet. The war between the two groups of teenagers was about to begin. The first to attack, as their mantra dictated, were the members of Cobra Kai, led by Tori, Hawk, and Kyler. They charged furiously toward their enemies, their eyes shining with uncontrollable rage and a thirst for revenge. This forced the boys from Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do to adopt a more defensive stance, carefully selecting their opponents to balance the fight, a strategy that Naruto approved with a nod. If Cobra Kai had 3 leaders, then Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do needed 3 leaders as well, 3-star fighters who could step up in the absence of the others. But who would they be? Miguel soon found himself face to face with Kyler in the kitchen, where the young All-Valley champion was met with powerful blows from the boy who had bullied him for so long. Kyler had been the reason Miguel learned karate, but now he was overpowering him with ease. The injury to Miguel's back and lower body had delayed his martial arts training and left him with muscle numbness that he struggled to overcome, making it difficult for him to perform at his best in this fight, something that anyone from Cobra Kai was well aware of, and Kyler took full advantage of it. Meanwhile, Hawk had begun to encounter members of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang while searching for Demetri. He struck them down effortlessly, as if they were mere specks of dust he could brush away with a flick of his hand. He knocked one of the Miyagi-Do boys to the hard wooden floor and continued on his way, not finding the confrontation challenging at all. Lastly, Tori focused on finding Sam, kicking down any rivals that stood in her path, revealing just how angry she was. With little effort, she knocked Chris down with a kick to his chin and took out another boy from Eagle Fang before heading towards Sam, who was engaged in a fight with one of the Cobra Kai boys, unaware that she was about to be struck from behind. Tori charged forward, her attention solely on the back of her target. She sprinted the short distance of 15 meters in seconds, ready to leap at Sam and drive her knee into the girl's back with enough force to injure her and send the Miyagi-Do students fleeing from the fight once and for all. However, her attempt was thwarted. A small footrest slid across the hallway, causing her to halt abruptly. Frustrated, she turned her head to find the source of her failure to strike Samantha Larusso. Did one of the Miyagi or Eagle Fang boys want to get hurt? But it wasn't one of Daniel or Johnny's students who stood in her way. It was Naruto, arms crossed, eyebrow raised, and a smug smile on his face. Attacking from behind wasn't very honorable, he remarked, positioning himself between Sam and Tori, blocking the view of Kreese's favorite student. He expressed his disdain for dishonorable behavior, even in a street fight. Tori launched herself at him, throwing a right punch, followed by a left, and then a roundhouse kick aimed at his chin with enough force to take down someone slightly taller. But Naruto raised his arm and effortlessly blocked the kick with his forearm, showing no surprise or fear, not even a hint of intimidation. In a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around her leg before she could lower it, leaving her hopping on one foot while he held her steady. He admitted that he didn't hit girls, pushing Tori back several steps when he released her leg. It was an unspoken rule among the Tigers. But Tori didn't listen. She attacked again, delivering a powerful blow intended for his stomach, but he deflected it, pushing her back once more. She spat that Miyagi-Do was filled with cowards, launching another side kick that he blocked. She challenged him to fight her. Naruto stepped forward as Tori moved again. This time, her kick lacked the full force she intended, only grazing him with her thigh. They found themselves face to face, and when she stumbled back in surprise, he caught her by the waist to prevent her from falling. Letting her go, Tori stepped back into her fighting stance, her eyes assessing his relaxed pose, which had many openings. Why was he repelling her so easily? She attacked first, with strength and no mercy, yet he treated her like a novice, a newcomer to the dojo. The playful glint in his blue eyes made her grit her teeth in frustration. She noted that he seemed to be evaluating her stance and appreciated it, recognizing the eyes of a fighter in her. Taking a breath, Naruto dropped into his combat stance. It wasn't the northern Shaolin Kung Fu he would use only when he could control his own strength and inner rage. No, the stance he took was a form of karate, different from the others. Finally ready to fight, he challenged her to see how long she could last. They charged at each other in the blink of an eye. Tori was determined to hurt him, to inflict a blow that would mentally shake him like she had done to Sam. Naruto, however, aimed only to buy time, hoping she would eventually give up. Using street fighting karate, he evaded her kick and positioned himself to her right. She moved to land an elbow strike, but he pushed her elbow aside, causing her to stumble and grow even angrier. With his right hand, he deflected another kick and took a lateral step, returning them both to their original positions as if they were engaged in a dance. They both stared at each other, and once again, it was she who attacked first. A punch, a kick, a right hook, a left hook, a knee strike. She was as predictable as a simple video game combo. Taking a deep breath, she deflected and blocked each of Tori's attacks as if she had been doing it her entire life, which was indeed the case. The opponents she had faced throughout her childhood had been faster and stronger, far more lethal. Therefore, it was easy for her to deflect Tori's strikes, causing the girl more frustration and anger, which was evident in her movements. To fight, one needed focus, she declared after pushing Tori back a couple of steps with her elbow. Without focus, one couldn't hit their target, couldn't win. Tori's arm swung over her head as she turned, breaking through her defense and positioning herself behind her. Cobra Kai didn't teach those things, did they? And for the first time, Naruto attacked. It was not a powerful or lethal strike. He simply swept Tori's feet, knocking her onto her back. It caught her by surprise, and her eyes widened as she bit her lower lip when the back of her head hit the ground. He felt a twinge of sympathy and offered a brief smile, but he didn't dwell on it. Two Cobra Kai boys charged at him. Naruto moved his arms to deflect their attacks, forced to focus on both teenagers and losing sight of Tori, which could end badly for Sam. Tori seemed fixated on reaching the girl, and that appeared to be her only goal, something he had tried to prevent by confronting her. But he could do nothing. Naruto deflected one boy's arm and struck the other in the knee, causing him to fall to the ground with a sharp thud that made him grit his teeth. It seemed that his knee had hit the ground harder than expected. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto struck the side of the other boy, lifting his arm to slam his palm into the boy's right ribcage, causing him to gasp for air. He felt the impact on the boy's lung, which he clearly did not appreciate. The boy tried to retaliate, but Naruto rejected his attempt and trapped both of his arms. "Let me go!" the boy shouted. Everyone wanted to be released today, but no one apologized for the cereal, Naruto thought. He then moved his head directly into the Cobra Kai boy's face. A sickening sound filled the air, and a moment later, the boy's nose was broken, blood pouring down and soaking his dojo shirt. His once straight nose was now crooked and pushed inward from the force of the blow. He had broken it. Naruto declared that he wouldn't let him go, gripping the boy's arms with an inhuman strength. "You tried to attack, and now you'll receive a taste of your own motto. No mercy." He struck the boy's face with another headbutt, this one much stronger and more determined, completely shattering the boy's nose. The Cobra Kai boy fell unconscious, only held up by Naruto's grip. Without any delicacy, Naruto released his opponent, letting him drop to the ground without ceremony. He quickly turned and kicked the face of the Cobra Kai boy who was still on his injured knee. The Cobra Kai boys had burst into the LaRusso home, outnumbering them but not outclassing them. Tori, Hawk, and Kyler were the best fighters in this confrontation, the top students of John Kreese. However, Hawk had come to his senses and was now fighting alongside Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong, saving Dimitri from another broken arm. Kyler was overwhelmed by Miguel, who, despite his injury and muscle issues from being bedridden for so long, managed to defeat his opponent with some difficulty. The only ones missing were Tori and Sam. Naruto thought that they must finish what they had started. The rivalry between Sam and Tori had not diminished since the school brawl. In fact, it seemed to have intensified. But Sam needed to be able to defend herself, to rise back to her feet. Even though he had tried to protect her, Naruto knew this was crucial for her. She had to stand up now or remain on the ground for the rest of her life. This was her moment, even if she was the one who had started the conflict with Cobra Kai. He kicked another Cobra Kai boy who was on top of Bert and Nathaniel, the two smallest boys from both dojos. "Where is Sam?" Naruto turned to look at Miguel. The boy looked beaten but not as much as he should have been. A bruise had appeared on the right side of his face, and blood dripped from his nose, staining the floor with dark drops. "She went toward the dojo," Naruto replied, pointing toward the door with his thumb. "The blonde girl and Sam are probably fighting each other. I tried to stop her, but the two boys I took down got in my way." "Minute." Miguel was the first to rush toward the dojo, followed by Dimitri and Hawk, all of them concerned. Naruto stood there, surveying the destruction in the house. Broken glass scattered across the floor, furniture wrecked from the fights, blood splattered on the floor. When the LaRusso parents returned home, they would not be pleased. And Johnny wouldn't be happy either, he admitted to himself. Problematic adults. An unwritten rule of martial arts was constant practice. One should not forget what they had learned but instead reinforce it to learn new things and elevate their skills. A martial artist never stopped learning, improving, and growing if they had a solid foundation and a good mentor to guide them. Naruto had one of the best martial arts senseis in Asia, the same one who taught him Northern Shaolin and two of its paths, the Tiger Claw and the Eagle Claw. These styles were similar yet distinct. While the former focused more on damaging the opponent, the latter emphasized speed and broader attacks against an enemy. What connected both paths was their lethality, their ability to lead a person to death. This art had been used in war and was still employed to take lives, something Naruto was aware of even 5 years after closing his dojo. However, he had not forgotten the teachings of his sensei and the deadly nature of his martial art, the one that laid the foundation for him as a fighter. This was why he did not want to use it lightly, especially when he could lose himself in anger and end up harming an innocent or injuring someone so severely they could not get out of bed. He needed to be careful about when and against whom he used it. While he felt anger towards Cobra Kai, he did not believe they deserved death or such severe harm. He knew other martial arts like Kyokushin karate, taekwondo, and jiu-jitsu that he could use in fights against the Cobra Kai students. The kung fu he practiced had to be reserved for the right moment and the right enemy. Although he felt the urge to unleash his skills, he took a deep breath and lowered himself onto his feet after completing a flag pose he had held for several minutes, pushing the limits of his arms and hands, which he had clenched into fists. With the upcoming fight between Miyagi-Do, Eagle Fong, and Cobra Kai to determine who would remain standing, he realized he could not forget his training. After the fight at the LaRusso house, both Daniel and Johnny had confronted John Kreese at the Cobra Kai dojo, intending to stop him once and for all, but things had not gone entirely well. Johnny discovered that his son supported Cobra Kai and John Kreese, while Daniel nearly ended Kreese's life using the Miyagi-Do offensive he had learned in Okinawa from a new ally. According to Miguel, this event had resulted in a wager between the three dojos. If Eagle Fong or Miyagi-Do won the All Valley, Cobra Kai would disappear completely from the valley, and John Kreese would cease to be a sensei and step away from karate for the rest of his life. However, Naruto doubted that Cobra Kai could be easily destroyed, as John Kreese's stubbornness was too great. The man would not yield, even if he lost, just as had happened 30 years ago, and neither Daniel nor Johnny would back down if they lost. He pondered whether if Lawrence and LaRusso lost, they would leave the valley in Kreese's dirty hands. This question had been haunting him for several days since Miguel shared the news. Yet, he had not found a viable solution. He did not intend to join Eagle Fong or Miyagi-Do, no matter how much Sam or even Dimitri urged him, suggesting that joining them would give him more power. He was already a force on his own, as he had demonstrated, but he could not participate in the All Valley without being part of a team. There were precedents. Last year, Robbie Keane had participated solo, without a dojo, which made solo participation legal, although it did not guarantee the participant the highest title in the competition, awarded to the dojo with the most points. He considered that he could only participate in the men's section and take points away from Cobra Kai to prevent them from winning. The responsibility would fall on Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his arms and let his shoulders drop. He closed his eyes gently, placing his hands in a prayer position and exhaling all the air from his lungs. His shoulders lowered a bit more, and his face appeared slightly thinner, but his mind was clearer than when he began training. Miyagi-Do constantly repeated katas, while Eagle Fong focused on the physical training of its members. He combined the two foundations of the dojos as his sensei had taught him, training the body, strengthening the mind, and repeating movements until they were ingrained in his body, allowing for reflexive action without conscious thought. In a fight, he would not have time to think about his next move. The only good thing was that it seemed both Lawrence and LaRusso were on the path to unification. At least, that was what he wanted to believe. He truly hoped they would unite to defeat Cobra Kai. The sound of a bell pulled him from his thoughts and meditation, causing him to glance over his shoulder at the door of the small gym he had purchased. It was where he currently trained, utilizing all the equipment he could acquire, and since few visited, it allowed him to meditate and keep his mind calm and connected to his body. Mind and body were one. Finally, he spotted Moon, her smile brightening as she approached him from 20 meters away, wearing a tank top and loose shorts. He hadn't mentioned the gym to her. She playfully pouted, expressing her disappointment. He acknowledged his oversight, feeling a bit embarrassed about being sweaty after his training session, the least presentable moment of his day. Dimitri had given her the address, and as she placed her bag on an abandoned chair, she surveyed the gym. It was small, perhaps slightly larger than a grocery store, but filled with training machines along the walls, and a small tatami mat in the center. An old punching bag still leaked sand from a tier, nearly emptied. She asked if he was training for the All Valley like the others. He admitted that it was not just for the tournament and expressed uncertainty about participating, given he had no dojo and was unsure about entering independently like Keane had done previously. Moon remained silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. She had no knowledge of karate or martial arts in general, let alone the All Valley, having only supported Hawk and the Cobra Kai students in the last tournament. He had enough time to witness how his ex transformed into a bully, even going so far as to break his best friend's arm. That was all he knew about karate and the All Valley. The rules were not in his mind, and he couldn't help, only advise. Moon paused in the center of the mat, turning her back to him. She asked what he wanted to do, noting that he seemed eager to participate in the All Valley. She pointed out that he had several options but needed to make a choice. Turning to face him, she locked her gaze onto Naruto's eyes and remarked that sometimes he was too indecisive, even when the answer was right in front of him. She expressed her frustration with men, placing her hands on her hips. Moon understood his fear. He had caused his dojo to fall apart while seeking justice, which led to his master's imprisonment. However, she believed that should not stop him. She recognized him as one of the most just people she knew and questioned why he would let them win, even after 5 years. She reminded him of his desire to reunite his dojo, recalling how he spoke of them last time. What better way to do that than to use their name, logo, and GI in the All Valley? She encouraged him to embrace his identity as the White Tiger and wear his dojo's logo proudly. Naruto glanced down at where Moon's hand rested on his chest, feeling the warmth of her skin, which was softer and more cared for than his own. The sensation sent a shiver through him. Gently, he took her wrist and moved her hand away but did not let go. He pondered what to do next. The White Tiger Dojo had vanished 5 years ago. The top 5 students had scattered across the globe, leaving nothing behind. Those who remained either continued on their own or joined other dojos, abandoning the tarnished honor of their former dojo. He had hidden his past, denying his affiliation until now, as he reflected on the last 5 years and the teachings of his master. What did he truly want? He desired many things, But the most important was to restore the honor and name of his dojo and represent it in any fight, legal or not, even if he stood alone. Sensing his doubts, Moon tightened her grip, prompting him to finally smile, albeit briefly. Her response was more intense, encouraging him to voice his thoughts. Naruto exhaled, accepting her silent encouragement and making a decision that would change his present and future. If he donned the GI of the White Tiger again, even for a local tournament, he knew he couldn't abandon it as he had before. It was the best option. He had to confront Cobra Kai as needed. Declared his desire to be part of his dojo again, wanting to see it thrive alongside his friends and to put an end to Cobra Kai once and for all. This was the only method he knew. They exchanged glances, his chocolate brown eyes shining slightly while her sapphire ones grew more resolute. Moon stepped closer, forcing him to look up a bit. They were only inches apart, their breaths mingling, and he felt the warmth of her skin. Just then, Moon's phone rang, displaying Miguel's name brightly on the screen. She answered, her expression shifting to concern. Naruto rubbed the side of his neck, letting out a breath. In another moment, he might have kissed Moon, but he shook his head, scolding himself for even thinking about it. He wasn't ready for that. Moon's voice broke through his thoughts, filled with urgency. She informed him that Hawk had been attacked, and Cobra Kai had broken their pact. Tori, Robbie, Kyler, and others had ambushed Hawk at the tattoo studio and shaved his head. She expressed her anger at their cowardice. Cobra Kai was relentless, and their masters seemed unwilling to wait for the tournament to settle the rivalry between the dojos. But Naruto felt unbound by that promise. He resolved to take action, cracking his neck as he prepared to send them a message. To strengthen his students, he aimed to make their movements feel natural and win the All Valley, showcasing the way of the fist to the world and elevating Cobra Kai to international fame and prestige. While John Kreese didn't focus much on the latter, spreading his mentor's teachings was a clear goal for him. To achieve this, he needed to eliminate Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong in the next All Valley. If they won, both Daniel and Johnny would leave karate, allowing him to dominate the valley without opposition. To accomplish this, he needed an ally, another mentor for his students. Initially, he hadn't felt the need for help, but with his enemy and former student joining forces, he realized he had to adapt. To defeat his foes, Cobra Kai needed to reach the next level, overcoming their enemies without resistance. His former battle brother was the right person for this. Terry Silver was a wealthy man, a former soldier who had served under John Kreese and was also a student of Kreese's master, learning the way of the fist and co-founding Cobra Kai with his old partner. He was a man obsessed with karate, willing to do anything to win, even if it meant eliminating anyone who stood in his way. Everyone was his enemy, except for John Kreese, who had accepted him back to teach at Cobra Kai. The students of John Kreese watched their new instructor as he stood at the front of the class, wearing a black GI with his white hair tied back in a ponytail. He was several inches taller than Kreese, and it was clear he had continued to keep his body in shape. Unlike Kreese, Silver had a more athletic build, with a flat stomach instead of a bulging one like his counterpart. As the teenagers observed Silver, he offered a serious smile and stood beside Kreese, hands gripping the belt of his black GI. He introduced himself as Terry Silver, the new sensei who would work alongside Kreese in their training, helping them defeat Miyagi-Do once and for all. Miyagi-Do had been a thorn in the side of Cobra Kai for 30 years. It had disrupted Johnny Lawrence's life due to their final battle, ruining the lives of both John Kreese and Terry Silver. Now, they were back on their feet, ready to conquer their rivals. Kreese could not accept that Miyagi-Do and LaRusso could achieve another victory over them, and he was determined not to let them close Cobra Kai. The mantra that echoed in their hearts was, "Cobra Kai never dies," and Kreese intended to uphold it, even if they faced defeat against Miyagi-Do, which seemed highly unlikely. They had more students, better facilities, superior training, and now Silver's assistance to enhance their student skills. Additionally, there was the fear that Daniel seemed to have towards Terry. Kreese returned to reality, stroking his chin as he considered a sparring session. It would be beneficial to observe the weaknesses of their students. Everyone, including them, had vulnerabilities that should not be exposed to others. Understanding the weaknesses of their students was a task that teachers needed to undertake to help transform those weaknesses into strengths. They also needed to teach the kids how to identify the weaknesses of their opponents, which would provide an advantage in any confrontation, whether in or out of a tournament. Recognizing weaknesses granted fighters a better understanding during combat and increased their chances of defeating their opponents. Knowing an enemy's weakness could mean the difference between victory and utter defeat, a lesson applicable in real life as well as in a karate match. John hoped to impart this knowledge to his students with Silver's help. At that moment, as the Cobra Kai students prepared for practice, the sound of screeching tires and a vehicle skidding on the asphalt drew their attention to the storefront. Everyone, both kids and adults, moved just in time to avoid being hit when a black Chevrolet truck crashed through the glass, shattering mannequins and bursting through the dojo doors, tearing them from their hinges and damaging the building's roof. Kreese and Silver positioned themselves between their students and the vehicle, quickly identifying the driver. The door swung open, and the driver leaped out, the sound of crunching glass echoing beneath his military boots. The young man, taller than Robbie Keane, had striking blonde hair and alert blue eyes that seemed to assess the situation, as if he knew who they were and what they could do in response to his actions. He remarked that attacking a kid at his tattoo parlor didn't mean he wouldn't fight before the tournament. Both adults regarded the young man who had crashed the truck into their dojo. He smirked at Kyler for a moment before shifting his gaze to the Cobra Kai senseis, intrigued to learn their identities. It didn't take long for him to identify the more dangerous and unhinged of the two, allowing him to recognize each man without even asking. He tossed the truck keys at a dark-skinned boy, hitting him squarely in the forehead, and stated that if they approached the Miyagi kids again before the All Valley, he would have to get more serious than he had been thus far. Silver and the young man exchanged glances, neither impressed by the stunt, though it had caught them off guard. Who in their right mind would crash a truck in broad daylight in a place full of teenagers? Yet the boy seemed unconcerned about any potential consequences. He claimed he wasn't a Miyagi-Do student, but given that their students had vandalized his grandmother's cafe, he felt justified in destroying the dojo. He understood that they could sue him for deliberately crashing his vehicle into their dojo without remorse, which could lead to serious legal repercussions. If one of the dojo students had been in the path of the truck, they could have been severely injured or even killed. However, that didn't seem to faze him. Anyone looking into his eyes would see the glint of mischief, unwavering despite their scrutiny. In fact, the mockery was evident in his smirk directed at the two Cobra Kai senseis, who regarded him with the intense, almost crazed determination of men ready to fight. He was equally prepared, far more so than any of the students present in the dojo. Perhaps his own thirst for battle was comparable to that of Hawk. He was ready to engage with the two adults, even injure them if they dared to advance. He mused that Danny's students had become a bit arrogant and reckless lately, a sentiment that Silver did not seem to take seriously, remaining unfazed by the presence of the reckless teenager. He had met Mike Barnes, trained him, and pushed him to take down LaRusso and destroy Miyagi-Do, although those plans had fallen apart. Seeing another lunatic was like witnessing Barnes waiting for his payment. He declared with a frown that he was not LaRusso's student and suggested he could leave a mark on his face if needed. Silver and Kreese exchanged glances and nodded, amused by the teenager's arrogance. Kreese then called for someone to teach the unwanted guest a lesson, and several hands shot up, though some hesitated, glancing at their teachers with uncertainty. Kreese chose Keane, telling him he would be the lucky one to teach the boy a lesson and see how well he could back up his words. Naruto admitted he wasn't there to fight, cracking one of his fingers and looking seriously at Kreese. He warned him to keep his students away or they would regret it. Robbie attempted to strike Naruto, but he anticipated the move, blocking the kick with his forearm. As Robbie tried to retract his leg, Naruto surged forward, bypassing his defense and striking his neck, causing Robbie to drop to his knees, gasping for breath. Naruto then addressed Kreese directly, stating that neither the old nor the young listened. He reiterated that he wasn't there to fight, but Kreese had forced his hand. He had no intention of participating in the All Valley, dismissing the idea of a team or exhibition. He vowed to destroy them, asserting that Cobra Kai showed no mercy and even the kids tried to emulate the adults. As he moved past the kneeling Robbie, another student stepped up. He was shorter and younger but attacked with the same intent, striking Naruto's neck and knocking him down. However, Naruto countered by driving his knee into the student's face, causing a noticeable injury. The mat soon bore the evidence of their confrontation. Naruto taunted the remaining students, challenging them to come at him. He cracked his knuckles and stretched like a cat, readying himself for whatever came next. He warned them to stay away from Miyagi-Do until the competition, or they would face dire consequences. In a flash, he moved faster than any of the Cobra Kai students could perceive, and even the senseis barely caught his actions. When he finished, Kyler was on his knees, arms resting on his thighs, bruises forming on his skin. Naruto stood tall, no longer focused on Kyler or his injuries. His fingers curled like claws, and his eyes sharpened as he tracked the movements of everyone in the dojo. He had transformed into a predator. He murmured about the All Valley, stating that it would be the place to prove Cobra Kai's superiority. Until then, if anyone broke his request, death would be the only outcome. His muscles responded to every movement, contracting and relaxing as needed. He had not participated in a martial arts tournament for over 5 years, and now he would do so under the banner of his long-destroyed dojo, the same one he had led to its demise. He was well-versed in various martial arts, with his most refined skill being Northern Shaolin, the kung fu style used by fighters and soldiers for survival in hand-to-hand combat. He had imparted that vision to the Cobra Kai members, leaving Kyler with a reminder of his capabilities. The boy would likely recover, as Naruto had not intended to cause permanent damage, but he could see doubt in the eyes of the other students. He thought of Terry Silver, who unleashed a powerful high kick against the heavy bag, causing it to sway from the force of the blow. The chain holding it creaked slightly but held firm. Silver, an ally of Kreese, was not someone to be underestimated. At first glance, he seemed harmless, but Naruto could see the madness lurking in his eyes, waiting to emerge. He wondered if Kreese was aware of the true nature of his ally. Silver appeared to be the type who would betray anyone to achieve his goals, and Naruto sensed that Silver's objectives were aligned with Cobra Kai, which posed a significant threat. The danger loomed over the valley, a feeling that wouldn't dissipate, like a quiet before a storm. Something bad could happen, and Silver would likely be behind any negative event, no matter how cruel it might be. Naruto needed to focus on regaining his instincts. After 5 years without training in martial arts, he had spent that time meditating, stretching, and conditioning his body, transforming his youthful muscles into those of a fighter, ready to learn and adapt once more. He recalled his mentor's teachings, that the mind governs the body and only willpower can make pain disappear. He discarded his gloves onto the mat without a second thought, shifting his weight to his waist to find his center of balance and assumed his fighting stance. It was a standard pose, his left arm extended with a clenched fist, while his right arm was drawn up to protect his chin, ready for any incoming attack. His mentor always saw more in him than he saw in himself. He said he could be a master, but he led his friends to their worst moment and destroyed his dojo with his actions. Air quietly escaped his lips, noticeable only as his chest deflated and his shoulders slightly slumped with the exhalation. When he felt there was no air left, he closed his mouth and began to move. Across the tatame. Karate uses katas. Kung Fu uses forms. A different denomination, but the same utility. He recalled the traditional forms of empty hand and went through the 37 forms his master had taught him as the foundation for his Kung Fu training. He moved from the Wu Bu Quan, 5-position fist, to the Wu Hu Chun Yang Quan, 5 tigers control a flock of sheep, his body following the images his mind conjured as he tried to remember the positions. He had not forgotten completely. He had first learned the forms of Shaolin before his master taught him the 10 forms of Northern Shaolin to understand the Tiger Claw and Eagle Claw techniques. It was a requirement set by his Shifu, and he completed it in no time. His body still remembered the painful movements he had to perform, as the forms were etched into every muscle and in his mind. Perhaps that was why he could still move and execute them, even though 5 years had passed since he last used them. And he should be grateful. Although it still hurt. A tug in the side of his scar made him grit his teeth, recalling that man, his yellowish eyes looking at him as if he did not exist, as if he were nothing more than a mere pebble in his shoe. The white ghost. The forms Shifu had taught him no longer mattered as he transitioned directly to the northern Shaolin forms. He began with K-men opening the door, and finished with sick FOT military steps, after several movements, memories, and recreations of each northern Shaolin form. By the time he completed the forms, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing had become heavier. Had he really worn himself out just by performing the forms? He took the towel from the chair and wiped his face, feeling slightly cleaner. He had good endurance and could fight against a large number of opponents, perhaps even more than any normal person could imagine. Therefore, feeling tired while performing the forms caught him off guard, although it was logical. He had used all his muscles and his mind could not completely shake off the image of Silver. Thinking about the Ko-sensei of Cobra Kai, the lunatic man, made him lose focus entirely, and he did not stop moving until his body demanded it. He needed to rid himself of any negative feelings toward Silver. His mind had to be clear of thoughts when he fought against the Cobra Kai and the rest of the participants in the All Valley. Luckily, Lex had threatened the city council with consequences if they did not allow him to participate solo. Given the precedents, if they tried to deny him entry, they would have to cancel the tournament because they would use the funds to pay him. Lex was one of the best lawyers and a woman unafraid to make threats when necessary, although this time she was backed by a significant amount of money and people willing to pay anything to get what they wanted. Fortunately, they were neither selfish nor dangerous. He would have to treat Lex to a nice dinner. He tossed the towel onto the chair and returned to his stance, this time shaping his fingers into claws and sharpening his gaze on an invisible enemy threatening him. There was no better training than simulated combat. Before him appeared a tall man, nearly 2 meters tall, with skin as pale as a ghost, slick black hair, and dark eyes that seemed to look through him, as if he were not there. His mind could be very realistic. He lunged forward, delivering the first strike, but the man blocked it effortlessly. When he tried to catch him off guard, the man countered with a Brazilian kick that forced him to jump back, evading the attack. Kyokushin. The man charged forward, and he prepared to receive the attack. However, he did not expect the man, even in his imagination, to perform a kick upward while supporting himself on the ground. This made him retreat, allowing his opponent to respond with a knee strike directly to his face. He blocked it, but the impact allowed the man to grab him. When he attempted to retaliate, he found himself on the ground, feeling the man's knee pressing against his throat. Aikido, Taekwondo, he murmured as he stood up, using the back of his hand to wipe the sweat from his chin. Even in his mind, the white ghost had an enormous arsenal of martial arts he had mastered over many years. The image of the man faded, and Naruto took a deep breath. Perhaps he should imagine. The entrance bell pulled him from his thoughts. Lately, everyone seemed to have found their training place. First, it was Miguel, Dimitri, and Sam, then Moon, and now. He felt bad for interrupting, truly. He looked at the boy in front of him. There was no longer that challenging, angry, proud look. His body language had become insecure, weaker than it used to be when he was with Cobra Kai, and his expression resembled someone lost and confused. A shiver made Hawk lower his gaze even more, fixing his eyes on his feet. Why had he asked Moon for help to become himself again? Why had he sent him to the boy from the cafe who had been destroyed along with the others? Hawk hesitated. He came to say something about his grandmother's cafe. In part, he admitted, smiling weakly, filled with insecurity. I destroyed your grandmother's cafe out of jealousy when I saw you with Moon. Sensei John Kreese told us we should strike back, and the best thing we had at hand was your grandmother's cafe. So you did it out of revenge. I won't deny it, although I will regret it. He knelt first on his right knee, then on his left. He slammed his head against the ground and did not lift it. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I was angry, and while it's no excuse, John Kreese used my feelings against me to make me angrier, to make me as Cobra Kai as possible. I wanted to leave, to distance myself, but I didn't know if the others would accept me back. Naruto dismissed the mention of Cobra Kai outright, acknowledging the anger and manipulation Alcone had experienced under Kreese. He understood how confusing it could be when a poor mentor trained a student. Alcone seemed surprised that Naruto wasn't going to strike him. He had vowed to confront those who had vandalized his grandmother Tsunade's cafeteria, breaking a promise he had made 5 years ago to avoid martial arts. Yet, despite the pain caused by Alcone's actions, Naruto recognized that Alcone wasn't a bad kid, and the real danger associated with Cobra Kai stemmed from Kreese's influence. Naruto reassured Alcone that expressing genuine emotions, like crying, was not a sign of weakness. He extended a hand to Alcone, offering a comforting smile. He had once shared his own vulnerabilities with Moon and wouldn't shame Alcone for showing his feelings. Naruto then lifted Alcone, curious about his true intentions for coming to see him. Alcone explained that Moon had suggested he seek Naruto's help to regain his confidence, especially after the recent turmoil he had faced. Naruto noticed that Alcone's hair had returned to its natural brown, devoid of the purple streaks that marked his previous identity with Cobra Kai. He pondered why Alcone hadn't sought help from Miyagi-Do or another dojo. Alcone revealed that the constant arguments among the students there made it difficult for him to see the potential for collaboration. Naruto reflected on his own past as a mentor, realizing it had been 6 years since he had trained anyone. He considered the similarities between himself and Alcone, recognizing that Moon must have sent him for a reason. Deciding to help, Naruto warned Alcone that he would take the training seriously, viewing it as a personal challenge. The two young fighters faced each other on a small tatami mat, separated by a distance of 10 steps. They wore athletic clothing but no shoes or socks, allowing them to feel the softness of the mat beneath their feet. After bowing, they moved forward, engaging in a fluid exchange of karate techniques. Their movements were direct, aiming to grapple and take each other down, with victory going to the one who could force their opponent to the ground. Cobra Kai's style was aggressive, focusing solely on offense and lacking defensive maneuvers. This made it powerful but also left it vulnerable. In contrast, Miyagi-Do emphasized defense and counterattacks, teaching patience and the importance of waiting for the right moment to strike. These opposing styles illustrated the need for balance in martial arts, something Alcone had yet to grasp. Alcone's approach was predictable, relying solely on relentless attacks. This tactic worked against less experienced opponents but left him open to skilled fighters who could easily exploit his weaknesses. Naruto aimed to teach Alcone the importance of integrating both offense and defense, helping him to see the bigger picture of a fight. As they trained, Naruto pushed Alcone to confront his mistakes, emphasizing that failure was part of the learning process. When Alcone attempted a direct kick, Naruto seized the opportunity, lifting him effortlessly and bringing him down onto the mat, demonstrating the effectiveness of combining techniques and strategies in combat. It didn't weigh much, and attempting a kick gave him the opportunity to execute that hold on Hawk effectively. In another situation, he wouldn't have even considered it. He then jumped back, creating distance from the boy. Hawk slid across the floor and stood up, looking at him challengingly, his penetrating eyes still shining with confusion. Naruto knew he had to crush that confusion to restore Hawk's fighting spirit, the confidence he had lost when the Cobra Kai attacked him from behind. However, after their performance in the dojo, Kreese's boys had kept their distance from them. And that was an opportunity. He advised Hawk to move more fluidly. Before Hawk could register the advice, Naruto lunged forward and attacked with a knee strike aimed at his chin, which Hawk blocked with his fists. It was a good reflex, giving Naruto insight into the capabilities of his soul student, which were quite high and needed refinement. Hawk responded with determination, crouching down to try and tackle him at the waist, a jujitsu technique at first glance. But Naruto countered with a hammer strike that hit Hawk squarely in the back, causing him to tremble and nearly fall to his knees from the force of the blow. He wasn't using his signature martial art. Employing the kung fu he had perfected against Hawk would leave the boy severely injured, possibly on the brink of death, and he didn't want to harm someone he liked or injure him for life. That was why he was teaching him Kyokushin karate, the style he had learned in Japan. Hawk loved to fight, using his confidence to defeat his opponents. While he needed to learn self-defense and self-control, the best art he could teach him was Kyokushin karate, allowing him to deliver powerful strikes while learning to defend himself. He had set aside the Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do styles. They weren't suitable for Hawk, and a style focused on Kyokushin would be perfect for his aggression and combative nature, which he would refine to help him control it better. He began explaining that Hawk's tackle attempt had been good, but the timing wasn't right. Grappling should be done at the opportune moment, when an opening was visible, rather than charging at the enemy like a wild bull. That was the mistake to correct. Hawk had moved closer and took the opportunity to grab Naruto's arm when he extended it to strike. Surprising the boy for the second time, Naruto pulled him and threw him onto the mat in a matter of seconds, all thanks to the strength of his waist, which allowed him to throw the boy from his extremity. Hawk groaned, and Naruto reminded him to consider every movement he made and its consequences. When a movement was executed, a counterattack from the opponent would follow. He needed to think about what the other might do and counter it or be ready for whatever might happen. They began to circle each other. Naruto observed as Hawk moved like a predator, ready to pounce on him as if he were prey. He mirrored Hawk's movements, spinning in sync with him on the mat, creating a perfect circle before breaking it by lunging forward when Hawk feigned an attack. Perhaps it was a mistake, but for Hawk, that feint was a misstep for a simple reason. Others would retreat, but Naruto was not one to back down. He knew his student would try to respond with an attack, so he executed a perfect sweep, striking the back of Hawk's legs, causing him to fall onto his back with another grunt. The All-Valley Under-18 Karate Tournament had been held in the San Fernando Valley for over 30 years, gathering fighters from the most prominent dojos in the valley and surrounding areas. This tournament had given rise to the rivalry between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do, as well as the rise of Lawrence and LaRusso as All-Valley champions. For Daniel, the title had been a lifelong good luck charm, while for Johnny, it marked a downward spiral in his life. Currently, karate played a positive role in both their lives, although the All-Valley had become the battleground between the two most prominent dojos in the valley, deciding the future of karate in the region. If Cobra Kai won, they would dominate the area and expand their territory like an organization, as the Cobra Kai masters aimed to teach the way of the fist to the world, spreading their masters' teachings beyond the United States. Such teachings were dangerous. Any sensible master could see it, as even the youth recognized it. If Cobra Kai won the All-Valley, it would mean the end of karate in the valley and the demise of all dojos in the area. It was certain that Silver and Kreese would absorb the other dojos, coercing them into joining their ranks through threats, blackmail, and money, which Silver seemed to have in abundance. It was a situation that would make many nervous and fearful. If Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong couldn't defeat Cobra Kai, who could? Topanga Karate lacked fighters, and the other dojos had yet to demonstrate the capability to win a tournament like the All-Valley. The only two dojos that had shown potential to produce champions were Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do. They were the favorites to win the All-Valley and change the public perception of karate, drawing people to their cause. The winner of that tournament would gain the most publicity and hold the championship title for an entire year, just as Cobra Kai had when Miguel won the previous tournament. However, this time the repercussions would be greater. From the stands, Naruto had been watching the exhibitions of his friends. Being the only one participating without a dojo, the exhibitions were sidelined for him, and he wasn't considered for an overall score, relegated only to being a winner in his category. He would become a champion, but without a dojo to back him, he couldn't claim the title of All-Valley champion like Cobra Kai and the other dojos could. That left him with one goal in mind: to defeat as many Cobra Kai members as possible and clear the path for Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong. That was his objective. He couldn't use his kung fu in this tournament. If he did, he would be disqualified, and his friends would get hurt. But he had more skills than just Northern Shaolin. Neither Kreese nor Silver, nor the senseis of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong, knew this. It was time to dust off his karate skills for this competition, and he hoped that would conceal what he truly knew. Participating with a martial art other than karate could lead to negative consequences, like being expelled from the competition, but that wasn't what worried him. He was familiar with Northern Shaolin and only used it outside of competitions when his life was in danger. He could use it against people like Silver, Kreese, and Cobra Kai, but not against friends like Dimitri and Miguel. If he did, they would end up injured, possibly in the hospital, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. They were good guys who didn't deserve to be hurt. Holding back wasn't an option, but their deaths were not something he would consider. He fixed his gaze on the Cobra Kai members. They were better trained than the others, far more prepared for a tournament and a war. They were like soldiers, ready to win, with fierce eyes promising a painful and humiliating defeat. The mindsets of Kreese and Silver had pushed these kids to a new level in their karate careers, and reluctantly, he had to admit they were better instructors than Daniel and Johnny, at least for now. They had a tough road ahead. Miyagi and Eagle Fong. Their students had failed miserably in the exhibition. They should have set aside their egos and focused on training more effectively. Hawk was talented, and so was Miguel. Sam also had some skill, but she lacked the character of a true fighter. He guessed that only they could win. He should pave the way for both of them. The winners of the skills exhibition were none other than Cobra Kai, taking first place on the leaderboard with the highest score possible, crushing their rivals. This round showcased the athletic qualities of the kids from each dojo, demonstrating how prepared they were to defeat their opponents and promoting their brands. Cobra Kai was stealing the show. To create a greater impact, Kreese and Silver had dedicated time to teaching their students weapon handling, ensuring a strong presentation. Without a doubt, they were the most powerful dojo in the valley with the best students. What would LaRusso and Lawrence do against these kids and masters? Unless they united, they would lose to Cobra Kai. Robbie had undoubtedly given them lessons from Miyagi. When he faced the Cobra Kai kids in their dojo, he realized they were practicing Miyagi-Do movements to counter them. They combined Miyagi's defense with Cobra Kai's offense, neutralizing the techniques of Miyagi-Do. If Daniel and Johnny's students didn't evolve in the tournament, they would likely suffer a crushing defeat. He had no doubt about that. And they weren't even aware of their weaknesses. Hawk and Miguel might be the only clear assets to defeat Cobra Kai. He doubted Sam could reach the necessary level to defeat them. No, even if she tried, she couldn't get to that point, especially with Silver having the referees on his side to ensure victory. He sighed at the thought. Thanks to the surveys and investigations conducted by UN Industries, he had discovered the money Silver transferred to all the referees to secure victory for Cobra Kai, which was undoubtedly a huge advantage for them and prevented others from winning. This tournament was rigged. Then his younger sister, Naruto Uzumaki, appeared, calling him an idiot. She was a 16-year-old girl, quite beautiful with a body toned from constant martial arts training. Her red hair cascaded down her back, and her heart-shaped face radiated warmth and confidence, reflected in her unwavering indigo eyes and the smile that always graced her lips. She approached the railing gracefully, her confident demeanor evident. She asked if he had been observing his upcoming rivals, trying to discern any weaknesses in their movements. Even though it was just an exhibition, he should have noticed some patterns. He shrugged off her question, claiming he wasn't surprised by them and already knew their patterns. She expressed her concern, reminding him that he hadn't trained in martial arts for 5 years, and as his sister, she would worry about him. Mito observed her brother closely. He had changed, perhaps too much. He wasn't the same as before the incident, but his eyes were more resolute than when she last saw him after that life-altering event. Somehow, he had matured since moving in with their grandmother, showing some emotional growth. Although she still saw shadows of doubt in his eyes, she no longer had to worry excessively about him, and neither did their parents. Their parents sent their regards and wished him luck for the tournament, wanting him to take down Cobra Kai after what they did to their grandmother's store. She reminded him that those things didn't matter and teased him for being stubborn, just like their mother, turning a grain of sand into a mountain on his shoulders. Turning away, she playfully hit him in the chest with a long box. He caught it with surprise and confusion in his eyes, wondering what it was. She revealed it was a gift from their sensei, encouraging him to do things right if he was going to do something foolish. With a sigh, he accepted the box, gripping it tightly. His hands trembled slightly, still surprised by his sister's words. If their sensei had sent it, it meant he could use the dojo's name and logo, receiving their support. Essentially, he had the backing of the dojo, but he didn't have a sensei in his corner. Mito remarked that their sensei was just as determined as he was when he wanted to be. She wouldn't let her go until she agreed to bring it to him. Everyone knew what he was planning and supported him, and she wanted him to understand that. The White Tiger Dojo allowed its members to triumph over Cobra Kai in its name. With a nod, Naruto headed to the locker rooms, leaving his sister alone. She turned and leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the various mats spread throughout the venue, set up for the preliminary rounds. She had confidence in her brother and believed he would win the tournament. Naruto's mindset was different from many young people his age, and he had matured over time. Though he still had room to grow and experiences to gain, she did not see these as obstacles for him. Naruto was truly remarkable when he wanted to be. As the preliminary matches began, her attention was drawn to a single boy who emerged from the hallway with confidence. He wore a sleeveless white gi and a black belt that contrasted sharply with the pristine white of his outfit. The kanji symbol for White Tiger shone in bold black on his back, dominating the fabric. It wasn't an elaborate design of a tiger, just a strikingly drawn kanji. It suited him well. Naruto stepped onto the mat at the same time as a Cobra Kai boy, who regarded him with a challenging glare. However, the Uzumaki simply exhaled, appearing uninterested. They both saluted the referee and then bowed to each other lightly before the match began. The Cobra Kai boy attacked first, following his dojo's teachings to strike first. Since Naruto was not a member of Miyagi-Do, he didn't need to use the style Robbie had taught them to overcome his opponent. That proved to be a mistake. Naruto exhaled and swiftly moved his right leg. He was faster than the boy's reflexes, sending him spinning before crashing onto the mat after Naruto struck his face with his foot, causing a trickle of blood. The referee declared the match over in less than a minute, announcing a victory for the White Tiger Dojo. Naruto glanced at the unconscious boy and shook his foot. Was this all Cobra Kai had to offer? He turned his gaze toward Silver, expressing his boredom. As the preliminary rounds progressed quickly, the dojos present at the All Valley began to withdraw as their students were eliminated one by one. This gradual reduction of participants allowed those who remained to climb toward the final rounds, which served as a learning experience for those advancing. While Cobra Kai, Eagle Fong, and Miyagi-Do aimed to reach the finals in both categories to establish their dojo as the best in the valley, one participant had a completely different goal. This individual disrupted one of the favored dojos of the All Valley, costing them several members in the early rounds. After eliminating one Cobra Kai member with a kick, Naruto continued his path through the preliminaries without losing any ground. He didn't mind if he was scored against, as that hadn't happened yet. He advanced, taking down Cobra Kai members one by one, reducing their numbers as he faced them. He knew he couldn't win the tournament outright, but his goals were to diminish the Cobra Kai participants and secure victory in the male category. He might not be the overall champion, but he aimed to be the champion of his category and strike a blow to the pride of Cobra Kai and its instructors, who expected to achieve total victory. He noticed that several referees awarded points to Cobra Kai, but they did so in a way that didn't seem biased. As a result, he felt compelled to eliminate the Cobra Kai members with single strikes, knocking them out. He used this opportunity to showcase his skills over those of Cobra Kai and the other dojos, threatening their positions with just his presence. He was a lone fighter, without a dojo or sensei physically backing him in the All Valley, and Cobra Kai sought to crush him, which was not going well for those who faced him. With another Cobra Kai member falling to the ground after a decisive kick to the side of his neck, the boy dropped to his knees, clutching the affected area. The blow had been a Brazilian kick that changed direction, striking the area with the top of his foot and causing the boy to feel a sharp pain where he was hit. This was exactly what Naruto aimed for, to defeat each Cobra Kai member with a single blow, using it as humiliation against them and a strike to the egos of their instructors, which would ultimately weaken the confidence and mindset of the students. A tournament was not a war, but there were certain similarities that any martial artist could recognize. The mind governed the body, and psychologically striking at opponents was crucial, especially if they were better or believed themselves to be superior. Naruto capitalized on this by hitting Cobra Kai's pride, defeating 4 of their members with well-placed strikes, thus solidifying himself as their sworn enemy. Perhaps Cobra Kai wouldn't admit it, but he was the one threatening them, not Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fong, who were struggling against them due to their reliance on Miyagi's style. Naruto felt justified in his approach. Robbie Keane had been underhanded in teaching the Miyagi style to the enemies of his former master, hoping to achieve victory over his father and Larusso. This came off as a childish ploy that Robbie didn't seem to recognize. But how could he backtrack now? Robbie couldn't retreat, and Cobra Kai was growing stronger, defeating nearly all their opponents decisively. Perhaps Naruto was applying pressure, but the Cobra Kai dojo was gaining recognition as they won many matches. He would need to eliminate key players like Kyler and Robbie. It surprised him that Kyler could fight, although he hadn't injured him seriously. If he continued to act foolishly, he would take action. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his arms toward the sky and moved his waist. The preliminaries were nearing their end, and they would move on to the quarterfinals in just 2 more rounds. 8 participants would remain from all the dojos that had arrived, and most appeared to be members of Cobra Kai, just like in the female category. According to the scoreboard, Eagle Fong was in last place. The scores of the dojos were displayed on a lit panel for all to see. Despite the challenges posed by Cobra Kai, they were leading the competition thanks to the impressive skills displayed by Robbie and Tori. Miyagi-Do, while slightly behind, was in second place. However, Eagle Fong had little chance of winning. Among its members, only 2 stood out: Miguel Diaz and Devin Lee. Devin had shown remarkable promise in martial arts after training for just a few weeks, but she still had a long way to go. Naruto observed Miguel's frustration as he felt the weight of his dojo's expectations on his shoulders. Sensei Lawrence seemed oblivious to Miguel's struggle, even though it was evident in his expression. If Naruto could see it, why couldn't Lawrence and Larusso? How had they become masters if they couldn't recognize their students' needs? While Silver and Kreese managed their students through persuasion and manipulation, Larusso and Lawrence seemed blind to the gaps in their students' abilities, and the constant clash of egos drained their students more than themselves. Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance. Silver and Kreese had at least helped their students grow, while Larusso and Lawrence seemed to be failing. He rubbed the side of his neck and walked back to the mat, where his next opponent stood, looking uncertain. It was understandable. Naruto had easily defeated 4 of his teammates in the preliminaries, and this boy was the 5th from Cobra Kai he faced just before the quarterfinals. The boy likely feared him. Following the referee's commands, Naruto saluted and bowed, though he felt no real respect. As the match began, he recalled Cobra Kai's reputation for striking first. He had relished that mentality, but this boy was slightly more cautious, likely adopting Miyagi-Do's defensive approach. Naruto crouched and launched himself forward, not caring that the Cobra Kai student was poised to defend. He struck with force, landing a solid blow that pushed the boy out of bounds. The referee declared it a block, and Naruto returned to his stance, allowing his opponent to do the same. He had wanted the boy to block, giving him a false sense of security, but little did he know that his defense was weak compared to Naruto's skills. As the Cobra Kai student attacked, Naruto deftly dodged the first 2 strikes. When the boy attempted a third attack, Naruto seized his arm and, with a speed that outmatched his opponent's reflexes, delivered a powerful punch to the boy's face, sending him to the mat and out of the fight. The referee announced Naruto's victory by knockout. It was expected. Cobra Kai lacked real combat experience. He had 2 more matches before reaching the quarterfinals, but that would happen soon. His sister, Mito, approached confidently, giving him a thumbs up for his performance, which made him frown slightly. She was usually the one to act so boldly, even around strangers. He thanked her, rubbing his knuckles, which ached slightly from the force he had used. It hadn't been too difficult, but he felt a bit disappointed. After Cobra Kai had boasted about winning the tournament, he had anticipated that their students would be much stronger, but with just 1 hit, they were out. Would Robbie Keane or Tori Nichols be any different? They were the top students of Silver and Kreese, supposedly several levels above their peers. Mito noted his thoughts, having researched Cobra Kai herself. She agreed that Nichols and Keane were the only ones with the skill to challenge Naruto, though she was unsure if they could win in a direct confrontation. Nichols was in the female category, and he might face Keane in the quarterfinals, semifinals, or even the finals, depending on how the brackets were arranged. When she asked if he was nervous, he confidently replied no, maintaining a serious expression. He wasn't afraid of facing Robbie Keane. If it were a life-or-death situation, he might feel fear, but not against someone from Cobra Kai. Despite their training, they had not been taught to fight for their lives or to survive the chilling breath of danger. Mito smiled slightly, but Naruto regarded her with suspicion, sensing something hidden behind her expression. But those kinds of smiles were not warm, at least not in Mito's eyes. There was always some hidden action behind them that would bring embarrassment. Naruto turned when he heard a familiar female voice calling out to him. Walking toward them with her usual warm smile was Moon. She wore a colorful t-shirt with the name White Tiger Dojo and a small image of herself, which made Naruto's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Moon complimented him on his performance, noting that he only needed to win 2 more matches to reach the quarterfinals. She stood beside Mito, and while both girls looked at him, Naruto felt most uncomfortable under his sister's gaze. She seemed to know something he didn't and wanted to say it out loud instead of just thinking it. He managed a slight smile and commented on Moon's shirt, which she revealed was a gift from his sister. Mito added playfully that she had hoped to meet Naruto's friends and had recognized Moon from her public profile. Naruto felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, thanking both girls for their support and expressing his hope to win. Moon encouraged him with a hug, which filled him with warmth, but Mito noticed the sparkle in her brother's eyes and smiled as they separated. As Naruto prepared for his next match, he glanced at the leaderboard, noting the competitors in the All-Valley quarterfinals. Miguel, Dimitri, and Hawk had qualified in the men's section, while Devin and Sam had made it in the women's. On the other side, Robbie, Kyler, and a boy Naruto didn't recognize were also in the men's category, and Tori and another girl whose name he didn't know were in the women's. More than half of the participants were from Cobra Kai, which positioned the dojo favorably in the eyes of the spectators, a fact that the masters surely wanted to promote their dojo and karate style. Despite his efforts, many Cobra Kai students had reached the final rounds, which frustrated him. He had defeated each participant in the eliminations while focusing solely on diminishing Cobra Kai's chances of winning the competition. However, the Miyagi students' knowledge of the Miyagi style had allowed many of them to remain in the competition. In contrast, the Miyagi-Do students were slowly being eliminated due to their predictable style, and the Eagle Fong students lacked sufficient skill. Among Lawrence's students, only 2 had a chance to win, but it would be challenging for them to secure the overall title. They could win their respective categories, but Eagle Fong would not claim the All-Valley Championship based on their current scores. Of all the dojos left, Miyagi-Do was the only one with a realistic chance at the overall championship, but they needed to win every match and try to keep all their remaining members in the competition. Sam had a good chance, as Tori was her only significant opponent, but the men's category was more complicated. 3 were from Cobra Kai, and 2 of them were fighters who would pose a challenge to the Miyagi students. Robbie Keane had proven to be the best male fighter from Cobra Kai by a considerable margin. Kyler was a bully but had physical abilities overshadowed by his own ego and belief that he was meant to be the center of attention. The 3rd Cobra Kai student, who didn't seem to be in high school yet, displayed skill, anger, and a growing ego hidden behind a fierce glare directed at someone. These 3 boys could advance to the semifinals depending on who they faced, but Naruto had no intention of showing mercy or holding back. Cobra Kai believed in no mercy, and Naruto was not afraid to apply that principle as he had done before. He was somewhat surprised that Kyler could compete at a decent level. He thought about targeting their pressure points to hinder their performance. Naruto sat on a bench away from the chaos of cameras, local reporters, and representatives from the All-Valley Committee, as well as the senseis and other competitors. He had chosen to distance himself to observe, meditate, and prepare for his potential rival in the quarterfinals. There was a chance he would face Miguel, Dimitri, or Hawk, but he also considered the possibility of fighting one of the 3 Miyagi-Do students. He secretly hoped it would be against one of Kreese's or Silver's students. If he fought against Cobra Kai, he could diminish their chances of winning the tournament, which would thwart the plans of those 2 men. He calculated that there was a 50% chance of facing one of them. 3 were from Cobra Kai, and the other 3 were his friends. He and another boy were from different dojos, separate from Cobra, Miyagi, and Eagle Fong. He hoped to face Robbie. If he could defeat him, Cobra Kai's chances in the men's section would drop to almost zero. Despite his dislike for Cobra Kai, he had learned from his master to recognize skilled fighters, and Keen was indeed a formidable opponent, just like his father. Robbie had trained with LaRusso and was now under the guidance of two more experienced masters. Although he didn't like to admit it, Naruto acknowledged that Silver and Kreese were capable instructors, more so than LaRusso and Lawrence at this moment. This reality defined the tournament. Though he was reluctant to accept it, Cobra Kai posed a significant threat and was better prepared than the others. It wasn't like the Tokyo tournament, but Cobra Kai could achieve more than just controlling the valley with their karate. They might not be like the Yakuza, but with time and the right mindset, they could cause more problems than people realized, simply because they were teenagers. Kreese viewed them as soldiers, and Silver was even more dangerous than his partner. Unlike Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong, the masters of Cobra Kai had no qualms about incorporating their enemies' skills into their repertoire, which meant adapting the Miyagi style to fit Cobra Kai's approach. Both Silver and Kreese accepted the teachings of the man who defeated them, unlike LaRusso and Lawrence. This had taken Cobra Kai to a new level, much to Naruto's dismay, and his friends lacked the skills to defeat their opponents, unless it was Hawk or Miguel who reached the finals. Both were familiar with the Miyagi style and had a year of training in the Cobra Kai style, with Hawk having the additional advantage of training with him. They were the hope of the valley and of karate. Naruto thought about the upcoming quarterfinals, hoping to face either Robbie or Kyler. Removing either of them from the competition would secure victory for his side. He also hoped to fight Keen in the next round, although the chances of facing two Cobra Kai opponents in a row were quite high. Taking a sip from his water bottle, he relaxed his shoulders, feeling the coolness of the water quench his thirst. This allowed him to clear his mind and meditate before the next match, a practice his master had encouraged during training, which had become a routine. Meditation had become an integral part of his life, and he found that it yielded much better results than before. Now his body responded to his commands, and the rust of 5 years had vanished. He couldn't use Kung Fu in the All Valley, let alone Northern Shaolin. Doing so would lead to disqualification and potentially injure his opponent. Therefore, he restricted himself to offensive karate, demonstrating his mastery by scoring points against his adversaries without being hit. He had achieved perfect victories. It was a shame he couldn't use Kung Fu. It would have kept Silver and Kreese in check and silenced them long enough. However, with what he knew about Silver, they could potentially have the tournament cancelled. Still, he was not a coward, and the fact that everyone was bought off didn't affect him. He scored points in legitimate ways, preventing Silver and Kreese from cheating. He felt quite proud of himself. Naruto clasped his hands in prayer and hid his face behind them, placing a towel over his head. He needed to plan and devise a strategy against his next opponent. If it was one of his friends, he would hold back to give them a chance to score. But if it was one of the Cobra Kai boys, things would change. If he fought Keen, he had a strategy. Kyler wouldn't pose a problem due to his poorly healed injury, and the boy lacked the skills to defeat him. In fact, he could be humiliated so easily that it would crush his spirit. Blue eyes peeked out from behind his fingers, intense and focused solely on the mat set up for the final rounds. Anyone watching might say that the blue was like a spotlight. It didn't matter, he had everything figured out and everyone analyzed. His victory was as clear as day, although he couldn't afford to be overconfident. Something felt off. Following his instinct, Naruto glanced toward the stands. He quickly spotted Mito, his sister, with her striking red hair standing out among the crowd. But if his sister was there, where was his grandmother? She was supposed to come and forgive him, as she always did, for lying to her. So where was Tsunade? Something didn't feel right. Then Silver approached him, wearing a confident smile. His eyes sparkled with a contained madness, and his hair was tied back in a ponytail. Naruto murmured a greeting, removing the towel from his head with his left hand. He couldn't say it was a pleasure to see Silver. Silver, unfazed, responded that he imagined Naruto wouldn't be pleased, being a rival of Cobra Kai and all. He assured Naruto that debts were settled and that they were planning to abandon that dojo anyway. When Naruto asked about abandoning it, Silver explained that it was about expansion. Cobra Kai would win the All Valley, which would propel them to grow and expand. His goal was to take the entire valley under the Cobra Kai banner and provide every teenager with a solid martial arts education. That last statement chilled Naruto's demeanor, reflected in his eyes, which turned hard as ice and sharp as blades ready to strike. He replied that he was glad Silver had everything under control, but he believed Cobra Kai was a terrible dojo that brainwashed the youth. He understood Silver's intentions but didn't want to hear it framed like a grandfather speaking to his grandson. They were not friends, allies, or even teacher and student. He had had several teachers throughout his childhood, and Silver was not one of them. Silver laughed at Naruto's response, as if he had told a joke, and no one noticed the danger in their conversation. But Naruto did, and he had no doubt that Silver was watching his every move. "You're quite sharp, kid. I like that. You strike first and without mercy, and I have no doubt you hit hard too. You should join Cobra Kai, the winning dojo. I could even offer you some shares if you want." Naruto firmly stated that he didn't need money, especially not from Cobra Kai. He had the White Tiger Dojo backing him. Silver pointed out that he didn't see Naruto's sensei or his dojo mates. Did they really support him? Did they really approve of a criminal representing their logo? Naruto fell silent. Silver continued, revealing that he had studied Naruto's case, including the incident with the White Ghost, the death of his older brother, the separation from his dojo due to that incident, and his exile from his family. He likened Naruto to a black sheep that no one wanted, except for one person, his grandmother. He speculated that she was the reason Naruto was there, never abandoning him even when things were tough. Silver called her an admirable woman, striving for a lost cause of teenage madness. Naruto's voice turned icy as he warned Silver to keep his mouth shut. He didn't know anything about his family or him, even if he had seen it in a report. He was not Larusso, easily manipulated, nor was he Silver's partner to be deceived. If Silver kept pushing, he would regret it. "Oh, I can imagine," Silver said, trying to ease the tension. He insisted that this was a friendly chat, as friendly as they could manage, and they didn't want to get disqualified. Then Silver turned back to Naruto, ready to continue their conversation. The man had begun to walk away but took a couple of steps back. He expressed his hope that their grandmother was in good health, noting that at her age, pretending to be young could lead to unexpected outcomes. He wished them luck in the quarterfinals. Naruto felt a surge of anger at the man's words. He slumped back onto the bench, exhaling deeply. Silver was skilled at pushing his victims to their mental limits, perhaps too skilled. How had he obtained all that information? Was it true? Or had Jay concealed the truth, leaving Silver with only a fraction of what lay beneath the surface? His sister, Mito, called out to him, but he felt the tension rise within him. He needed to focus. Silver had tried to manipulate him once again. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw Mito standing there, tears streaming down her cheeks. Concern washed over him as he jumped to his feet, asking what had happened. Mito rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She cried out that their grandmother, Tsunade, was in the hospital after a black van crashed into the cafe. Naruto's mind raced with Terry Silver's words. He clenched his teeth and held Mito tighter, feeling a surge of rage directed at Silver. The man had made it clear, to confront him, one had to become a monster. The hospital rooms always smelled of cleanliness, disinfectant, and newness. Any other scent stood out against this backdrop. The walls were often painted in soft whites or light blues, sometimes a pale gray that could be mistaken for a slightly darker blue. Flowers adorned the rooms, placed in vases beside occupied or unoccupied beds, adding a splash of color and a gentle fragrance that faded over time. These flowers were the only sign of life in a hospital. Nurses, doctors, and patients rarely had time for idle chatter, and a sense of sadness often filled the air. Yet, there were moments of joy, especially during births or successful surgeries. Those fleeting moments were the only light in the hospital, moments Naruto had wished to avoid, especially since the death of his brother. He hadn't set foot in a hospital or clinic in at least 5 years, treating every injury or illness with home remedies from local healers who resembled the wise old practitioners of centuries past. He despised everything related to hospitals. Seated in a hard plastic chair, he leaned forward, hiding his face in his hands, fingers intertwined to shield his eyes. Beside him, Mito sat with her arms crossed, tapping her foot anxiously on the floor, creating a constant, rhythmic sound. She bit her lower lip, likely from nerves and her eagerness for news about the doctor attending to their grandmother. It was understandable. This was the second time they found themselves in such a situation. The first had been 5 years ago when their brother was rushed into surgery due to severe injuries from a fight that ultimately led to his death. This was the second occasion, and Naruto hoped there wouldn't be a third, especially not so soon. He wanted their grandmother to emerge from surgery with a chance to survive. His thoughts turned to Tsunade Senju, who, despite her age, was known for her almost superhuman strength and resilience. Many admired her, not for her physical attributes but for her unwavering spirit. She had never been seen crying, except on rare occasions, which gave her immense mental strength and willpower. Her presence could sway opinions, much like Hashirama Senju. It had shocked Naruto to see her cry over her bakery, and now she was in surgery, fighting for her life. He thought of Silver. At that moment, he had no proof beyond Terry Silver's words, but he was convinced that the accident had been orchestrated by Silver and his accomplices to gain an advantage in the All-Valley tournament and to teach him a lesson for his audacity. A van just like his own had crashed into their grandmother and the cafe. Silver had used this cruel method to assert his dominance, attacking someone dear to Naruto without leaving any evidence linking him to the act. There were no recordings of the person responsible for the accident, and the van didn't appear to be registered to anyone he knew or anyone connected to Silver or Kreese. He doubted Kreese was involved in the accident, as he didn't seem as deranged as his partner. Terry Silver was the mastermind behind the accident and the bribery of the referees, as well as everything wrong with the All-Valley tournament. But why not seek revenge by exposing the corruption within Cobra Kai? Naruto didn't want Silver to go to jail. That would be too easy for him. What he truly desired was to deliver a crushing blow to the man, to dismantle Cobra Kai and eliminate any chance of international expansion, as his sources had informed him about Silver's movements. Destroying Silver's dreams would be far more satisfying. Just then, the operating room door opened, and a woman emerged calmly, holding a tablet and illuminated by the blue glow of the screen. It seemed things hadn't gone poorly. The doctor paused in front of the Uzumaki siblings, offering them a warm and reassuring smile. She informed them that their grandmother would recover without a doubt, but they had to induce a coma to allow her injuries to heal. Naruto stood up, along with Mito, who clutched his arm tightly. The pressure of her grip made him tighten his lips and adopt a more serious expression. He asked the doctor about the severity of their grandmother's injuries, knowing it was an unusual question but necessary to understand the situation. Silver thought he could get away with attacking someone in his family, but Naruto was determined to prove him wrong. He needed to know all the injuries the accident had caused his grandmother to return them to Silver, to inflict them on his allies, ensuring that no one would ever join Terry Silver again out of fear of what might happen to them. He felt a sense of madness creeping in. The elderly woman had suffered a severe impact, resulting in a broken right leg, several fractured ribs nearly piercing her left lung, a significant blow to the head causing a serious concussion, and her left arm would be immobilized for months, just like her leg. It was a miracle she had survived and was still breathing. But now that she had received medical attention, she would pull through. He needed to have faith. There were many who had faith. Faith that things would turn out well, faith in an omnipotent being no one knew, faith in passing an exam. But he had lost his faith long ago, and it felt unnecessary in his life. He could pretend to have faith in his grandmother's recovery and might even pray for her, but it didn't feel genuine. As one of his teachers once told him, if it was his destiny to die, then that was it. He had lived by that philosophy ever since, not by the faith that many professed. He reassured his sister, placing his hand on her head and ruffling her hair, stating that their grandmother would recover. She was a stronger woman than their mother and sister combined. He urged her not to worry, assuring her that their grandmother would emerge from this even stronger than before. He didn't rely on faith, not after the death of his brother and the words of his Shifu, But his sister had always been someone who believed in many things, so he respected her way of coping with the situation and supported her, even if he didn't want to invest his hopes in something intangible. His sister expressed her fears about what might happen if it occurred again, and he understood her concerns immediately. Those accidents had happened when the Yakuza and the White Ghost sought to control everything. Partners, workers. Even family had suffered, and it had all been resolved with the death of his brother and the imprisonment of the man responsible. It was natural for his younger sister to fear that everything would happen again, just like during the confrontation with the White Ghost and his subordinates. She was a good girl who didn't want to see their family destroyed again by someone outside their circle. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent feelings, and reassured her that this time, they would not be defeated. Suddenly, a young man with snow-white hair defying gravity appeared before them. He wore a tight black shirt and loose pants, his sharp, wild features contrasting with the large black wheeled suitcase he carried. He greeted them, surprised by the chaos surrounding them, and inquired about their grandmother's condition. Naruto hadn't expected to see one of the senior students from his dojo, especially not one who had come to witness his fight in the All Valley. According to Mito, the master and his peers had accepted him back, but he hadn't anticipated such a visit so soon after donning his old dojo's GI. The young man teased Naruto about needing someone to train with, and they exchanged playful banter, with the young man affectionately ruffling Mito's hair. His eyes sparkled with concern, and his smile was warmer than usual. He expressed his sorrow for what had happened to Tsunade and mentioned that he had informed their grandfather about the incident. Some of the other students had decided to come and see them. He then asked how the accident had occurred, and Naruto's voice turned sharp as he explained that a truck had crashed into the cafe, destroying the front of the shop and injuring his grandmother. It seemed absurd. Who would deliberately crash their car into a poor woman, creating such a crime? Few would be willing to do so, especially in broad daylight. The young man suggested that someone was capable of causing such an accident, someone he had underestimated. He remarked that problems always surrounded Naruto like asteroids around a massive planet, to which Naruto expressed his frustration at being the one in such situations. The young man then revealed that he had purchased a property to establish a dojo in the valley, which he would run for as long as Naruto remained there. Naruto was taken aback, questioning whether he had permission to use the dojo's name. The young man clarified that he would use his own name, Fan Karate Dojo, and Naruto commented that he wasn't good with names. The young man's expression turned serious as he explained that he wasn't doing this for work. Naruto's family had been attacked twice, and their grandfather was tired of it. The dojo would serve as a stronghold against whatever was to come. He emphasized that it was an aggression against the dojo when they harmed Naruto's grandmother. Naruto was shocked, and the young man apologized to Mito, explaining that he had been in America when Tsunade called for help. He had rushed back to speak with their grandfather, vowing not to let Naruto face this alone again. Together, they would make Terry Silver pay for what he had done to their grandmother and the troubles with Cobra Kai. Naruto had indeed expected to deal with Silver and Cobra Kai alone, with their expansion plans in the valley and intentions to monopolize all the dojos. The arrival of one of the advanced students from the White Tiger Dojo had not been part of his plans, nor had it crossed his mind. It was a surprise to see the person standing before him. He questioned why his brother hadn't won the All Valley, expressing disappointment that he had allowed them to take that victory. The young man's voice turned cold as he revealed that had he continued fighting, he would have killed without hesitation. With that thought, she glanced at the boy and then at her sister, deciding to give them a break while she got back in shape. She had never cared much for the All Valley, but she was determined to crush Silver's dreams. Those words and feelings were genuine. If Naruto had continued in the All Valley, his hands would have ended up stained, even with the blood of his friends. The local dojos in the San Fernando Valley and its surroundings began to disappear one by one. Promotional posters, flashy logos, and colorful GIs were replaced by bold black and red, the colors of a new craze that had taken over the valley in the past 2 years. Following its latest victory, this trend spread like wildfire throughout the city. The Cobra Kai Dojo emblem was now present on nearly every corner, every turn, and in every neighborhood, with advertisements evolving from simple flyers to live videos on streaming platforms and television commercials during peak hours to attract even more people. There was no age limit to participate in Cobra Kai or to become a member of the Valley's most famous dojo. However, it was the teenagers who filled the dojos and gyms of Cobra Kai. Boys and girls aged 10 to 18 crowded every Cobra Kai location, forcing the dojo to acquire more spaces and hire additional instructors to teach the way of the fist to new generations. This surge caught the attention of potential investors and allies for the current owner of the brand. Terry Silver was someone anyone would want on their side. Having elevated Cobra Kai to dominate the All Valley for 2 consecutive years and control the valley itself, he gained immense reputation within martial arts circles as well as among businesspeople and investors who saw in Silver a source of income and a potential ally who could make them rich. Cobra Kai was the only dojo in the valley. Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong had fulfilled their promise by being defeated and closed their dojos, leaving Cobra Kai as the sole dojo in the valley. Gradually, the dojos that had been established for years in the area were bought by Silver and his investors, allowing him to expand his brand and turn his dream into a more tangible reality. Silver was a man willing to do anything for his desires, even if it meant committing unimaginable acts. Despite this expansion and Silver's influence, a new dojo appeared in the valley midsummer. It bore no symbol other than the kanji for the word Fong on the facade of the building, displayed prominently in a large black circular sign against a white background, making it quite visible even to passing drivers. The dojo Fong Karate had not yet opened its doors. A closed sign hung prominently, and the shutters were only slightly raised and covered, as if renovations were underway inside. There were no students waiting at the door or anyone eager to enter. The news of a new dojo spread only among those who had seen it, sparking curiosity as they shared it with friends, neighbors, or family, creating a buzz. Moon blinked a couple of times, staring at the large sign with the unusual Japanese characters glowing above her head. She checked her phone again, confirming the address her younger sister had given her with the map on her device. There was no doubt, this was where Naruto was supposed to be, according to her sister, and she would likely find him here as well. It had been 2 months since she last saw him, 2 months since he had left the All Valley competition due to his grandmother's accident and vanished without responding to her calls. She had hoped to see him at school before the break, but he hadn't returned, and no one, not even Dimitri or Hawk, had spotted him anywhere in the valley, be it a store or a cafe. She had even visited her family's cafe, but it had been closed since the accident, and no one, not even Hawk, knew where Naruto lived. She thought about how she didn't want to search every house in the valley. If she hadn't asked Mito, she would still be wandering around. Moon admitted that asking Mito had been her best idea, though she felt embarrassed for not doing it sooner. How could she have thought that the girl would respond right away and even follow her back? But she was too worried about Naruto to dwell on that. What mattered most was checking on him. She wouldn't openly admit it, but she was concerned about his mental state. Since that moment in the hospital when he shared a part of his life with her, she felt much closer to him, as if he had opened his soul. She didn't want to leave him alone to face what he was going through now, which seemed eerily similar to what he had experienced with that white ghost he had mentioned. Naruto was not entirely stable. Moon could see it in his blue eyes. He was a charming boy, too good, yet the thread of his sanity seemed frayed, like a rope hanging by a single strand. What would it take for Naruto to fight as he had said in the hospital? How much longer until he became completely unhinged like Silver? Though she didn't want to make that comparison, just thinking about it sent a shiver down her spine. Naruto was too good to resort to the lowly acts Silver committed. What that man did to his grandmother was inhumane. There was no forgiveness for him. She put her phone away and, with nothing else to do, walked toward the dojo where Mito had sent her. Was Naruto really there? Could it be some kind of trap set by her sister? Moon couldn't believe that Mito would play such a cruel trick during a time of need for family. Although she had only met him for a couple of hours during the All Valley, Moon had the impression that Mito genuinely cared for Naruto and didn't want to tarnish the perception she had of her. However, after spending 2 years in the karate world and witnessing how Miguel, Hawk, Robbie, and even Sam slowly became worse versions of themselves, she felt distrustful of anyone she didn't know. Miguel and Hawk were no longer lost. The two had returned to the right path and were under the supervision of their respective masters, even without a dojo to train in due to the wager with John Kreese, who was likely pleased to have kept Cobra Kai above its two rivals, declaring himself the absolute winner. It was a shame. Moon had never been in a karate dojo before, but when she entered Dojo Fong Karate, it felt like this was how dojos should look. It was much larger inside, with various mats spread across the floor. Along the walls, there were several machines, weights, and all the usual gym equipment, as well as practice dummies for training hand movements and coordination of arms, hands, and eyes. It was a true dojo. Here, students wouldn't have to juggle karate with gym workouts. They could do it all in one place and prepare better for tournaments. Although it didn't seem like a place meant to prepare kids for the All Valley, it felt more suited for a much larger stage than the Valley tournament. Mito's voice broke through her thoughts, expressing her happiness that Moon liked the dojo. Moon blinked, surprised to have been caught lost in thought, and turned to see Mito, dressed in light sportswear, specifically in cyan. Although she could distinguish the color, it appeared almost white. Mito was finishing her daily routine, and her usual bright smile lit up her face. She explained that she never missed a day of training, regardless of the weather, as she had to stay in shape for her sponsors. Moon was curious about the sponsors, and Mito shared that she was a sports influencer and actress, managing her public profile entirely through her family's marketing. They exchanged a playful high five, both smiling. When Moon asked about Mito's grandmother, Mito revealed that her grandmother was still in a coma but recovering well, demonstrating her strength. Mito then invited Moon to meet some of the students at Dojo Fong Karate, who were some of her brother's best friends. This surprised Moon. She had never heard Naruto mention his friends or family, except for when he showed her Mito's public profile. Mito eagerly pulled Moon along, calling her sister-in-law, which caused Moon to gasp in surprise. Mito ignored her reaction and continued to lead her toward a group of teenagers, who paused their exercises to look at them, making Moon blush under their intense gazes. Mito introduced Moon as her brother's girlfriend, which sparked a wave of surprised reactions. Baki, a boy with tousled reddish-brown hair, blinked in astonishment, his dark eyes shining with mischief. He teased Mito, who playfully scolded him for always making fun of his friends. Mito explained that Baki was one of Naruto's closest friends from the dojo. She then introduced Moon to her bodyguards, two athletic young men, Ijin-Yu and Sukju Ko, assigned to protect her after recent events involving her brothers. They bowed slightly, and Moon noted their similar heights and martial arts skills, along with their understanding of weapons. Mito clarified that these were not all of Naruto's friends, but some of the most important ones she could meet at that moment. Moon's thoughts turned to Naruto. She wanted to see him, not just meet his friends. She was concerned about how he was coping with his grandmother's situation and whether he needed comfort. Mito pointed toward a set of double doors, indicating that Naruto was training behind them. Without hesitation, Moon pushed through the doors and stood at the threshold, taking in the vast tatami that filled the second room. Her attention quickly shifted to two figures on the mat. One was a young man with sharp features and spiky white hair, while the other was Naruto, who stood out with red streaks in his blonde hair. They were engaged in a dynamic exchange of movements that Moon could barely follow. The sweat was already beading on Naruto's forehead, and the other boy seemed to have started sweating at that very moment, as indicated by the sheen on his skin. Garu, the albino, deflected a punch from Naruto and halted the confrontation. He informed Naruto that they had a visitor. Naruto blinked in confusion as Garu pointed over his shoulder, prompting him to look. Standing at the threshold was Moon. There was a hint of embarrassment in Naruto's tone, and he felt reluctant to move from the tatami mat. After leaving the All Valley, he had not contacted her or anyone from the dojos. He had set them aside to focus on his training and strengthening himself. Before he could say anything more, Moon had already thrown herself against his chest. Due to the fatigue from training, Naruto fell back, allowing her to straddle him. She expressed her regret, but driven by instinct, Moon pressed her lips against Naruto's. She didn't want apologies or excuses, she just wanted silence, for Naruto to stop talking. And the best way to achieve that was to kiss him. She mused that perhaps their first kiss should have taken place somewhere significant, but she believed that any place was suitable for kissing him. Naruto's bare torso revealed scars, and his hands were clenched into fists, wrapped in bandages that extended just below his elbows. Sweat dripped down his face, soaking his hair and the loose shorts he wore, leaving his feet completely bare. His eyes were fixed through the strands of his hair on his sole opponent, a Wing Chun wooden dummy, the same one used for kung fu training, characteristic of China. He was using it for that very reason, to regain the hand movements he had 5 years ago, the same movements and strength of hands that those who practiced the Northern Shaolin Tiger Claws possessed, a style he intended to utilize much sooner than he had anticipated. Silver had made his choices, and Naruto had made his. He had trusted too much that Silver would not dare to attack anyone in his family, that he wouldn't be foolish enough to make a bold move. But that was precisely what had happened in the All Valley Finals, and Silver had dug his own grave by believing Naruto was defeated, that he was finished once he learned that Silver had attacked his grandmother, turning it into an accident. But he was completely mistaken. While Naruto was young, Silver had been overly confident in his experience, something Naruto lacked, but he compensated for it with something Silver did not possess, the mentality to resolve the issue, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. He was willing to fight to the end. Despite the fear Silver instilled in many, he was not a dangerous man, no more than a man filled with money, confidence, and connections to escape problems, like anyone with power and wealth. He was a twisted individual, capable of using the psyche of his enemies against them and turning their lives into a nightmare with a single action. Naruto recalled a saying from his Shifu, the man who taught him Northern Shaolin. Those who are arrogant always make the most mediocre mistakes and are devoured by predators. That saying had always guided him in his Shaolin practices and reinforced his mental fortitude. He was not prey, he was a predator. However, unlike Cobra Kai and Silver, he did not fight the injured or those beneath him. He was going after bigger prey. Silver had expanded throughout the valley, taking control of all the dojos, either buying them or merging them with his own. Cobra Kai and the Way of the Fist now dominated the city. At first glance, the situation seemed to have calmed down. Parents trusted the new direction of Cobra Kai and listened to their children, enrolling them under Silver's teachings and those of his new instructors, which seemed to fill their kids with new goals and sensations. But it was not that simple. Naruto knew that the new instructors, trained in the Way of the Fist, were more dangerous than Lawrence or LaRusso, especially with the latter injured from his fight with Silver, according to the information he had gathered. Did the parents not see the darkness of Cobra Kai? Did they not recognize the madness in the eyes of the man who promised to protect their children? A loud crash echoed in the room, and the Wing Chun dummy shook from the impact. But Naruto did not flinch or worry about injuring his skin, knuckles, or hands. Focused, he delivered the same strike repeatedly until he finally felt it become his own again. Using the tiger claws would mean death for anyone struck by them. Attacks aimed at nerves, veins, and vital points could lead to fatal outcomes, and that was the focus of the tiger claws, albeit in a more offensive manner than the eagle claws, which were faster. However, he decided to do something different, something of his own, to combine both styles into a new form that would grant him the power and speed of both in one, helping him to overcome his enemies' defenses and strike with the necessary force to finish them. And he was already working on it. To merge the two forms into one, he needed to assess their compatibility, create a synergy between the two, and achieve complete synchronization. He could not afford to fail when facing Silver or his henchmen. He continued to strike the Wing Chun dummy consistently, feet apart, torso firm. Drops of sweat dripped from his torso and face, falling from the tips of his red and blonde hair. The sharp pain intensified, and the stinging with each strike became more frequent. The bandages were no longer white. A faint red stain had begun to adorn the white fabric. But he did not stop. The blood was no obstacle to moving his torso and striking more effectively, combining strength and speed. The red of the bandages and the slight pain in his knuckles did not prevent him from correcting his stance, straightening his body, and hardening his back to change his posture, delivering blow after blow with precision. It was not easy to improve and grow within martial arts, nor was it simple to create a new form, stance, or kata within a style. This required experience, preparation, and a deep understanding of the style where a fighter wanted to implement the new technique they had in mind, necessitating corrections and adjustments as they practiced. He was an expert in Northern Shaolin. Tangsudo was the martial art that Silver practiced, learned from his master. Reports had provided all the necessary information about him, his style, connections, and his darker, hidden side. Once he learned a style, he could dismantle it. Tangsudo was the martial style that Cobra Kai had gradually adopted, albeit indirectly. John Kreese taught it to his student Johnny Lawrence, who, in turn, shared it with his students in a much softer manner. In contrast, Terry Silver was teaching it in a much more effective and rigorous way, just as he and Kreese had learned from their master. This made their students better fighters than when they were with Kreese and Lawrence, though it also made them more aggressive. According to Ijin, 6 contacts of Silver had come from Korea to teach the martial art. While their names, positions, and dojo affiliations were still unknown, they undoubtedly hailed from the dojang where Silver and Kreese had learned to fight. The current danger in Cobra Kai was the new masters who had arrived in the valley to assist Silver and train the students. They were not just local instructors who had learned a diluted version of karate that did not focus on hurting opponents. No, these new masters had been trained differently, with a mindset that likely involved shedding blood and sweat to meet their mentors' expectations. This made them dangerous. Among the students of the sensei, only Garou remained, putting them slightly behind Cobra Kai in terms of teaching. However, in experience, he believed they were ahead. Training provided the basics and improved techniques, but it did not equip a fighter with real-life experience needed to survive a fight where one could lose their life. The good thing about the students of Miyagi and Camillo, as well as the unfortunate Cobra Kai, was that they had fought openly, both inside and outside tournaments, gaining real experience that involved injuries and the overcoming of them. However, he suspected that these new masters had experience in lethal combat. Strangely enough, there were individuals in martial arts who had blood on their hands, both directly and indirectly. When Ijin passed along the information, Naruto immediately understood that Silver was not hiring ordinary senseis for Cobra Kai. He was bringing in allies for his dojo and his fight against LaRusso and Lawrence, indicating that he did not believe both had truly retired. But there was something more. To the rest of the world in the valley, the existence of the World Karate Tournament that had been around for over a century, the Sekai Taikai, was unknown. This global tournament showcased karate to the world, in every corner of the planet. It was being held again that year, almost at the end of the school year, and would serve as enormous publicity for Silver and his plan to expand Cobra Kai, allowing him to extend his brand globally rather than remain confined to the valley. He assumed that was why Silver wanted to prepare the students better than they currently were. He aimed to enter the Sekai Taikai to win the World Championship and expand Cobra Kai worldwide. He lowered his arms and exhaled deeply for a minute. Drops of blood fell to the gleaming floor, seeping through the bandages, now darkened by blood, and staining his knuckles. The wooden Wing Chun dummy was slightly splintered, marked with dark stains of blood, and showed signs of damage from his relentless strikes. He did not measure his strength nor care about breaking that training tool. He continued to hit it over and over without giving his arms a break, even while contemplating Terry Silver's plans. LaRusso and Lawrence were not prepared for the Sekai Taikai or what it meant to represent their country in the world of karate. If this news reached them, they would want to participate and prevent Cobra Kai from gaining further influence and followers. But he doubted the committee would come to see them. Taking a breath, Naruto began to unwrap the bandages protecting his hands. As he peeled them away, his hands were revealed, slightly scraped, with blood glistening on his knuckles and loose skin torn from the constant strikes against the hard wood. Despite the minor stings he felt with each hit, he did not see or feel his hands as destroyed, only bearing some superficial wounds. He reflected that things never seemed to change. His master had always told him to practice until his bandages were stained with blood, until his arms said enough. Since arms could not speak, it meant he could only stop when he bled. Garou chuckled softly at his companion's response, but not with malice. He understood the hidden side of martial arts, one that people often did not want to see or accept. Martial arts involved blood, pain, and tears in a constant cycle to be effective in real life. He was not referring to the sport aspect but to the art learned for survival. They both had learned this martial art and had their bodies remember it, ingrained in every muscle. They trained under the guidance of different masters and improved in various martial areas. Despite belonging to the same dojo and Garou being a senior student, he did not view Naruto as inferior. Rather, he saw him as someone with much more potential to grow with the right training and mentors. To him, Uzumaki was a powerhouse, capable of reaching the pinnacle. The dojos in the valley had been acquired by Silver, and the instructors had been replaced by these Koreans. Some remained, but only those who truly met Silver's standards. The last dojo to finally join Cobra Kai had been Topanga Karate, from where they were currently broadcasting live. Garou's last statement halted Naruto's movements. The bandages on Naruto's right hand were only partially untied, and without worrying about them, he turned to look at his training partner, Garou, who smiled nervously. His usually calm eyes darkened, radiating an intensity that made Garou almost break into a sweat. Naruto recalled the expression Garou wore when he was truly angry, which reminded him of their master. He finished unwrapping the bandages that covered his hands and forearms, letting them drop to the ground, stained with the evidence of his training. His injuries were now visible. He stated his intention to visit the old master at Topanga Karate, his tone serious and determined. Garou was taken aback, questioning the seriousness of Naruto's words. Naruto affirmed his commitment, insisting he had never lied or shied away from an opportunity. He spoke of the blood, sweat, and tears that shaped every one of them, emphasizing how the senior students reached the pinnacle of the dojo. Clenching his fists, he declared it was time for him to become a senior student, the sixth in line. Topanga Karate had vanished, replaced by Cobra Kai. The logo of the former dojo still lingered, but its essence had transformed. The students who once belonged to Topanga were now under the guidance of Cobra Kai, donning the dojo's signature black GIs adorned with a striking red cobra emblem. None of Topanga's students chose to remain outside the winning team. Terry Silver proved persuasive, offering gifts and showcasing that Cobra Kai boasted the best facilities and instructors. He revamped the roster of senseis, filling gaps with top students from Kim Do-eun's dojang, the granddaughter of Cobra Kai's founder, Kim Sun-young. He was a strict and tough man who adhered to his own rules and methods. The new instructors were no less formidable than the founder, following the same methodologies as Kim Do-eun, which mirrored those of her grandfather and Silver. With this new lineup of instructors introduced at Topanga Karate, the students had little choice regarding who they would train with and who their new sensei would be, the former Topanga master, or the new teachers presented by Terry Silver when he merged his old dojo with Cobra Kai. The decision came swiftly, and like soldiers, they all donned the black GI of Cobra Kai. All the young teens, aged 10 to 17, fell under Cobra Kai's tutelage in karate, and every other dojo in the city was completely eliminated, leaving only the Cobra as the representative of karate in the San Fernando Valley. Few young people resisted becoming students of the newly reformed Cobra Kai, and almost none chose to remain loyal to their former instructors. Odell, Minjun, Baccaria, Hyenwoo, Sukchin, and Morozov were the 6 new instructors added to Cobra Kai, all led by Kim Do-eun, allowing both new and old Cobra Kai students to learn from real experience. This opportunity was seized by Johnny and Chozen Taguchi, who decided to launch an attack on what was once known as Topanga Karate, taking advantage of Terry Silver's presence. Of course, Cobra Kai and the new senseis were not caught off guard. Although Johnny and Chozen managed to take down one of them, Hyenwoo, they were soon outnumbered and outmatched in skill. Kim Din walked among the Cobra Kai instructors, her hands clasped behind her back, her dark eyes fixed on Chozen and Johnny. She noted their presence with a smirk, accompanied by the laughter of the Cobra Kai senseis. While both men had defeated Hyenwoo, were they truly prepared for the true fist way? To face instructors trained by her grandfather? She had observed their brief encounter and recognized that they lacked real strength, posing no danger to her fellow instructors. They had been trained by her grandfather and would not fall to mere men who refused to fight with lethal intent. Johnny suggested that they retreat and attack another time, realizing they were outnumbered. He sensed the danger as a second instructor appeared, And when all the new Cobra Kai senseis cornered them, Chozen understood the miscalculation. They had aimed to confront Silver, seeking revenge for Daniel's injuries, but had been ambushed by their opponents, forcing them to flee. It was the smartest move for now. However, Johnny Lawrence's mind was racing in a different direction. Perhaps a part of Cobra Kai still lingered within him, urging him on. Why should he retreat? They had attacked first. Striking back was what someone prepared would do, what he would do. So why back down from this confrontation? Why were they being overwhelmed? He brushed Chozen's hand off him, declaring his intent to fight. But the conversation halted for both Johnny and Chozen, as well as the Cobra Kai senseis, when the dojo doors burst open with a loud crash, shattering glass scattering to the floor. A figure stepped through, announcing their arrival with a grin. Naruto stood to the left of Chozen, capturing the attention of both groups, confusion etched on their faces. He smiled slightly and sat down on the mat, slowly untying his shoes while the adults watched, expectant but silent. Johnny broke the tense silence, reminding Naruto that this was adult business. In response, Naruto dismissed them, asserting that they were just foolish adults who couldn't even handle a water snake. He jumped to his feet, declaring that the true fist way was a poorly told joke. Hyunwoo, a tan Korean with short, dyed blonde hair, was the first to react. Chozen attempted to intervene, and Johnny made a move as well, but driven by his earlier defeat, Hyunwoo charged at Naruto, provoked by the insult to his dojo, exactly what Naruto had hoped for. Naruto was ready. He focused his energy into his legs, relaxed his arms, and positioned his fingers like claws. As Hyunwoo closed in, Naruto sprang forward, ducking under the man's outstretched arm. He struck Hyunwoo's arm just above the elbow, causing him to recoil. Wrapping his arms around Hyunwoo's, Naruto executed a swift kick to the man's face, sending him stumbling back. But instead of letting him fall, Naruto pulled Hyunwoo closer and struck him in the throat, forcing him to his knees, gasping for air. As Hyunwoo clutched his throat, Naruto placed his foot on the back of his neck and pressed down, slamming his face into the ground with a resounding thud. He declared that this was the true fist way of Kim Sun-young, a man who believed his reality was the only absolute, whose style would truly instill fear and respect in others. Naruto was determined to prove himself, viewing his opponents merely as stepping stones to becoming the sixth superior student. He stepped away from Hyunwoo, whose head lay on the mat, blood seeping into the fabric. Naruto had certainly broken the man's nose, possibly fracturing it in multiple places. It was unfortunate he hadn't managed to break the man's jaw, but Hyunwoo's position had only allowed him to target the nose. Kim Doon spoke with authority, her voice cutting through the murmurs of her peers. She labeled Naruto as arrogant and driven by an inflated ego for his age, challenging him to show what a mere child could do against the best of Dokusa. Naruto felt invigorated by her words, cracking his knuckles and ready to begin. Baccaria and Morozov charged at him, moving in perfect sync. Their fighting style flowed seamlessly as they aimed to injure him. Naruto could see their intentions clearly as they threw punches, aiming to break his ribs. Yet he stood firm, blocking Baccaria's right arm and Morozov's left with his forearms raised as a shield. He taunted them, questioning if this was truly the strength of Dokusa students. With a swift push, he sent Baccaria stumbling backward and pivoted on his feet, causing Morozov to lurch forward. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the back of Morozov's GI and, anchoring his feet, yanked hard, slamming the man down onto the mat. Baccaria, recovering from the push, lunged at Naruto, delivering a knee strike aimed at the teenager's face. However, Naruto raised his arms and blocked the blow, only taking a few steps back. Baccaria, undeterred, attempted to seize Naruto's neck. Anticipating the move, Naruto stepped back, avoiding the grip, and struck the nerves in Baccaria's extended arm, rendering it limp at his side. Without a word, Naruto swiftly delivered a powerful punch to Baccaria's chest, knocking the wind out of him. The sensei staggered backward, struggling to catch his breath. Naruto took advantage of the moment, launching himself at Baccaria and forcefully slamming him onto the mat, leaving him unconscious. He crouched beside Baccaria, remarking that he had damaged the nerves in the man's arm, ensuring he would never use it again. The intensity of his gaze and the weight of his words caused Kim Do-eun to recall another man, someone far more dangerous than her grandfather, an expert in northern Shaolin capable of taking a life without hesitation. Curiosity piqued, she asked who he was. Slowly, Naruto rose to his feet, his demeanor betraying no signs of youth. Despite his age, there was no hint of kindness or joy in his expression. He looked at his hands for a moment before meeting her gaze, declaring himself Naruto Uzumaki, the one whom her friend Silver had attacked, leaving his grandmother in a coma. Minjun and Sukchin were the next to charge at him, executing their coordinated movements flawlessly. They had fought together countless times, sharing a bond forged in battle. Yet, despite their experience, Sukchin found himself struck directly in the face, causing him to stumble back. This slight misstep allowed Naruto to land a solid punch on Minjun's nose, which crunched under the impact. But Naruto didn't stop there. He swept Minjun's legs out from under him and delivered a powerful spinning kick to Sukchin's face, nearly breaking his neck with the force of the blow. With a slight bend in his leg, he dropped to one knee, crushing Minjun's face against the mat until he heard the sound of his nose cracking even more violently than before. Once Minjun was down, Naruto turned his attention to Sukchin before he could recover. He exploited Sukchin's confusion, breaking through his defenses with an elbow strike to the chest that sent him staggering backward. Not pausing, he grabbed Sukchin's face and struck vital points on the sensei's body, causing him to collapse to his knees. Naruto reflected that Silver had thought he could instill fear by hurting his grandmother, but there was a significant difference between those who feared fear and those who consumed it. He seized Minjun's head and drove his knee into the man's face, sending him into unconsciousness. He declared that he was someone who had devoured fear and that Do-eun, by aligning with Silver, would pay for his actions, which included stripping some of her companions of their fighting abilities. The last sensei of Cobra Kai was a tall, muscular man with a neatly trimmed beard and shaved head, his dark skin and brown eyes indicating he was not Korean. Naruto wondered how skilled this man was in Tangsudo, but he was eager to find out. Both Naruto and Odell assumed their fighting stances. Naruto's was unusual, with his fingers curled like claws, while Odell's resembled a typical Tangsudo stance. Naruto asked if he was the strongest among them, to which Odell replied he couldn't guarantee it. He noted that Odell hadn't attacked alongside his companions, expressing his desire to face Naruto alone. Odell was the first to strike, aiming a powerful blow at Naruto's neck. Naruto blocked the attack and countered, forcing Odell to defend himself. Naruto felt a thrill at the challenge, pushing Odell's arms aside and delivering a front kick aimed at the man's chest. He crossed his arms and absorbed most of the impact, but still found himself pushed back. Odell blocked the circular kick and attempted to grab Naruto's leg, which led to Naruto executing a swift spin, delivering a direct kick to Odell's neck. Forced to release the boy's foot, Odell realized he could have tried harder. Both fighters charged at each other, exchanging punches, blocks, feints, and counterattacks, each searching for a gap in the other's defense. With a single strike to a vital point, the battle could tip in favor of either one. Odell was acutely aware of this, perhaps too much to see the bigger picture. When the sensei aimed for a weak spot in Naruto's defense, Naruto seized the opportunity to target Odell's arm. Utilizing a Miyagi-Do technique that struck the nerve points in the arms, he immobilized Odell's offensive, bringing him to his knees moments later, gripping his left arm with his fingers brushing against his neck. He applied pressure, and Odell felt a sharp sting before collapsing face first onto the mat, completely unconscious. Naruto looked directly at Kim Do-eun and questioned whether this was the best Doc Sa had to offer. He stated that none of these men would be able to continue teaching at Cobra Kai. He suggested she take them and leave the valley, warning that working with Silver would only make them targets for his attacks and injuries. He even threatened to go to Doc Sa's headquarters to dismantle them if they continued to support Cobra Kai with their inferior fighters. He stood before her, forcing her to look up at him, and warned that her grandfather was not the only one capable of getting his hands dirty. He cautioned her not to underestimate him, as it could lead to dire consequences. He examined the wounds on his knuckles, noticing a reddish scab beginning to form as the healing process started. Although he likely wouldn't end up with scars, he had struck the 6 Cobra Kai masters with those knuckles. While he would have loved to finish the job, he refused to strike women, no matter how dangerous they were. His kung fu was designed to injure enemies, to eliminate them if necessary, but he would never do that to someone like Kim Do-eun, despite his deep-seated hatred for her and her associates. To him, anyone connected to Terry Silver deserved to vanish from the world, buried and forgotten for all eternity. Now that the new senseis had been sidelined, Cobra Kai needed to fill those gaps with new instructors, or Silver would struggle to train all the new students alone. Naruto had landed a blow that disrupted Silver's plans without hesitation, forcing him to take alternative measures to maintain his influence in the valley. Without senseis, Silver wouldn't be able to teach hundreds of new students crowding his dojos, nor could he recruit new teachers who would remain loyal to him, at least not to the level of Kim Sun-young's followers, and Doc Saw did not have enough masters willing to fight a war for which they wouldn't be compensated. Cobra Kai was wounded, and he had significantly reduced Terry Silver's chances of participating in the Sekai Taikai. Everything the man had sacrificed was turning to ashes in his hands, and Naruto felt no pity for someone like him, especially since Silver had harmed his grandmother, putting her in a medically induced coma and forcing him back into a fight when it wasn't necessary. Silver might be mad, but Naruto was even more so. He didn't care about legal accusations or what people might think. When they saw him strike an older man, LaRusso had been unable to finish Silver out of fear, as the man had invaded his mind and nearly destroyed his family. Naruto didn't share that limitation. 6 injured senseis, members of Doc Saw under Kim Yun-sung, and a master, his granddaughter, were now hesitant to continue their grandfather's legacy with Silver. Fear was a tool that could destroy lives if wielded correctly. A small crack in a person's will allowed fear to seep in like water. It began with minor anxieties but soon transformed into suffocating dread that settled in the subconscious, growing more present with each shock. Terry Silver was skilled at using fear, Naruto acknowledged, but the problem with fear arose when one overcame it, when nothing mattered more than ending what caused the anguish. He had faced similar situations where real fear had left him paralyzed: the death of his brother, the dissolution of his dojo, and the rift in his family due to his choices. Silver might think he was just another normal kid to manipulate and terrorize like he had with LaRusso. However, Naruto was not a mere teenager to be intimidated, nor would he refrain from acting against those who had attacked his family. He had no fear. The fear he experienced as a child, with threats and extortion against his family, with his older brother's blood slipping through his fingers, was something he had long since overcome, transforming it into his greatest strength. Mito still remembered things from that time, and he tried to minimize them. Seeing the glistening eyes of his sister after their grandmother's accident awakened something in Naruto that he thought had been destroyed years ago during his battle with the White Ghost. That was the past. The White Ghost and the conflict between his family's business and the Yakuza had occurred 5 years ago, lingering in his childhood and early adolescence. But it all ended with the imprisonment of his brother's killer and the dissolution of the White Tiger, sending every student to a different dojo. It was the price to pay for fighting against powerful foes, and it felt like a mere tap on the hand, a warning touch. The past was better left buried, he supposed. He couldn't be sure if that was entirely in the past, if his family had forgotten, or if it still lingered. But the look in his little sister's eyes showed that it was not something she considered past, at least not for her. Silver had brought the past crashing back into their lives with great intensity. It didn't matter. Silver would strike again, harder. But what would he do? How would he act? Who would he call for help? Naruto doubted that the woman from Doc Saw would continue to assist him so actively. Because of him, several members had been lost, and a couple of them would never be able to fight the way they wished. There was no remorse in his eyes or thoughts. Each of Doc Saw's senseis had made their choice to side with Terry Silver, and they paid for that choice with pain, much pain, and some even with their martial arts careers. However, thinking about that did not bring him remorse or doubt. In fact, it only reinforced his decision to continue fighting against Cobra Kai, to turn Silver's entire dream into ashes. He realized he couldn't keep dwelling on the past or the choices others made, nor could he wish to know a future that remained far from his sight. Naruto returned to reality when he opened his eyes. He was in the center of the tatame at the Fong Karate Dojo, which had been opened by the grandson of his White Tiger sensei, but he was not alone. Several pairs of eyes were watching him with anticipation, perhaps mixed with a bit of concern and confusion. Had he drifted off for that long? To shake off the daze, he slapped his cheeks with both hands, causing them to flush slightly. The tingling sensation quickly brought him back to the present, pushing his thoughts, worries, and memories to the back of his mind, almost buried under countless other thoughts. He wondered where he had left off. The question emerged from him with a hint of gravity, and he cleared his throat to regain his composure. It seemed he had entered autopilot mode and forgotten everything else. He was reminded that he had been demonstrating a bit of his karate. Anthony LaRusso, Sam's younger brother, who was currently being harassed in class by Cobra Kai members, timidly informed him that he was about to showcase something for them. The students from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong looked at him expectantly, eager to see what he could teach them that their own instructors could not. Those concerned looks transformed into curiosity and then into eager anticipation. Naruto acknowledged this with a nod, massaging the back of his neck. He called for Hawk to join him, knowing it would be easier to teach through a visual demonstration with someone who already knew how to fight. Hawk had been the first to seek his help in order to defeat Cobra Kai at the All Valley, a goal they had successfully achieved together. He explained that he didn't practice karate like Miyagi-Do or Cobra Kai. His style was Kyokushin karate, which focused much more on power. This did not mean it lacked defense or was solely offensive. Kyokushin emphasized close combat and knocking out the opponent rather than scoring points like traditional karate. Naruto and Hawk engaged in a series of precise, powerful movements, as if they were truly fighting. He explained that this style was essential for overcoming opponents like Kyler, Kenny, or Tori. He emphasized that Kyokushin was about full-contact fighting in every instance. It didn't matter how many Cobra Kai members there were, they had the numbers on their side, often outnumbering them 5-1 or more. While protection and camaraderie were important, knowing how to fight individually would be their greatest asset. They could be outnumbered, but Cobra Kai relied solely on offense and a few elements of Miyagi-Do, clouding their minds with emotions and making them more unstable than his students. He demonstrated this by pushing Hawk, who stumbled but quickly regained his footing. Naruto took advantage of this moment to sweep Hawk's legs, sending him to the ground. He noted that while Hawk had gained an advantage, he charged forward with a front kick, forcing his opponent to defend himself. Hawk caught his foot but was caught off guard when Naruto used his other foot to strike him in the temple, causing Hawk to stagger back to his feet. All of this transpired in less than a minute. He checked on Hawk, who raised his hand to signal he was fine. Hawk admitted that he had been surprised by the acrobatic move, noting that Naruto usually didn't perform those kinds of techniques. Naruto helped Hawk to his feet and pointed out that they had gone straight into close combat without any takedowns. The more they fought hand-to-hand, the more they would improve consistently. Their individual weaknesses were what they needed to strengthen to avoid being defeated. Cobra Kai walked with confidence, relying on their skills, style, and the sheer number of students in their dojo. Naruto's blue eyes shone with intensity as his words resonated with the students watching him and Hawk. He declared that they would change Cobra Kai's confidence. They would learn his style of karate and use it only against them, only on the streets. What he would teach them was neither Miyagi-Do nor about balance, nor the nonsense of Cobra Kai. For their survival, Naruto was determined to teach them the style that would lead to victory against Cobra Kai. Kyokushin karate was a style created solely for victory, with a clear intention to subdue the opponent through a knockout. The movements focused on close combat and physical confrontation. Height, muscle, and overall physical preparation were advantageous in any martial art, and Kyokushin was no exception. In fact, it required the user's muscles to be strong to perform certain techniques. While it was not as lethal as Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, with its tiger claw and eagle claw forms, it was much more impactful, delivering firm and powerful movements aimed at causing internal injuries or enough damage to render an opponent unconscious or break a few bones. Naruto learned this the hard way, practicing Kyokushin directly against his mentor, an expert karateka with decades of training. In the world, few individuals were experts in more than one martial art. This was extremely rare and, at the same time, desired by various martial arts associations. Typically, a martial artist would learn one art or perhaps two at most to reach the highest level in their chosen discipline. A karate fighter could learn Kyokushin and other derivatives of karate since they were variations of the same art, but it was complex for a karate fighter to know boxing or any other martial art outside of karate. This applied to all fighters. It was better to focus on a few styles than to spread oneself too thin and not excel in any. Naruto had been somewhat egocentric in this regard. His sensei taught him Kyokushin karate because he understood Naruto's potential. He learned to engrave each movement into his limbs, to etch every kata, every block, and every counterattack into his muscles until he could execute them as effortlessly as breathing. Despite this, he was not as proficient as he was with Northern Shaolin, an art he had learned since childhood. Taekwondo, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Kung Fu, Karate, boxing. Naruto had learned every well-known martial art and integrated them to enhance his Northern Shaolin skills. He improved his legs with Taekwondo, strengthened his upper body with boxing, increased his flexibility through Judo, Kung Fu, and Karate, and acquired grappling techniques from Jiu-Jitsu. All of this contributed to his development, shaping him into the experienced fighter he had become. Weeks had passed since the Cobra Kai senseis withdrew, leaving only Silver behind. Neither he nor the students from Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang backed down from their training, even though Daniel LaRusso was at his lowest point after being defeated by Terry Silver, who had not shown his face since losing most of his allies. Kim Dun remained by Silver's side, leading Cobra Kai as if nothing had happened. Naruto observed Robbie and noted that he needed to cover himself better. Reacting to Robbie's movement, he lifted his leg. When Robbie attempted to strike him, using a technique reminiscent of his fight against Miguel in the first All Valley, Naruto deflected the blow with his left forearm and countered with a knee strike. However, Robbie rolled away and sprang to his feet, applying everything he had learned from his mentors. Naruto noted the gaps in Robbie's technique. He easily deflected Robbie's attacks, as if they were happening in slow motion. The Robbie Keen of Cobra Kai might have been more decisive in his attacks, but this version lacked that fire and determination, as if it had been buried deep within him. While emotions should not dictate fighting, that resolve was as essential for Robbie as water was for fish. They resumed their positions on opposite ends of the mat. Naruto assumed his Kyokushin stance, while Robbie attempted to mimic it, making several mistakes in his posture. Many believed that establishing a fighting stance was crucial, but it did not inherently provide advantages. It did not enhance defense or offense. It merely allowed certain movements to be executed with varying degrees of anticipation, sometimes hindering others. Ultimately, victory depended solely on the fighter's skill and experience. Robbie charged at Naruto, perhaps driven by his time in Cobra Kai. Naruto received the initial strike, deflecting it and blocking Robbie's leg with his own. Using his foot, he pushed Robbie's down to the ground and seized his arm. Before Robbie realized it, Naruto executed a judo throw, sending him onto the mat, surprising him and widening his eyes slightly. Naruto informed him that he would not rely solely on Kyokushin. Robbie rolled away to evade a stomp and crouched several meters from Naruto. He emphasized the need to be prepared to fight against various styles and opponents because Silver would not settle for just battling his students. Without waiting for Robbie to absorb his words, Naruto charged, launching a flying kick. Robbie sidestepped, allowing Naruto to pass, then stood up, attempting to regain his stance. However, Naruto disrupted it with a swift backhand strike, forcing Robbie to stagger back several steps. Naruto did not relent. He pressed the attack, striking faster and with greater precision than before. He observed Robbie's movements, how he raised his arms, how he attempted to defend or deflect the blows. Naruto quickly identified the gaps in Robbie's defense and struck with force, but not enough to cause serious injury. The impact caused Robbie to drop to his left knee, his eyes wide and teary, breathing heavily. Naruto checked on him, concerned for his well-being. Robbie took a moment to recover his breath, realizing that while the blow had not injured him, it had left him momentarily incapacitated, a reminder of Naruto's skill that he would not soon forget. If he had hit harder, he probably would have broken a couple of ribs. He finally regained his voice and cleared his blurred vision, admitting that the blow had nearly cost him. It was fortunate that Naruto hadn't fought in the All Valley. Since Naruto began teaching them Kyokushin, Robbie realized that he was much better than either him or Miguel. This was evident during the preliminaries of the All Valley, where Naruto took down every Cobra Kai student in his path. Despite this, Robbie had always held a glimmer of hope that he could defeat him. However, after witnessing Naruto's combat skills and understanding his capabilities, which were on par with 6 masters of the Way of the Fist, that hope was crushed by reality. Naruto acknowledged that he would have injured Robbie if they had fought at that moment, admitting that he had been focused on taking down the Cobra Kai students to clear the way for Hawk and the others. He hadn't expected Robbie to change, at least not before experiencing one of his beatings. Robbie joked about being grateful for not being pulled back to the light side, to which Naruto agreed. The two young fighters positioned themselves at opposite ends, ready to begin again. This time, Naruto praised Robbie's improved stance. The boy had slightly reduced his gaps and imperfections, adopting a better pose that allowed for more maneuverability, blending Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do with elements of Kyokushin. Robbie wanted to incorporate everything, just like Naruto. With renewed determination, Robbie charged at Naruto with a direct knee strike. Naruto sidestepped and raised his arms to block a counterattack. As Robbie changed direction to strike, Naruto ducked and let Robbie's arm pass, causing him to spin around completely. Naruto encouraged him, praising his effort. The two moved in sync, relying on their instincts and training as they engaged in martial arts movements, deflecting, countering, and maintaining physical contact. Kyokushin emphasized physical contact, and both Naruto and Robbie aimed for a knockout. However, Naruto had the advantage of greater experience and knowledge of Kyokushin and other martial arts. When Robbie attempted to strike his face, Naruto simply tilted his head to the side. As Robbie retracted his arm, Naruto seized his wrist and pulled him closer, allowing Robbie to land a knee strike to his stomach. This disarmed Robbie, enabling Naruto to deliver a circular kick that sent him to the mat effortlessly. Robbie admitted defeat, acknowledging that he couldn't win against Naruto. Naruto reassured him that he had improved, and the extra training was paying off. Despite his initial reservations about Robbie's presence, Naruto had come to respect the boy's dedication to learning and improving himself after his time in Cobra Kai. He understood that everyone fought for something, and Robbie was no different. As they wrapped up their training session, Naruto noted the time, realizing it was already midnight, a good hour to head home. Working with the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang students had helped him regain his mobility and shake off the rust. The teenagers may not have posed a challenge for him, but they reminded him of certain movements and techniques he thought he had forgotten during his time away from martial arts. Robbie decided it was time to go home, mentioning that his father might be worried. He asked if Naruto would join them the next day, to which Naruto agreed, emphasizing the importance of continuing their practice. Robbie waved goodbye, acknowledging that he was a good kid with potential, provided he received the right training without the internal struggles that had plagued his father and LaRusso. Everyone made mistakes, but redemption was always within reach for those who truly sought it. Suddenly, Naruto's phone vibrated, pulling him from his thoughts. An unfamiliar number from South Korea flashed on the screen. He answered, greeting the caller. The voice on the other end, with a teasing tone, recognized him despite the years that had passed since they last spoke. Naruto's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the familiar voice. The caller mentioned that after 5 years, he had expected a deeper hatred in Naruto's heart, given the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. Naruto clenched the phone tightly, feeling a surge of anger as he confronted the caller about how he had managed to escape his sentence. The caller revealed that he had disappeared the day after the trial and had been contracted by someone else to teach at a dojo. Hearing the name Cobra Kai made Naruto's teeth grind, the tension in his jaw evident. The caller explained that he wasn't interested in a Dojo War but rather in Naruto himself. He proposed they meet for lunch the next day, promising to send the address and instructing Naruto not to be late. As the call ended, Naruto was left with a sense of confusion and a lingering fear that stirred memories he had tried to forget. He moved the phone away from his ear and glanced at the number, a number he could never forget, even if its owner changed. He openly admitted that Terry Silver always found a way to annoy him, sighing in frustration. That old man was nothing compared to the current situation. He struck the wall with his fist, vowing that he would take them both down. Dangerous men always dressed well, in the most formal and polished manner possible. They frequented luxurious restaurants, enjoying the finest meals and drinks, courtesy of the very owners of the establishments, likely driven by fear. The White Ghost was no exception. He always wore a white suit with a black shirt underneath, complemented by black shoes and a belt. His pale skin stood out slightly against this color scheme, and his raven black hair was slicked back, not a strand out of place. As Naruto entered the restaurant, he spotted this man from his past, elegantly cutting a steak accompanied by cooked vegetables and gravy. He sat back in his chair, a napkin draped around his neck to catch any potential stains from the sauce. At first glance, he appeared princely, both in attire and in the way he ate, which was anything but crude. Even as the White Ghost brought a piece of steak to his mouth, he chewed without opening his lips or spilling anything on the table, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's presence. He hadn't aged much at all. The White Ghost was not yet 30, and if he was, he certainly didn't look it. His skin was well-maintained and smooth, with no visible imperfections, and only a few faint wrinkles around his eyes. At first glance, he didn't seem dangerous, as if he couldn't stab someone's eye with the very fork he used to pierce the meat, yet he was far more dangerous than he appeared. Appearances were always deceiving when it came to the White Ghost. Scanning the room, Naruto noticed several men scattered throughout the restaurant. They looked like ordinary diners, but they had been watching him since he entered, one of them not bothering to hide his gaze for a few seconds longer than necessary. He wondered if their vigilance was due to him or if someone else was being pursued. He walked to the table and pulled out the chair opposite the man, taking a seat without even offering a formal greeting. The man didn't deserve it anyway. A waiter placed a bowl in front of Naruto, stating that he had asked the chef if there was any beef ramen available and requested one for the White Ghost, not wanting to eat alone and knowing his companion had a fondness for ramen, perhaps too much. He recalled the name of the place he used to visit with his brother Ichiraka Ramen. The White Ghost remained silent, placing another piece of meat in his mouth and chewing without glancing at Naruto, as if he were solely focused on the plate in front of him. Yes, that was its name, Naruto replied, taking the chopsticks from the left of the bowl and stirring the noodles to cool them down. Ichiraka Ramen was the best Japanese food spot in Japan, renowned for its various types of ramen. He had not found another place that could make ramen like Tucci and his daughter, no matter how hard he tried. "Those were good times, I suppose," the man said, lifting a glass of wine. At that moment, their eyes met, but the man showed no sign of recognition beyond a brief glimmer in his eyes. Naruto hardened his gaze. "Your brother took you there every Friday, didn't he?" "It was one of our traditions." "A good older brother then." He didn't neglect his younger siblings, even though he was the heir to the family business. Many young and old get lost with a few extra coins in their pockets, like silver. That man seems obsessed with Miyagi-Do, with Fong and Eagle, and now with you. I wonder why? What have you done to catch his unhealthy obsession? Obsession was Terry Silver's weakness, his Achilles heel. He would fixate on anything opposing his plans, as demonstrated when he bought all the dojos in the valley and fought against Daniel LaRusso until he broke him, both physically and psychologically. This obsession, while it could lead him to get what he wanted, became his greatest vulnerability. By focusing on his interests, he became fixated on everything surrounding them, creating a desire for control that made him falter when things slipped from his grasp, like when Naruto injured his newly selected masters brought from Korea. This made him a target for Terry Silver, who would threaten him before the All Valley began. A man as obsessive as Silver wouldn't want opposition from anyone, friend or foe, and would seek any means to eliminate those who stood in his way to fulfill his obsession, just as he had done with everyone he deemed a threat to his plans. "Have you come merely to be a nuisance? We could fight right now, one of us could fall, and the other would rise as the victor." That would be typical, considering I'm technically seeking revenge in the eyes of anyone who might see me dining with you. Don't worry, I'm not using poison, so the ramen is perfectly safe. Naruto hadn't considered that the ramen could be poisoned. It hadn't even crossed his mind. But when the words left his dining companion's lips, he paused and refrained from taking another bite of beef from his bowl. "I'm not hungry anymore." "You're going to make the man who prepared it shed a tear," the white ghost admitted, stopping his knife and fork, which he placed on his now empty plate. "You must be wondering what I'm doing here, right? How an enemy from your past has traveled all this way. Revenge? Perhaps. You might even think I could take your injured grandmother hostage and then harm your sister. I've taken note of your situation in America, kid. And? Why not do it?" The man wiped his lips with a napkin, gently tapping his lips to remove remnants of sauce and wine from his skin. "I'm not going to harm your defenseless grandmother, who is in a coma, nor use your sister as leverage, kid. After all," the man declared, placing the napkin beneath the utensils, he wanted to finish their encounter. What he desired was a fight, mano a mano, between him and the boy. He wanted to settle what they could not 5 years ago. He acknowledged his selfishness but questioned if the boy felt the same. Their fight had been interrupted by Silver Fong, the boy's master from the White Tiger. Did he not want to resolve the lingering conflict that had become a splinter in his soul? Memories struck the boy's mind with intensity, accompanied by a heavy sensation. Did he want to confront the man who had taken his older brother's life? Perhaps it was just a memory from the past, but he felt the urge to finish what had been interrupted. He finally admitted that he hated the man and wanted to resolve the unfinished business. The man responded with understanding, noting that the boy's thirst for revenge had driven him back to martial arts, fighting against the injustices he had witnessed. The recent attack by Cobra Kai on his grandmother's cafe had also fueled his desire for retribution. However, the man insisted that he was there for the fight between them, the only reason he had come. The boy questioned if the man was helping Silver just to fight him. The man's lips twisted into a mocking smile, revealing his true intentions. He was not there for money, he was wealthy. He had come to see the boy, to speak face to face with the one he intended to fight to the death. While it was not unusual for a fight to the death to occur in the martial arts world, it was rare. Such battles typically took place in underground fights where victory was all that mattered. The boy was familiar with these places and had been to several, so when the man mentioned a fight to the death, he understood the gravity of the situation. The man admitted he did not want to fight in a foreign place. His eyes gleamed with intensity, more than the boy could remember. They were both Japanese and honor guided them. They would fight to the death, and the boy would need to survive if he wanted to rise to the top. The boy declared that death did not concern him, seeing the man's lifeless eyes before him would be enough. The man chuckled coldly, acknowledging the boy's resolve. He questioned if the boy would attend the Sekai Taikai, as the White Tiger had been nominated to participate, and the organizing committee had honored them with an invitation. The White Tiger had won the world championship multiple times and was part of history. Did the boy not want to follow in his master's legacy? Did he not want to see pride in his Shifu's eyes, the one who taught him kung fu? Did he not want to see his grandmother awake? The man's words cut deep, suggesting that the boy's will to live was lacking. If he did not fear death but also did not cling to life, he would not win. The man slid a couple of bills onto the napkin and stood up. His companions moved in unison, and the boy took note of their faces, imprinting them in his memory. They seemed like ordinary people, but he recognized some from his encounters on the street. Had they been watching him? It was possible, given the information the man had about him. The man wanted to fight him to the death, and he wanted to do it in Japan, with one of them leaving the tatami alive. The boy stood up, declaring he had much to live for. He would not let the man live much longer now that he knew he was free. The man taunted him, questioning if he believed he could win when even his brother had not had the courage to do so. With that, the man exited, leaving the boy standing alone with his bowl of ramen still full. The Sekai Taikai was the same goal that Silver had, and the man seemed interested in the boy's participation. With this in mind, the boy left the restaurant and headed straight to the dojo. The Fong Karate Dojo had begun to see increased activity, with machines being used more regularly over the past 2 weeks. Students from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong had started coming in for physical training to enhance their strength and muscle mass, as well as to receive private tutoring from the boy, who had no issue preparing them for the Sekai Taikai against Cobra Kai. The latter had superior equipment and training space, innovating to improve their techniques to the highest level, putting their rivals at a disadvantage. However, Silver had been practical and thought ahead for the young fighters, something LaRusso and Lawrence had barely considered. Teaching was their only path, but what about the physical development of the fighters? Naruto had no objections to the students using the dojo, and Garou did not seem particularly bothered. They were focused on personalized training for greater improvement, which Naruto felt he needed before his fight with the man, which would likely occur before the Sekai Taikai began. Naruto had not neglected his physical condition over the past 5 years, but he had become rusty when he stopped practicing martial arts. Although that rust was fading, he sensed something was still missing, something slipping through his fingers like crystal-clear rainwater. For this reason, Garou had offered to train him specifically to help him discover what he needed to regain his former self, though he had already felt glimpses of what was required to complete his training. And that was what the man wanted. A fight to the death brought out the best in a fighter through sheer survival instinct. No one wanted to end up dead, and Naruto would be the first to fight for his life in a battle driven by vengeance and resentment. Both wanted each other's lives, and he would not take a single step back. Garou noted the boy's improved movements after several rounds of sparring. He had been analyzing and correcting Naruto's techniques, pointing out errors that had gone unaddressed even after years since their last fight. Garou acknowledged that the boy was in much better shape than 5 years ago, even without formal martial arts training. Diets and exercises had led to considerable improvement. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Naruto did not respond to his training partner's words. He had taken his grandmother's advice and started a health-focused diet. He set aside many of his favorite foods to achieve optimal physical improvement, which was evident in the muscles he had trained since he stopped practicing martial arts. He had toned his abs, strengthened his legs, and built solid biceps without making his body grotesque. Since moving to the valley, he had continued training every day, which he noticed reflected in his increased stamina and significant physical improvement compared to other 17-year-olds. He was in peak condition for a fight. Naruto mentioned that his grandmother, Tsunade, had helped him stick to his diet and training. She was a doctor, although she had set that work aside. Not many women were recognized in the medical field, but Tsunade Senju had built an impressive career that anyone could admire and, certainly, envy. She had received numerous accolades in Japan, along with awards and recognition for her contributions to the country. After years as a prominent figure, she chose to lead a much quieter life with her family. His training partner acknowledged that the knowledge of Mrs. Senju had given Naruto the best possible physique. The two moved their legs, colliding midway. The force of the impact left them both standing, their legs meeting in a clash. Garou felt his leg tremble, the muscles tensing and hardening from the mutual strike, reminiscent of a soccer match. Yet he did not falter or lose his stance. He planted his opposite leg firmly on the ground and shifted to launch an attack. Naruto was also prepared. As he saw Garou quickly switch legs, he raised his right arm to block the incoming strike. Garou's kick landed, nearly numbing Naruto's arm, and his forearm began to take on a pinkish hue, though it was only slightly darker than before. Garou's legs were like unregistered weapons, a realization Naruto had when Garou delivered a front kick that forced him to block with both arms. The impact nearly knocked him off balance, but he managed to steady himself by tightening his leg muscles. During training, Garou was much more serious and focused. His mind seemed consumed by the need to fight, to find any openings, and he capitalized on them. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, Garou became fierce even in practice, showcasing all the martial arts experience he had gained from his grandfather. Naruto couldn't have asked for a better training partner. Garou had real experience, and they had trained together in the same dojo during the same PRD. Just as Naruto knew Garou's strengths, Garou was aware of Naruto's weaknesses and the areas he needed to improve to continue growing as a martial artist. Naruto deflected Garou's leg with his elbow, causing Garou to nearly fall backward. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged forward, bypassing his opponent's defense and striking him in the chest with his palm, sending Garou stumbling back several steps, but without any serious injury. They exchanged a brief glance. Naruto returned to his usual stance, while Garu wiped a trickle of blood from his thumb, as if it were insignificant. He inquired about a girl named Moon, asking if they were dating. Naruto mentioned that he had been on a couple of dates with her, describing her as quite pleasant. Garu chuckled dryly and deflected Naruto's strikes. When he saw an opening, he took advantage and landed a hit that pushed Naruto back a few steps. Naruto reacted to a high kick by raising his right arm. He felt the force of Garu's leg pushing down on him. Had he not used more strength than Garu, he would have been knocked off balance. Instead, he managed to deflect the descending kick almost perfectly. He admitted that he liked her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and helped him control himself. They exchanged several blows, with Garu's eyes keenly searching for any flaw in Naruto's defense, which he exploited fully. On the other hand, Naruto deflected the strikes as best as he could, but Garu was faster and more precise. One of Garu's hits landed squarely on Naruto's chest, leaving him momentarily stunned. That moment was crucial. Garu lunged at him, and Naruto found himself unable to respond. In the blink of an eye, he was on the ground, lying on his back with Garu's knee pressing against his neck. If it had been any harder, it might have caused serious harm. After a moment, Naruto gasped for air, appreciating each breath as if it were his last. He rolled onto his back and stood up, coughing slightly and feeling a minor abrasion on his neck that was bothersome. Garu questioned if the girl knew about his upcoming fight with Gun. Naruto's cold response indicated otherwise, and he turned away, walking toward the water bottle on the table. Garu suggested that he should tell her, as well as his friends, if he allowed his advice. Naruto firmly stated that he did not allow it, pouring water over his head to cool his thoughts. If Garu continued, he would respond with a retort. He insisted that the matter would remain between them. Garu mentioned their friends' names, but Naruto assured him they would see when it happened. It would be televised, after all, in the underground arena known as the Hole. Garu's eyes darkened for a moment before returning to normal, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. What if you die? What will you do about it? Nothing. Nothing? What about those you leave behind in this world? Naruto clenched his teeth and crushed the water bottle in his hand. Why do you think I'm training with you, Garu? It's not for fun. Come on. Don't use foul language, you rude brat, the young man grumbled, crossing his arms. Besides me? I'm not a good teacher, no matter how much I can teach you. Your grandfather is too old to come here, and I have no one else who wants to train with me. A silent plea lingered in Naruto's response, like a whisper. He had severed his ties with martial arts, something Garu was well aware of. Who would teach him, train him again? Silver Fang was an elderly man, and Shifu wouldn't even consider training him again. He could only train with his friends, despite the support he received from family and friends. I hate to admit it, but honor cannot be regained, kid, and you destroyed the honor you had under my watch. Both Naruto and Garu froze in their spots. Almost in sync, they slowly turned their heads to the shoji door that separated them from the others. An older man, with hair reaching halfway down his back and as white as snow, was watching them with eyes that had once been as black as onyx but now seemed to barely see, yet looked at both of them with undeniable intensity. What? What are you doing here, Shifu? The man did not respond to Naruto's outburst and softened his gaze, though it did not become overly gentle. He still seemed forged from the steel of two swords, even without the light that had once lived in those eyes. I've come to train you, you whiny brat. I can't believe someone like you was that troublesome kid I trained. Fighting against the Yakuza, causing chaos in America in a dojo battle. You're a foolish student. Garu murmured in agreement, prompting a grunt from Naruto. You've been very... Silence. Both fell quiet. With a sharp thud, the elder dropped the staff he had been leaning on to the ground. Let's dance. Naruto and Garu instinctively took their fighting stances. The sensation of impending danger washed over them. The main dojo of Cobra Kai had been chosen by the Sekai Taikai Committee to conclude the tests imposed on both Cobra Kai and the coalition between Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang, who had the male champions from the last two All-Valley tournaments. This was why the committee had agreed to evaluate the qualities of such an unorthodox coalition of dojos, despite witnessing how Cobra Kai had trained its students to reach new heights in the world of sports. Of course, Silver's Cobra Kai had many advantages, especially with the White Ghost as a master within the dojo, a man said to have already participated in the Sekai Taikai. Additionally, the main dojo had resources that Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong lacked to help their students. However, the Sekai Taikai was not born solely as a world karate championship. It was also created for all selected karate martial artists to showcase their skills to the world, proving they were worth much more than they appeared at first glance. This included unorthodox fighters like the students from the coalition between Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong. The committee president, Gunther Braun, had been slightly intrigued by what he saw in the two dojos, a sentiment shared to varying degrees by the other committee members. After deliberating and observing the training methods of the different dojos, the committee agreed on a final test to determine which of the two would participate in the Sekai Taikai. 2 matches, 1 male and 1 female, to see how well the students had learned within their dojos and which could demonstrate their karate on a global stage. The main dojo of Cobra Kai was chosen for this small competition. The first match would be the male contest, under the watchful eyes of the committee members, their peers, masters, and the referee chosen by the Sekai Taikai committee, who selected a local referee to ensure impartiality. The boy chosen by Cobra Kai was none other than Kenny Payne, a young man who had joined Cobra Kai through Robbie Keane and, being the brother of Sean Payne, demonstrated an innate talent for karate. He had used this skill to intimidate his former bully and had become a bully himself. He was also the favorite student of Terry Silver, who saw immense potential in him, a diamond in the rough that could be shaped into a great champion in karate or any martial art. Kenny proved that Silver had some merit in his assessment. On the coalition side, Hawk was chosen to represent the dojo, a decision not made by Daniel or Johnny, who could not decide which of the 3 best candidates should represent their style in the test. It was Robbie and Miguel who made the choice for them, placing Hawk as the representative and stepping aside. Both boys believed Hawk deserved it for all his achievements and personal growth over the past year, transforming from a wild Cobra Kai student into a more focused fighter and champion of the last All Valley, where he fought head-to-head with Robbie until victory came in sudden death, something that hadn't happened since Hawk accepted the role of representative for both dojos, as well as for the style he had learned from Naruto and incorporated into his arsenal, like the rest of his teammates. However, the blue-eyed boy had not been seen at the Cobra Kai dojo to support them, nor had they seen him since an elderly man arrived at the Karate Fong dojo. In fact, Mito had informed them that he was in intensive closed-door training with the foreign elder and would likely not emerge until the day of the test. But he still had not shown up. At the referee's signal, both Hawk and Kenny positioned themselves near the center of the tatami, taking their usual fighting stances. Hawk chose his standard pose, while Kenny opted for the Cobra Kai stance, signaling both Hawk and his dojo mates that he would go all out from the start, representing Cobra Kai. The match did not take long to begin. Hawk demonstrated more experience than Kenny and had a better reach due to their height difference. After training under the guidance of Naruto and Garu, the boy had significantly improved his Kyokushin style and physical conditioning since the last All Valley. Although he showed some rust in his movements, he compensated for it with focus. Naruto had always taught them that the mind is more important than the body. There was no room for arrogance or overconfidence, regardless of whom they faced. Kenny had less experience and skill due to his lack of real fights. The battles that Hawk endured during his time at Cobra Kai gave him more experience than Kenny could gain from simple training sessions under Silver's supervision. Hawk demonstrated this when Kenny attempted to score the first point. Hawk deftly deflected Kenny's arm with just his wrist, as if brushing away a speck of dust. This surprised Kenny, who had hoped to land the first hit, but it was Hawk who scored cleanly, striking Kenny in the chest and sending him stumbling back. The referee announced the score, and despite the shout, Hawk kept his mind solely on the fight, observing how Kenny walked back to his position, looking slightly bewildered. Hawk could see the confusion in Kenny's eyes, the uncertain and surprised look he shot at Silver, seeking support. Naruto had once said not to trust the referee and to deliver clean hits, especially when Terry Silver was nearby. Hawk pondered whether Naruto doubted the legitimacy of the referee's actions, but he had no time to dwell on that thought. He chose to trust his friend and mentor. If he had trusted him to teach him, why wouldn't he trust him again? As the referee signaled, the two boys charged toward each other in the center of the mat. Kenny, despite his lack of experience, made up for it with intensity and rage, attacking with the ferocity of a striking cobra. However, Hawk recognized those desperate movements. Even though it wasn't Kreese who trained Kenny, but Kim Daeun, the strange man beside Terry Silver, and Silver himself, Hawk had been in Cobra Kai and understood the way of the fist better than Robbie and even Kenny, who absorbed everything he was taught like a sponge. Hawk repeated to himself that the mind must remain calm, free of emotions, and that he should stay focused on the fight. He reminded himself of Naruto's teachings as he deflected Kenny's attacks, standing firm and channeling all his strength through his feet to avoid being pushed back. He moved his fist and struck Kenny's chest with force, scoring the second point so clearly that the referee could not dispute it without risking reprimand from the committee. Cheers erupted from the students and senseis of the dojo coalition, which brought a slight smile to Hawk's face. He felt satisfied and accomplished, having scored 2 points flawlessly, and the referee could not deny the legality of his moves. Seeing the frustration on the faces of the Cobra Kai students and their senseis, especially Silver, made Hawk smile even more. Hawk felt a strong dislike for Silver, though he wasn't sure why. Was it because of what Silver had done to Sensei Laruso, or perhaps because of Naruto's words labeling Silver as a lunatic? He couldn't pinpoint the reason, but he knew he disliked him. As the referee called for action, Hawk attacked Kenny without hesitation. Feeling confident, he made a mistake, and Kenny scored the next point with a powerful blow that sent Hawk to the ground. Hawk had thought Kenny was giving up as he assumed a strange pose, retracting his right arm while extending his index knuckle outward. Hawk misjudged Kenny's movements and paid the price. He fell to the ground, gasping for air. Naruto had struck harder during training, yet Hawk struggled to breathe, wondering what Kenny's hit had done to him. Was his lung punctured? He gasped again, crawling while hearing the laughter of the Cobra Kai students. The referee leaned down to check on him, noticing the glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he raised Kenny's arm, declaring him the winner. Daniel LaRusso, slightly frantic, knelt beside Hawk to help him. Johnny's eyes turned sharp as daggers directed at the referee, who avoided his gaze while declaring Kenny the victor. Johnny helped Hawk to his feet, supporting him as they walked toward some steps, where he sat down. Johnny handed him a bottle of water and sat beside him, rubbing his back. He advised Hawk to drink slowly and breathe in and out gently, assuring him that he didn't seem to have any broken bones or punctures. The blow had simply knocked the wind out of him. Once he regulated his breathing, he would recover. Hawk admitted he had let his guard down. Johnny reassured him, saying that Naruto would encourage him to learn from this experience to improve. Hawk nodded, lowering his head and slumping his shoulders. Despite Johnny's wisdom, he felt frustrated. He had scored 2 points in the match, yet it was Kenny who emerged victorious. It felt so unfair, especially hearing the taunts of fake Hawk and seeing Kenny's smug smile. Then, a voice broke through the tension, drawing everyone's attention. They had been searching for Tori Nichols for the women's match and were about to start the fight between Sam and Devon when a deep, authoritative voice interrupted them. The sound of a cane striking the ground followed, causing the members of Sekai Taikai to stand and bow, while Silver, LaRusso, and Lawrence looked on in surprise at the elderly man who entered the testing area. Kim Daeun's eyes widened upon seeing the old man, and following the example of the Sekai Taikai members, she bowed deeply and respectfully. Gun, on the other hand, merely smiled to himself. Mr. Uchiha's presence was acknowledged with a hint of excitement by Gunther Braun, who stepped out from behind the table to approach the elder with respect. However, the piercing gaze of Uchiha stopped him in his tracks, filled with disdain and indifference. I have come to learn that the Sekai Taikai Committee was seeking new dojos at the request of Sensei Silver, he said, glancing at the man, who offered a slight smile. And since you have chosen White Tiger as the guest of honor for Sekai Taikai, it seems only fair that not only these dojos be tested, but also the skills of the guest dojo, especially when one of its official students is present in the valley. This revelation shocked the committee members. None of them were aware of the presence of a White Tiger Dojo student in the valley, and as a guest dojo, they hadn't planned to test its abilities. Is there a member of this dojo in the valley? We were not informed of this, Mr. Uchiha, Braun replied. It appears you do not manage information as you should, Mr. Braun, the elder remarked, twisting his lips in a disdainful gesture. But that is of little consequence. I did not wish to interrupt, or rather, I would not have if that boy hadn't used an illegal strike during a test for Sekai Taikai. I do not care if such strikes are used in street fights, underground matches, local tournaments, or even life-and-death battles. But to use them in Sekai Taikai, where one must demonstrate their worth. I suppose times have changed for Sekai Taikai. It was just a strike to the chest, Terry Silver retorted, stepping toward the elder and the Sekai Taikai contender. Is that illegal? It depends on how it is executed, but in this case, yes, the elder replied, striking his cane against the ground. Do not come to lecture me, fool. I have been alive for over 100 years, and I established Sekai Taikai. That smug smile can leave your face. Even those bright eyes can be dimmed. I do not come as your friend, Terry Silver, so do not speak to me so casually. He struck the ground with his cane once more. But it matters not, the elder continued. We will rectify the offense with a new match. Do you want Pain to fight that group again, sir? The elder Uchiha twisted his lips into a smile, revealing nearly perfect teeth, though one appeared chipped. I will not tell you my name, fool. You have not earned it, he replied, facing Silver. But no, your boy will not fight them. He will face the representative of the White Tiger Dojo. That will rectify your offense, give the committee a glimpse of the guest dojo, and allow me to have a good laugh at what you call karate. Terry Silver's mind raced with the elder's words, but they did not fill him with negative thoughts or worries. Instead, he saw an opportunity to humiliate the elder who had interrupted them and elevate Cobra Kai's standing in Sekai Taikai. Very well, he accepted. I accept that fight. You can no longer back down, Silver. If you do, Cobra Kai will be expelled from Sekai Taikai. Forever. With one final strike of his cane and the committee's permission, the sound of footsteps echoed through the area. A young man appeared in the dojo testing area. The white GI accentuated his blonde hair with red streaks and his striking blue eyes, intensifying his gaze. As he stopped on the tatami, the shouts of false hawk ceased, and every Cobra Kai student turned to look at him. The kanji for White Tiger stood out in black against the white GI, complemented by a black belt. This is the student from the White Tiger Dojo in the valley and my personal pupil whom I have taught in Northern Shaolin since childhood. He has resumed training under my guidance, and now that White Tiger has been selected and seems to be operational again, Naruto Uzumaki is the best choice for the test, don't you think, Mr. Silver? Naruto towered over Kenny, who looked at the blonde with confidence and assurance, while Naruto regarded him with indifference, as if he were merely an obstacle in his path. Falsaka? In my day, someone like you would have lost their hand, little one. Before the referee could signal the start, Naruto's fist collided with Kenny's face, sending him crashing to the mat, a hint of blood trailing his movement. Sir Uchiha, this is unacceptable, Mr. Braun, the elder asked, amusement and mockery in his tone. Kenny Payne, Terry Silver's student, has been trained to strike first, hit hard, and do so mercilessly. My student has embraced Cobra Kai's motto and executed it as intended. He struck first, hit hard, and without mercy. With this, the offense Cobra Kai has made against Sekai Taikai has been rectified, Mr. Braun. If you do not enforce the rules, then I will have to intervene as a co-founder of this tournament. Slowly, Naruto stood up, allowing Kenny to do the same. Blood quickly flowed from Kenny's broken nose, and the pain on his face caused him to squint. Sorry, false Cobra, Naruto murmured, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Are you going to cry? Before Kenny could respond, Naruto grabbed him by the shoulder of his GI and slammed him against the tatami. Moving over him, he seized his right arm and pulled it upward. Ah! Take it. Let go. But before the referee could finish his sentence, he was pushed back. The elder Uchiha used his cane to shove the man toward the committee's table. Taking bribes makes you biased, huh, foolish Westerner? The elder said, pushing the man with his cane. Shut your mouth and let the traditional fight conclude. Did you think a referee was necessary? This is a real fight to rectify Cobra Kai's offense to our traditions. So be quiet. Gripping Kenny's arm, Naruto pulled him upward, and before his feet could touch the tatame, he pushed down on his neck, sending him into a deep slumber. I'm sorry, Shifu. I couldn't inflict more pain. It does not matter, the elder waved his hand dismissively. You have one. Cobra Kai has repaired its affront, and the committee will be vigilant to ensure no one tries to take advantage, right, Mr. Braun? We don't want anyone insulting a country, do we? And since everyone is using karate as if it were their own, I remind you that no one here invented it. They have disrespected this martial art with cheating, blackmail, and bribery to reach the Sekai Taikai. Do not force me to come out of retirement, or I swear by the gods that I will put an end to this competition, as surely as I am Madara Uchiha. Cobra Kai had been chosen to participate in the Sekai Taikai, but the committee also accepted members from the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang unions, which brought immense joy to the senseis and students of those groups. Madara Uchiha accepted this outcome, as after his intervention, no one else seemed willing to cheat within Cobra Kai, not even Gun or Terry Silver himself. The latter was unaware of how real Madara's threat was, which was indeed very real. That was why the president of the Sekai Taikai had backed down and allowed the elder to do as he pleased. After being selected for the world tournament, the senseis of Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do left to celebrate with their wives, and the students did the same. With the residential area free, Miguel and Robbie invited their friends to join in the celebration, which extended to Naruto and by extension from Moon, attracted even more people to the venue. The area quickly filled with teenagers celebrating. Some were thrilled to have been chosen for the Sekai Taikai, others were happy for their friends who were climbing the ranks and stepping into the world of sports, and the last group simply celebrated because they had been invited. This last group was filled with young people who barely knew the organizers or the reason for the party. They arrived through invitations from other friends who had been invited. Many attendees knew each other through their social circles. One of the reasons so many young people arrived was Moon. She knew many people, and after being invited to the party, she didn't hesitate to invite some close acquaintances and friends, although it ended up getting a bit out of hand, with more guests than she anticipated. This was something she wouldn't admit, and Naruto found it amusing. The two arrived together at Miguel's house, holding hands, which surprised no one. Their relationship had slowly developed since they kissed months ago during the summer, and since then, they had been seeing each other at least twice a week. However, in the week leading up to the Sekai Taikai tryouts, they barely managed to go on a date due to the rigorous training Madara had implemented for Naruto, which took nearly all day to complete and satisfy his Shifu. Naruto had not been training in Kyokushin karate, as his friends believed. Instead of focusing on the martial art taught by Garu's grandfather, Naruto concentrated on the martial art taught to him by Madara, the one he had relied on to survive thus far, the same one he used to defeat the Cobra Kai senseis and would use when he faced Gun in their agreed-upon fight, a detail none of his friends knew, and if it were up to him, they wouldn't find out. This created an internal conflict for him. Naruto wrestled with whether he should tell Moon about his fight. How would she react? Alternatively, should he cut ties with her until he resolved the situation with Gun? There was no certainty that he would defeat Gun, and that could lead to his demise. It was a fight to the death. He couldn't allow Moon to endure the pain of seeing him dead. If he died, no one would know. He would simply be someone who left and never returned, leaving a scar in the girl's heart, and that seemed to Naruto to be the best option, even after weeks of contemplating it. This was his dilemma, one he kept silent and hidden within. Neither Garu, Mito, nor Madara knew of this haunting conflict, and he didn't feel secure enough to discuss it. He knew Garu and Mito well enough to anticipate their responses, and he feared Madara's reaction. He could face death in battle, but he couldn't confront his Shifu about his feelings. It was easier to fight 100 fighters than to talk to the elder about emotions. Naruto sat on the couch in the Diaz living room, holding a glass of soda in his right hand, while his left rested on Moon's lower back, preventing her from leaning back too far. He noted that her kung fu master was a bit rough around the edges. The news of what had occurred during the tryouts had reached Moon quickly. She had never met Madara, even though Naruto had spoken of the elder when he arrived in the valley. However, she hadn't had the chance to see him or exchange words, even from a distance. Yet, he had left a significant impression on her friends and the senseis, who seemed unwilling to challenge his methods. Moon didn't like violence, and she particularly disliked hearing about the constant conflicts involving Cobra Kai and her friends. Still, she couldn't deny that Kenny and the Cobra Kai boys had brought it upon themselves, even if Naruto and his master had gone a bit too far with their strikes. It's Shifu. In Kung Fu, the master is referred to as Shifu, he corrected, receiving a playful nudge on his shoulder from Moon. Mr. Madara is an elderly man, over 100 years old. He has lived through both World Wars and the Korean War. He has endured many conflicts that have hardened him, though perhaps not as much as you might think. He is a serious man and co-founded the Sekai Taikai alongside an old rival, all to ensure that karate and Asian martial arts reach the world. That's why he felt offended when Kenny used that illegal strike on Hawk. But what were you doing, smart guy? Moon asked, puzzled. When Madara witnessed Kenny's strike, Naruto was already prepared for the fight, something Moon couldn't comprehend unless her boyfriend had been with his Shifu from the very beginning. Was she with him? A smile spread across Naruto's lips, providing all the answers he needed, though he still sought an explanation from her. He noticed this and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yes, I was with Madara. He wanted to take me to see the test that the committee imposed on the boys to learn their weaknesses. But I never expected Kenny to illegally strike Alcone, and for Madara to use that to officially present me as his student and a member of the White Tiger, Sensei Fong's dojo. He also made it clear to the members of Sekai Taikai and Silver that he wouldn't allow any cheating. After my confrontation with Kenny and with Madara's presence, everything ended peacefully. Although Tori didn't show up. Tori Nichols had left the Cobra Kai dojo and passed the Sekai Taikai test to Devon Lee, who lost her match against Samantha LaRusso due to not being well prepared. Although it shouldn't have been too significant, Naruto noticed Tori's absence from the group of Cobra Kai boys. From what he knew of her, she was not the type to back down. Had something happened that made her leave the test? Even their senseis seemed unaware of what had happened to her and appeared somewhat surprised, though Gun's eyes showed nothing but a desire to fight him. Tori isn't one to run away, Moon admitted after taking a sip of her drink. Even though I don't like her attitude, Sam was the one who instigated the rivalry by kissing Miguel when she was with Tori and not knowing how to handle the situation. Tori never backed down. In fact, she fought with more energy than Sam. She isn't afraid of Sam, so her leaving the test is very strange. Moon was being impartial about her feelings regarding Tori and what it meant for Samantha. She had been there when it all started, and despite her friends' complaints, it had been Sam who initiated the conflict and had never been willing to apologize or acknowledge her mistakes, which only intensified the rivalry between them. Moon wasn't going to give Sam the satisfaction of being right, but she also wouldn't support what Tori had done. However, she recognized that Tori was not a coward. She wouldn't flee from a fight unless something truly serious had occurred, and she certainly wouldn't run from Sam, her rival and enemy. Then something must have happened, Naruto said, accepting his girlfriend's words and keeping them to himself. He had protected Sam somewhat during the fight at his house, but he didn't know the full story between Tori and Sam. Tori is a talented fighter, a diamond that needs to be polished in the right way. I also doubt she would have run away, especially if it was Sam she had to face. Have you seen Tori? Naruto shuddered. I fought with her during the fight at Sam's house, always trying not to attack her. The truth is, she moves well, and if she had a good teacher, I have no doubt she would be a world-class fighter. He had said it all in the most casual manner, but Moon gave him an intense look. At this gesture, Naruto met her gaze and shivered moments before his girlfriend smiled playfully and kissed him lightly on the lips. Relax, I'm not going to harm you for having crossed paths with Tori in a fight. I'm not so sure. My younger sister might do it. It's surprising how well you get along. She's always been very protective of me. Do you know who else gets along well? Moon asked, taking his face in her hands. Naruto didn't resist as she directed his gaze toward where she was pointing. Robbie and your sister. They seem very close, don't you think? Robbie and Mito were in the kitchen, but they could see them over the heads of the unfamiliar faces moving through the living room, all with drinks in hand and slightly tipsy from the alcohol. The two were close, closer than anyone usually was with another person, murmuring to each other and laughing every few seconds. Gee, are you sulking because Robbie is after your little sister? They're both older, Naruto grumbled, looking away just as his sister and Robbie shared a kiss. I'm not going to interfere in their choices, not when I want to live. You're not afraid to fight 100 people, but you're afraid of a girl who weighs 30 pounds less than you? That's surprising if you ask me. Do you include me among the girls you fear? Naruto raised an eyebrow and took a sip to avoid answering. Was Moon among the women he feared? His sister was like their mother, so fearing her was on his agenda, and his paternal grandmother was terrifying. But could Moon be as intimidating as the Senju and Uzumaki women in his family? He had never seen her angry and always saw her as positive, looking on the bright side of everything. I wouldn't say I can fear you, Naruto admitted, kissing Moon's lips. But I wouldn't want to make you angry. You must be someone to be reckoned with. It was at that moment that the party guests began to spill out, drawing the couple's attention. Moon stood up and looked out the window. Sam is fighting Tori. She turned to Naruto. Stop that fight. I'm not a babysitter, he grumbled, but fine. He set his drink down on the table and stepped outside just as Miguel was leaving the house, pushing people aside to make his way through. The two boys reached the edge of the circle of people and witnessed Sam kick the trash can, Tori dodging the blow. Sam, stop. Miguel grabbed Sam by the waist and pulled her back, but she broke free by striking him in the stomach and charged at the blonde girl in anger. It was at that moment that Naruto intervened, deflecting Sam's blow and pulling Tori behind him, protecting her. Stop, Laruso, he shouted, pointing at her. Can you tell me why you're attacking without asking? Focus, girl. She's from Cobra Kai. She must have come to ruin the party. Do you know what? Tori stepped out from behind Naruto. Get lost, Laruso. I came in peace. I'm leaving. Sam. Tori. Both girls stormed off in different directions, fuming. Do you know anything about this, Miguel? The boy shook his head, and when Naruto looked at Robbie, he shrugged. Tori and I broke up, and we haven't spoken since, Naruto. I don't know what happened to her. Naruto gazed in the direction Tori had gone, watching her retreating figure. Something was happening with the girl, something that involved her presence at the party, her escape from the Sekai Taikai trial, and undoubtedly involved Cobra Kai in some way. He sighed and nodded, deciding to take charge of the situation. He would handle Nichols while the others focused on Sam. He couldn't endure another attack like that. They were no longer children. The main dojo of Cobra Kai had fallen silent, a silence broken only by the cries and sobs of one person and the stern words of another, one of the masters of Cobra Kai and Terry Silver's partner, Kim Daeun. She looked at the bloodied hand of her top student, the All-Valley champion, known as the Cobra Queen by her peers after her victory. But to Daeun, Tori Nichols was merely a confused girl, one who had fled her duty as the dojo's representative before the Sekai Taikai committee and had been forced to rely on Devon Lee. Although Devon was not better than Tori, she was the best student Cobra Kai had, finishing second only to Tori, who was now being reprimanded for her lack of commitment. Tori had run away from conflict, hiding behind Silver's manipulations, but Kim Daeun did not see the issues or turmoil that must have been tormenting her. As the granddaughter of the founder of Doksa, she was familiar with the underhanded moves and behind-the-scenes dealings that her students were allowed to engage in. However, she believed there was no room for feelings, much less pride or ego, things that had caused Tori to flee. Her enormous ego as a champion clouded her judgment and prevented her from understanding Silver's actions. Where was the Cobra Kai champion they had promised? To make Tori see her error, Kim Daeun made her strike a piece of concrete with her bare hand, without any protection. The girl complied, hitting the concrete again and again until, after the 10th strike, it finally shattered into smaller fragments, but at the cost of nearly losing her right hand, which was now a bloody mess. If Tori did not learn to be a representative of Cobra Kai and uphold her grandfather's teachings, Kim Do-eun had no moral qualms about showing the girl her mistake and correcting her without caring about others' opinions. Her grandfather had always been tough on her, and now she was the same with her students. She had the support of Silver and Gun, although the latter did not seem particularly interested in Tori or Kenny, Silver's best students, which puzzled Kim Do-eun but was not something she would question. It was not her place to do so. Tori's whimpers brought her back to reality, and she looked down at the girl at her feet. Tori was kneeling, clutching her injured hand, thick tears streaming down her flushed cheeks uncontrollably. Her hair, usually perfectly styled or tied back, was now completely disheveled, with several strands covering her forehead. This is what awaited those who disobeyed, Kim Do-eun thought, forcing the girl to meet her gaze. Seeing those eyes filled with silent fury delighted her and made her smile. Many students before Tori had hated her, but she had turned them into true fighters. What did an injury matter now? Tori would heal again and be ready for the world championship. If she continued to run and hide like a coward, Kim Do-eun would treat her as one. She was tired of Tori's attitude and of her hiding who she was. Either she was with Cobra Kai or against it. There was no middle ground. Loyalty or betrayal. Tori needed to know which path was better for her. Kim Do-eun expected a clever or angry retort from Tori, but the girl remained silent. She pressed her forehead to the ground and sobbed, holding her bloodied hand aloft, a sight that made Kim Do-eun smile. Did she expect pity? Shaking her head, she stood up, leaving the girl there, almost begging for a bit of mercy. But there was no forgiveness for cowards. Tori needed to learn not to hide. She had to accept that running away was not an option. This was for her own good, Kim Do-eun thought, crossing her arms in front of the girl. These lessons would help her when the world tried to bring her down. At that moment, she wouldn't be able to hide behind a mask as she did now. She would have to fight. And if she remained loyal to Cobra Kai, she would discover the truth of who she was. Fight, Nichols, even if your life depends on it. Set aside mediocrity. What did it matter what Silver did? You are the champion, and pride and ego will not save you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Someone accused her of harassing a student, causing an injury, and pressuring her. Kim Do-eun reacted, swiftly dodging a kick that could have hurt her and creating distance between herself and the unwanted guest, who looked at her with cold mockery. Uzumaki had come to find Tori, stepping forward to place himself between Tori and her sensei. He confronted Kim Do-eun directly, his blue eyes unwavering. He maintained that gaze, waiting for her response while preparing himself. Kim Do-eun was not someone who could be intimidated easily, but he knew that invoking the name of his master, the legendary Uchiha Ghost, would give him an edge. He could see that she recognized the name by her reaction and body language. Perhaps the beating she had given the Cobra Kai senseis had not deterred her from continuing the dojo rivalry, but the presence of the elder Uchiha would make anyone reconsider their ideas, including Kim Sun-young, the grandfather of the woman before him, who was weighing the idea of attacking him for interrupting in the dojo. In this case, she was right. She had interfered in a teacher's lesson with her student, something no one in the martial arts world should do. But he could not sit back and watch as Tori destroyed her hand while Do-eun remained completely unchallenged. His own pride prevented him from doing so, something his master had warned would be his downfall, a lesson Naruto had learned well. But he would not back down now and abandon the girl. To reaffirm his stance, Naruto took another step forward and saw how the woman retreated. He either feared or respected her enough to maintain a distance, especially when she tried to close that gap. This pleased him. He knew that Do-eun would not fight openly unless she was certain of victory or if he was not supported by his Shifu. The woman stated that the teachings of the Dokusa were none of his concern, keeping her gaze locked on the boy, watching for any movement. She reminded him that even Uchiha would reprimand him for this. Interfering in how they trained the youth was a significant insult to the martial art. The boy scoffed at her words, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. He laughed dryly, mocking her response. Pointed out that Cobra Kai had insulted the entire martial arts community and that Silver had disrespected what they had learned as children. He insisted that he was not being disrespectful by intervening. Naruto and Do-eun exchanged a brief glance, and she growled as she noticed the boy's unwavering gaze, which intensified and became more lethal. His blue eyes hardened like ice, sharp and focused solely on her, as if to make her retreat. It was astonishing that a teenager could possess such a presence. Only her grandfather had ever made her feel this vulnerable, almost like a child again, hiding to learn the lessons he had not taught her. She warned him that he was crossing a very fine line and advised him not to play with things he did not understand. However, her threat lacked conviction, something both Kim Do-eun and Naruto recognized. He could see it in her body language as she seemed eager to end the conversation before he was ready. He responded that he had crossed that line long ago and then moved to the side of Tori. He lifted her into his arms, and she wrapped her left arm around his neck. He declared that Tori Nichols was no longer her student and was now under the care of his Shifu. Do-eun was taken aback, and he continued, noting that she could find any excuse to stop him or even attempt to intervene. He glanced at Gun, who had just entered the dojo, hands in his jacket pockets, observing them silently. He warned Gun not to interfere. Gun assured him that he would not, stating that their confrontation would take place in Japan, as they had agreed. Naruto nodded and left the dojo, carrying Tori. He passed by the Korean master, who only looked at Kim Do-eun and approached her as the two teenagers exited. The woman expressed her frustration, but Gun halted her with a gesture, offering a slight smile as an apology. He advised her not to judge or pursue Uzumaki at that moment, suggesting that she would come to appreciate him once she got to know him. He explained that Naruto embodied the perfect fighter her grandfather sought and that Silver desired. He represented many martial philosophies and was a competent student, as evidenced by Uchiha taking him as his favored apprentice. When Do-eun asked if he knew the boy, Gun confirmed that he did, along with his family. He downplayed the significance of this fact, explaining that if Naruto had come for Tori, it meant he saw something in her. If she pursued Nichols, Naruto would likely come after her. He reminded her that Naruto had already dispatched several of her best students single-handedly before training with Uchiha's ghost. After weeks with that elder, Gun had no doubt that the boy would be a formidable opponent. Do-eun protested, but Gun insisted that it did not matter what Uzumaki had done. They needed to continue working for Silver and Cobra Kai. Everything else was secondary. Losing Nichols was inevitable, as she had begun to doubt their actions and the side she had chosen. Naruto could undermine everything if pushed hard enough. He advised her to set it aside, emphasizing that the Sekai Taikai was more important than a simple feud with a proud teenager willing to fight to destroy her grandfather's doxa. Gun's words resonated with her. Kim Do-eun slumped her shoulders slightly and clenched her teeth in frustration. She was not someone who let insults slide, but she also could not abandon her work with Cobra Kai over a conflict with a teenager. She nodded in acceptance, stating they would resolve it at the Sekai Taikai. She expressed her determination to defeat the White Tiger, promising to strip him of his pride. In the Nichols living room, despite the chaos, Naruto carefully laid Tori down on the sofa after clearing away several toys from the cushions. Her hand was swollen but showed no signs of broken bones, and the blood was from superficial cuts, indicating a quicker recovery than he had initially feared. Forcing a student to strike concrete, as Kim Do-eun had done with Tori, could have resulted in a serious and irreparable injury, jeopardizing her martial career and forcing her away from karate for life. That thought troubled him. His teachers had always treated him with the respect due to a student, something Naruto appreciated about Silver Fong, Madara Uchiha, and the many others who had guided him in his martial arts journey. While not all had been gentle at the start, and he had endured more than Tori, none had sought to ruin his martial future or forced him into situations he was unprepared for. A good teacher, no matter how tough, always prioritized the safety and well-being of their students, something Cobra Kai had completely overlooked. He anticipated that Madara would reprimand him for interrupting Tori's training, as it was a disrespect to Cobra Kai's doxa. However, seeing the girl's injured hand had made it impossible for him to hold back. He wondered if Tori could have broken the concrete or if her hand would have ended up shattered. The girl was a natural athlete, and Naruto understood that, but he couldn't risk allowing her future to be jeopardized over a simple test that could lead to greater problems. He took the ice pack and wrapped it in a cloth from the kitchen table. As he walked back to the sofa, Tori shifted to the side, allowing him to sit down. Without warning, she took his hand and gently tugged it away. She insisted on handling it herself, snatching the ice pack from him. Naruto shrugged and remained seated on the sofa while Tori placed the wrapped ice on her swollen hand. As she did this, she grimaced slightly from the pain that shot through her hand whenever pressure was applied to the inflamed area, but she held back any sounds of discomfort, not allowing herself to show more than those small gestures. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked why she had gone to seek out Miyagi-Do and the others. The question caught Tori off guard, halting her movements as she considered her response. Why had she sought out Laruso and the others? Why had she looked for Robbie when she had severed all ties with him? She had pondered these questions on her way to the dojo before she had struck a piece of concrete. The answer was simple: pride. She was a fierce fighter, proud and determined. Seeing Silver manipulate the referees had deeply unsettled her, striking at her pride as a competitor. Remaining in Cobra Kai had been a choice made to bring down the man, but it seemed no one could budge him from his position. Silver was a skilled strategist with everything under control. It was none of his business, she thought, and questioned why he was still in her house, why he had followed her. The intensity of her gaze could make anyone shiver, but Naruto was not an ordinary person. He simply smiled at her. Why had he followed Tori? The answer was straightforward. Moon had asked him to intervene, which led him to follow her to the Cobra Kai dojo, where he witnessed Kim Doon injuring her own student by forcing her to strike a piece of concrete. He explained that it could be seen as stubbornness or fate, but he had followed her because he felt it was the right thing to do. He was relieved he had, as she did not seem well while striking the concrete, and her hand was nearly beyond repair. He questioned her motives for staying in Cobra Kai, asking if she wanted to get hurt. Tori blinked but did not respond. Answering would reveal her connection to Kreese and her role in the attempt to bring down Silver, but how would he react? She was aware of Naruto's disdain for Kreese and Silver due to what had happened to his family and the destruction of the Japanese cafe. If she spoke, she would likely be judged, even by Robbie, Miguel, and the others she was trying to connect with to distance herself from Silver. She bit the inside of her cheeks for a moment, focusing on wrapping her hand. It seemed she wasn't doing it correctly, as she suddenly felt a larger hand than hers taking the bandages and gently wrapping her hand, almost as if it were fragile. Naruto told her that she shouldn't remain in Cobra Kai, even if she felt loyalty to John Kreese. He acknowledged that Kreese was a bit unhinged, but not as dangerous as Terry Silver. He pointed out that she feared Silver and Kim Doon, and even the new teacher, Gun, who was dangerous in his own right. While Gun would never harm a student, he would stand up to Silver if he saw something he disagreed with, regardless of the money involved. Staying in Cobra Kai would jeopardize her future, and he urged her to consider her options. As he finished securing the bandage, a small sound of discomfort escaped Tori's lips, but her hand was now protected, allowing her some movement while safeguarding her from further harm, even if it meant she couldn't fight. Tori whispered that she couldn't escape Silver. She feared him and everything he was capable of. He had bribed referees to ensure her victory and had attacked his grandmother with one of his former students from Cobra Kai. He had been using intimidation and blackmail to control dojos in the valley and had even beaten Mr. Laruso. He had money and connections, and she felt trapped, unable to simply walk away and let him continue his reign. Kenny and the others believed in his propaganda, despite Naruto's efforts to show that Cobra Kai did not strengthen them. Naruto accepted that fear of men like Silver was natural but reassured her that she was stronger than she appeared, at least mentally. She had recognized things that others had not, and he admired her courage in remaining under Silver's watchful eye while still being loyal to Kreese. He acknowledged that Kreese had shown her some empathy and support. Tori murmured that support had ended. She felt abandoned, as she always had been. When she met Miguel, she thought she could have something, but Sam had come between them, and she realized she would remain alone. Robbie had also left her within Cobra Kai, although she felt it was her fault for trying to take down Silver. But she couldn't tell him that. Robbie had changed since training with Miyagi-Do. He had matured significantly. Naruto shrugged and remarked that despite the ego clashes, Laruso and Lawrence were good men. They did not possess the destructive mentality of Silver, Kreese, and Kim, which had helped Robbie grow as a person and martial artist. He speculated that, due to these changes, Robbie had realized their relationship wouldn't work. He had wanted to leave Cobra Kai and be with her, but her focus was on destroying Silver and her feelings of betrayal by Kreese for leaving her with that man. She wouldn't be able to move forward until she let go of her fear of Silver and her dependence on Kreese, something that was more mental than physical. When you let go of that, you can grow. Emotional burdens often held people back, and Naruto was acutely aware of this. He had stagnated his life based on a promise and family honor, something even his parents had rejected through his sister Mito. They had been supporting him, but he, blinded by his own beliefs, thought they weren't for 5 long years. If he had spoken with his parents, he could have made changes in his life much earlier, but it was never too late for some adjustments. That was why he felt compelled to advise Tori. The girl was facing similar struggles and seemed to have fallen into a spiral that would consume her. To Tori, there appeared to be no escape, something Naruto could see, but there was always a way out. Except for death itself. She frowned, her eyes fixed on her injured hand. How could she flee from Silver and Kim Do-eun when they knew where she lived? She couldn't escape to Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fong, and she had already asked Mrs. LaRusso for help to return to school, where she ended up being judged by Sam, the very person who had instigated the conflict without ever apologizing. She didn't want to be around Sam. Sam would always judge her from her privileged seat, where nothing ever happened to her. And no one, not even her parents, would ever scold her. Sometimes the exit is much closer than you think, Naruto said, standing up. You just need to open your mouth, ask for help, and look around. Who's going to help me against Silver? Despite the fear you've generated, Silver always retaliates. You can't bring him down. Even if your master is famous enough to make Sensei Kim bow to him. Madara Uchiha is far more dangerous than I am, even as a centenarian. He could fight against the upper students of the White Tiger using just his cane and would likely win, even if they are 50 or 100 years younger than him. If Silver and Madara fought, my Shifu would win, and Silver would be injured for the rest of his life. And while he may be able to strike back, he's only provoking the beast, Nichols. He injured your grandmother. She has already awakened. The response made Tori's eyes widen as she looked at him more intently, surprised. We kept that a secret, but a security detail now protects my family members. Naruto thought of Aijin and the security personnel who protected his sister and grandmother. Silver didn't have enough money to hire someone willing to risk their life to surpass them. So, the game for Silver is over. He can't hurt me, even by hiring foreign senseis. Do you want to take down Silver and Kim? Then we'll expose them. But I have no proof. At that moment, the doorbell rang, causing Tori to look at Naruto's smile in confusion. He walked toward the door and, with an apologetic smile toward Tori, opened it. Did you get it? Dimitri and Hawk entered the house, followed by Robbie and Mito, who were in turn followed by Aijin and Sukju. The last 2 teenagers were dressed in suits as part of their security uniform, which suited them well. From what I could gather, the main dojo has a surveillance system from the company I worked for over the summer, Dimitri began, offering a brief smile. If they recorded the conversation and the admission of the blackmail, it should be on their servers at the new dojo. Wait, Tori stood up, revealing her injured hand in the process. How? What? Naruto chuckled lightly. I knew about Silver's blackmail plans, he admitted, widening his smile. Did you think I would just sit back when he attacked my grandmother? I was just waiting for the right moment to strike. What better situation than this, when you are willing to take him down for his mistakes? Silver is arrogant and believes we can't launch an attack against them. Did you think I trained the guys just to defend themselves? Excuse me, Nichols, but I prepared them for this moment. Tori was astonished, a reflection of that surprise shining in her eyes. They had been planning an attack against Silver even before she went to speak with Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fong. Sam's actions had discouraged her, but Naruto. He had organized everything as if he had been waiting for the opportunity to execute his plan. And now it had been presented to them on a silver platter. I've sent a message to the others, Hawk assured. They will meet in front of Cobra Kai. Good, Naruto nodded. Are you ready, Nichols? He extended his fist toward her. Tori looked at him for a moment and bumped her fist against his. Yes, let's go. It's time to finish Silver. The lights of the main dojo at Cobra Kai turned on just as the main doors opened, and the combined group of students from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong entered the facility with confident and determined strides. Together, including Naruto and his friends, they had decided to launch the final attack against Cobra Kai. No, against Terry Silver and Kim Dune. They took advantage of the night, nearly midnight, to sneak in using Tori's access card. The girl was supporting this operation, encouraged by Naruto's convincing words and the plan he had been working on since May to completely dismantle Terry Silver. Confidence is a feeling that can drive people to perform almost impossible or unlikely acts, things they usually wouldn't do or for which they felt limited. Terry Silver was not one of those men, but his overconfidence had created the opportunities they needed to finally defeat him. Men like Terry did not expect a direct attack on their own dojo, especially not one organized by teenage students trained in the teachings of Miyagi-Do, so he underestimated their ability to make such a bold move. But the man made the mistake of being too complacent and passing that confidence onto his partner, who seemed to have abandoned the idea of finishing off Madara Uchiha's student and was solely focused on pursuing the elderly fighter. This error, combined with Terry's mistakes and ego, provided Naruto with the moment, the place, and the means to bring down the man who had seriously injured his grandmother. Silver, confident and focused on his expansion and the Sekai Taikai, didn't even foresee a move against the main dojo. Cobra Kai was filled with strong-willed kids, those with anger issues and emotional control problems, as well as those willing to cheat to achieve victory. This was something Silver had influenced in the teenagers, something Kreese had kept away from the new Cobra Kai, and something Johnny had condemned. And this would be Silver's downfall. Demetri's voice echoed through the dojo's walls as he pointed out that Cobra Kai had likely moved the central server to this location. The group had entered without any issues and was now on the ground floor. If Silver had the server here, he would have the access they needed in his office. Dimitri and Hawk were confident in their plan, knowing that Cobra Kai would keep the servers from the previous location, which would contain recordings of Silver blackmailing the All Valley referees. This was what motivated the kids from the dojos to infiltrate Cobra Kai and put an end to their schemes. However, there was still a chance that those recordings might not be accessible, that Silver kept them hidden from anyone who might try to expose him. If they couldn't retrieve the files, their assault would not have the desired effect to overthrow Terry and bring him down. But Naruto had files of his own. From the moment Silver appeared in the valley, he had kept a watchful eye on him, learning everything about the man, who he met with, and what he might do if pushed too far. He was aware of Silver's bribery when the All Valley began. If they couldn't access Silver's computer, he still had the files saved through his contacts, something the others were unaware of. Miguel took charge and instructed Dimitri and Hawk to head upstairs. He pointed toward the stairs leading to the second floor, emphasizing that they would hold their ground below. In Miguel's eyes, Dimitri and Hawk were the best when it came to technology. If they couldn't retrieve the files from the computer, their effort would be in vain. By sending them up, they could troubleshoot any issues they encountered while searching for the files. Naruto suggested that Ko Sukju accompany them, noting his skills in this area. He reassured Sukju about his younger sister, stating that Aijin would be with her, along with Baki, and that Mito could handle herself if necessary. Sukju, nervous but determined, nodded and followed Dimitri and Hawk upstairs to search for any information on Silver's dealings and to disable the security cameras. Once they had the files, they would escape without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was tense. The majority of the group remained on the ground floor, keeping watch for any Cobra Kai members. They knew they were outnumbered, and a full-blown fight could turn against them in many ways. They wanted to avoid an open confrontation. Naruto's voice broke the silence, deep and slightly bored, as he remarked on their stealthy approach, noting the slim chances that Cobra Kai or Silver had caught wind of their presence. But he acknowledged that there was never a zero chance. Suddenly, the Cobra Kai students burst into the dojo, led by Kenny and Kyler, closely followed by Devin and other students of Silver and Kim. They were significantly outnumbered, with Cobra Kai having more than double their numbers. Baki pointed out Kenny with a hint of amusement, recalling how he had previously knocked him out. Naruto observed Kenny, who had visibly bulked up from training with Silver. The boy's demeanor had changed, his eyes now reflecting a cold, dangerous intensity. Naruto recognized the madness in Kenny's eyes and prepared himself for what was to come. He knew they had to keep these kids occupied. Baki agreed, suggesting they involve Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong as well, especially since Robbie was trying to convince the younger students to turn against Silver. Before Naruto could finish his thought, the Cobra Kai students charged at them with ferocity. He quickly dodged a frontal kick, using his arm to deflect another attack. Taking a deep breath, he calculated the difference in coordination between himself and his opponents before launching his counterattack. He delivered a powerful punch that sent one of the attackers flying backward, giving him the opportunity to pivot and kick another, knocking him down. Naruto clenched his fist, veins prominent under his skin, and prepared for the next attack. When a Cobra Kai student lunged at him, he struck with precision, hitting the boy in the chest with a force that momentarily stunned him. The impact caused the boy to drop to his knees, gasping for breath, as if he had briefly lost consciousness. Baki, meanwhile, was handling his own opponents effortlessly, dragging two Cobra Kai students who were completely out cold. He showed no signs of having been hit himself, ignoring the other Cobra Kai members trying to approach. Naruto, focused on the fight, noted that he was saving his more advanced techniques for Gun. He pushed aside another attacker with a swift motion of his hand, ready to continue the battle. At the moment the young fighter attempted a backward strike, Naruto caught his arm and pulled down while pushing his arm upward. A silent crack echoed, causing a piercing scream to escape the boy's throat. He had broken the boy's arm. Aijin, following his role as a bodyguard, kept all the Cobra Kai boys away from Mito with swift, confident, and lethal movements, though he did not harm any of them. Naruto declared he had it under control. He then turned and delivered a precise blow to another boy's knee, sending him crashing into several of his teammates. Aijin shook his head, while Baki chuckled dryly, amusement dancing in his eyes at the spectacle. Naruto ignored their gestures and struck another Cobra Kai student in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The tactic of protecting the egg would not be necessary with them around, Naruto thought. He did not respond to Baki but instead seized the face of a fifth Cobra Kai student and slammed it into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Aijin remarked that their young master seemed worried about those kids, particularly one with spiky hair, who looked genuinely dangerous. Two men had entered the dojo discreetly, using the chaos as perfect camouflage. They had remained silent until now, ready to act under Terry Silver's orders to secure Cobra Kai's victory. Striking children felt wrong to one of them. The first blow came swiftly. Naruto covered his face, but the force of the hit sent him rolling across the floor until he crouched down. His eyes locked onto the source of the blow, an older man nearing 40, with a scar on the left side of his face. He wore light gray martial arts clothing, and his black hair was slicked back. The man suggested they would see why the young master had sent them. Naruto stood tall, cracking his neck, and walked toward the man slowly, declaring he would bring victory over Silver, even if it meant facing the Yamazaki clan. The man was intrigued, wanting to see if Naruto had the strength to back up his words. They exchanged glances, and Naruto challenged the older man, stating he would show him why his master feared him. The Kojima brothers had once belonged to the Yamazaki Yakuza clan, known for instilling fear across Japan during the golden age of the mafia. They were referred to as the Ghost Brothers and had participated in various conflicts against other Yakuza families and street fighters, where they perfected their own style of Kudo, a hybrid martial art combining karate and judo. Both brothers were legends in the underground world, rarely defeated when fighting together. Hiroaki Kojima focused on a Kudo style dedicated to strikes and direct attacks, making his counterattacks and strikes far superior to typical judo and karate fighters. In contrast, Shigeki Kojima specialized in grappling techniques, making his holds more effective than those of grapplers. Together, the Ghost Brothers complemented each other, using Kudo in unison to defeat their enemies. However, their pride often led them to fight individually. When their young master, Gun Park, hired them as Cobra Kai instructors, they found it insulting to their skills. Were they reduced to teaching foreign kids? Hiroaki was particularly upset, especially when Gun and Silver presented them with a large suitcase overflowing with cash. Shigeki, however, was less resistant, having worked with teenagers before and appreciating the generous pay. It was Gun's words and real plan that captured the Ghost Brothers' attention, to fight in the Dojo Wars for him, ensuring Silver's victory against his enemies. This felt more like a Yakuza war, making the brothers more comfortable than merely being hired as teachers. They could still engage in real fights. When the Miyagi students entered the dojo, it was their moment to demonstrate to both Silver's kids and those from Miyagi and Camillo what a true fight for survival looked like, even if it was against mere teenagers. Naruto's voice rang out arrogantly above the chaos in the dojo, teasing the older man about reminiscing on his youth and not wanting to fight. Hiroaki shook off the memories of his conversation with Gun and returned to the present, taking his usual kudo stance in front of the confidently smiling Japanese boy. The audacity of the young fighter made Hiroaki smile, a dark glint in his eyes. He warned Naruto not to underestimate him and suggested he should know what he was capable of to respect his elders. Naruto retorted that Hiroaki was not his elder and would not seek respect from someone outside his family. Hiroaki lunged forward as the last syllable left Naruto's mouth, breaking through his defense and aiming to strike the boy in the chest. Using his legs and rotating his torso, Hiroaki attempted to throw the blonde back with force. Naruto planted his feet firmly and caught Hiroaki's arm as it struck his side. Anticipating the move, he minimized the impact by shifting his torso slightly. This gave him the chance to seize Hiroaki's arm and pull him, twisting his body and planting his feet as if executing a judo throw. With strength, he aimed to slam the man to the ground. Perhaps they had underestimated him. Shigeki intervened, grabbing Naruto's waist as he tried to throw Hiroaki. Taking advantage of his brother's arrival to save him, Hiroaki turned and drove his right knee into the boy's face, pushing him back and allowing his brother to throw Naruto to the ground. A sharp pain shot through Naruto's back, making him grit his teeth. However, he couldn't afford to dwell on the pain and crossed his arms in front of his face, blocking a knee strike from Hiroaki aimed directly at his stomach. Naruto pushed Hiroaki's leg upward and rolled on the ground after striking Shigeki's face, freeing himself from the man's iron grip that sought to seize his waist for another hold. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated them, wiping the blood from his lower lip. He realized they were as ruthless as the White Phantom. Naruto flexed his fingers and changed his stance. He had underestimated the Phantom brothers, and they had caught him slightly off guard, but they were proud and egotistical. He intended to exploit their mistake to defeat them, even if it meant fighting both at the same time. He would rely on the martial arts he had trained in, which his muscles knew as well as they knew how to breathe. The brothers charged forward. Shigeki leaned in as if to tackle his opponent, while Hiroaki aimed directly at Naruto's torso, swinging his arm toward him. But Naruto remained still, refusing to dodge despite the imminent danger. Contrary to what the Phantom brothers expected, he moved forward. A tackle was typical of judokas and jiu-jitsu fighters, so he knew how to evade and defend against it. He pushed his knee into Shigeki's face and, using that small momentum, spun over the man and delivered an axe kick to Hiroaki, forcing him to cross his arms over his face. It was a feint. Naruto pivoted his leg and unleashed a crescent kick aimed at Hiroaki's liver, driving the tip of his foot into that area of the man's abdomen, eliciting a grunt of pain. When Hiroaki attempted to catch his foot, Naruto spun and struck his face with a roundhouse kick that sent him crashing to the mat. Hiroaki massaged the area that had been struck, feeling as if Naruto had stabbed him with a knife, nearly causing serious injury. Naruto pushed Shigeki down, gripping the back of his neck and slamming his face into the mat. Shigeki attempted to push himself up with his arms, having protected his face, rendering Naruto's attack ineffective. He mocked Naruto, questioning whether he thought such an attack could stop them. Hiroaki launched a high knee strike, prompting Naruto to raise his arms. In that moment, Shigeki charged at him with force, and Hiroaki's knee strike pushed the boy to the ground, causing his head to hit the mat. Shigeki smiled mockingly at the boys from Miyagi and Fong, reminding them that Naruto had accepted the fight, mano a mano, against the Phantom brothers of Yamazaki. Naruto stood up, blood dripping from his face, with some areas darkening from bruises. Despite his injuries, he wiped the blood from his chin and fixed his gaze on the brothers. He declared that he would face them, extending his arm to stop Baki and instructing him to help the others. Without hesitation, he charged at the Phantom brothers. The two adults reacted to Naruto's movement in a coordinated manner, but not quickly enough. Naruto drove his knee into Shigeki's face, pushing him away from his brother. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Naruto turned and blocked Hiroaki's punch with his foot. He pushed the man's arm down and moved his own to catch Hiroaki off guard, pushing him back and clawing at his face. Hiroaki gasped, questioning what Naruto was. But his words were cut short when Naruto struck his neck swiftly and precisely, squeezing tightly enough to leave him momentarily breathless. In those precious seconds, Naruto turned his attention back to Shigeki. Shigeki, furious, called Naruto a despicable brat. The fight intensified as Shigeki changed his fighting style to match his brother's. He could no longer rely on the holds or techniques he had planned to use against Naruto and was forced to adopt a more aggressive approach, throwing more punches and counterattacks until Hiroaki recovered. But Naruto also adapted, shifting from the Eagle Claw style to the Tiger Claw style, overwhelming Shigeki's defenses. When he broke through, he landed a powerful uppercut that sent Shigeki staggering back. Naruto pressed on, bending his knees and charging at the man, tackling him with force. He spun his torso and slammed Shigeki into the ground with a fluid, powerful motion that echoed through the area, momentarily halting nearby fights. He straddled Shigeki, declaring that he should not be underestimated because of his youth, emphasizing that no one could defeat someone who had risen from the dead. With a flurry of punches, Naruto unleashed his pent-up rage on Shigeki's face, not caring about the blood staining his knuckles or the possibility of a loose tooth in the man's mouth. He continued relentlessly, ignoring the presence of others around him. Eventually, he paused, perhaps unconsciously, taking a deep breath as he slowly stood up, turning his back to Hiroaki. The man had been too preoccupied with his own choking to stop him, but now he was fully recovered and ready to retaliate. Naruto declared that he would not hold back against adults who would strike children. Hiroaki's arm moved swiftly, aiming for the back of Naruto's neck. But the boy had turned around just in time to catch the punch with his own hand. Hiroaki's arm trembled, indicating he was exerting a lot of force, but Naruto appeared neither surprised nor concerned by his opponent's effort. He pulled Hiroaki's arm, drawing the man closer, and used his head to deliver a direct blow to the nose, producing a sickening sound. Blood began to flow shortly after. Naruto declared that he would show them why Gun feared him, moving his arm again. A strike to Hiroaki's chin sent the man reeling backward, causing him to bite his own tongue. Fighting against mere teenagers made them feel powerful, but Naruto was not just any teenager, he was the demon of Yamazaki. Hiroaki's eyes widened, but it was too late. Naruto's arm moved swiftly, connecting with the man's face. Using the force of the blow, he slammed the last Phantom brother directly onto the mat, leaving him completely unconscious. Applause interrupted all the fights. Slowly, disheveled and with his clothes in disarray, Terry Silver entered the dojo with a confident stride and a fierce, burning gaze. Behind him, Gun Park walked silently, surveying the unconscious Phantom brothers. Silver admitted he should commend their effort to bring him down, glancing at the teenagers and the edited video of their blackmail playing on the television. However, he questioned if that was all they could do, create a video to make him look like the villain. The boys paused their fights, with Cobra Kai members positioning themselves behind Kim Doon, while the Dojo Alliance stood behind Sam, Tori, Miguel, and Robbie. Silver continued, claiming their senseis had invaded his home and attacked him. Did they really believe the video? His wide eyes scanned all the members of his dojo before shifting to the other teenagers. Did they truly follow men who attacked a poor sensei in his own home? Was that what Lawrence and LaRusso taught them? Another man entered the Cobra Kai dojo. Naruto had hoped it would be Daniel or perhaps Johnny, even Chozen, but his eyes widened slightly upon seeing the newcomer, tall, muscular, with dark red hair that resembled blood. He walked with his hands in his pockets, and his smile was more ferocious than that of a predator. The man introduced himself, explaining that his son had informed him an adult was mistreating and manipulating children. Even though he was not the best father, he could not stand by while someone like Silver justified his actions. Silver, taken aback, demanded to know who the man was. The red-haired man smirked, revealing his identity as Yujiro Hanma. Yujiro Hanma stood nearly 2 meters tall, with blood-red hair that was almost black. His muscular physique was impressive without being grotesque. His teeth gleamed in a face marked by slight wrinkles, hinting at an age likely near or above 50, yet he appeared well-preserved. His physical condition made him seem even more imposing, especially in front of Terry Silver, Gun Park, Kim Do-eun, and a handful of teenagers who looked on with uncertainty and confusion, particularly the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fong students. Daniel, Johnny, and Chosen students had expected one of their senseis, but they did not recognize the man standing before Silver, hands in pockets and a broad smile on his face. Tori noticed that the smile was not one of joy or amusement, but rather one filled with mockery, a taunt that shone in his eyes as if it were a challenge to Silver, something she believed Silver understood. By instinct, perhaps due to a sixth sense, Tori shifted her attention from the men to the other group of youths in Cobra Kai. Aki showed no surprise at the presence of the strange adult, and the mythic bodyguard seemed hesitant to approach him. Naruto and his sister's reactions indicated they were familiar with the man, appearing slightly surprised but not apprehensive. This made Tori wonder, who was the man confronting Terry Silver? Silver was unhinged, dangerous, and capable of causing great misfortune, yet despite all that he was, Tori could not comprehend how someone could stand before him so calmly, even relaxed. But that man did just that. They exchanged glances, though Silver had to tilt his head back to meet the man's gaze, just as he had to do with Gun when speaking to him. Those black eyes sparkled with mockery and amusement, as if waiting for Silver to make a move. Silver muttered Yujiro's name, feeling it should mean something important, something that required him to show respect. Kim, the sensei, performed the appropriate bow to Yujiro, while Gun made a strange grimace, as if he had finally understood something that had been nagging at him since the man entered. Kim Do-eun recognized the name Hanma, a clan from Japan that had shaken the martial arts world, known for producing the strongest man capable of negotiating even with the United States military. Yujiro dismissed Kim's bow, his eyes fixed solely on Terry Silver, waiting for any sign of aggression from him. He remarked that it seemed Americans never knew when to bow to someone superior. Yujiro's smile widened, revealing his teeth in a fierce grin, resembling that of a real-life ogre. Silver, undeterred, questioned if he was expected to show respect, refusing to back down from the veiled threat. He asserted that he did not even know Yujiro and accused him of entering his dojo without permission. During the confrontation, Silver's voice turned into a painful growl, and soon after, a bit of blood and saliva escaped his mouth. He staggered back a few steps and fell to his right knee, clutching his stomach with his left hand. Yujiro retracted his arm and flexed his fingers, having struck Silver directly in the stomach while he was speaking. He expressed his annoyance, noting how close he had come to being deafened by Silver's shout, emphasizing that it would be a shame to lose his hearing at such a young age. Taking advantage of the conflict between Mr. Hanma and Silver, Naruto rushed over to Anthony LaRusso and the others. He snatched the tablet from Anthony's hands and began typing, entering several passwords. The Cobra Kai students were being stubborn and refused to see the truth even when it was right in front of them. Therefore, he needed to present the truth in a way that they could not deny. The video of Silver admitting to cheating at the All Valley had not been enough, and Naruto was dissatisfied with that outcome. It demonstrated to him that the teenagers were closed-minded and somewhat foolish, something he would admit if asked. Silver had claimed that he was innocent because the video had been altered, even though it was clear that no one had modified it. This was typical. Silver had brainwashed them, planting ideas in their minds that they had not held before. Tori appeared right in front of him, but Naruto merely shrugged while he continued typing. He couldn't afford to waste time talking. Yujiro's presence kept the Kojima brothers and Gun Park at bay, away from the conflict. But how long would it take for the Cobra Kai students to act? Naruto had no doubt that if Silver commanded them, Kyler, Kenny, and the others would rush into the fight again, leaving him unable to type while he dealt with them. He murmured to himself about needing to provide more evidence, finishing the last digit of his password. Thanks to Jay, he had obtained several files showing Silver blackmailing and bribing multiple All-Valley judges, not just for his admission. He had also accessed records of the transfers Silver had made to pay off those bribes, which added significant weight to the evidence against him. Silver might have diverted attention momentarily, but not with this. He pressed the button, and where the video of Silver admitting his guilt had been shown to Tori, a series of videos began to loop, displaying Silver paying off referees, interspersed with images of the transactions he had made after the All-Valley to the accounts of those referees. With that, he handed the tablet back to Anthony and turned to face the adults, eager to see how Silver would attempt to defend himself or how Yujiro would strike him down again. Instead, he was met with the sight of Terry Silver's eyes, darkened by madness, contorting into a furious expression that promised pain to all who looked upon him. Silver slowly rose to his feet just as Daniel and Amanda entered the dojo, with Mantareya right behind them. He questioned whether they would believe the evidence after all he had done for them, expressing his frustration at what he perceived as their ingratitude. He accused LaRusso and his students of manipulating the others' minds and insisted that he had been willing to leave them alone. Daniel LaRusso responded to Silver, standing firm and meeting his gaze with confidence, a look that Silver had not expected. He accused Silver of turning his students against him with his nonsense, asserting that Silver had no right to judge him. Those words seemed to shake something within Silver, who was now under the scrutiny of all the teenagers and adults in the room. He declared that he would have to remove Daniel and everyone else standing in his way. The two faced off on the tatami, but it was Silver who launched the first strike, aiming directly for Daniel's chest. It appeared that Silver had forgotten that he had once been Daniel's teacher, albeit a mediocre one. Daniel was prepared, blocking the blow and countering with a forceful strike that sent Silver crashing into the glass Cobra Kai logo on display. With a single kick, Silver was sent crashing against the logo, shattering it and falling unconscious to the ground, blood staining his lips. Naruto reflected on the simplicity of the move. It was just a circular kick that connected with Silver's jaw, but it carried enough power to force him back. However, that simple kick symbolized the end of Terry Silver's Cobra Kai and the conclusion of the Dojo Wars in the San Fernando Valley. It marked the end of what remained of Silver and sealed his fate. Naruto sat in the back of an ambulance, accompanied by Devin Lee and Tori Nichols while a paramedic checked them over. He had sustained only minor injuries from his encounter with the Kojima brothers, while Tori's injured hand was being properly bandaged. He expressed his hope that Silver's strange allies would leave now. He believed it was not the end of Gun Park, at least not until he dealt with the man himself. He reminded them to focus on the Sekai Taikai, noting that they had a spot and a few months to prepare. Devin, intrigued by Naruto's abilities, asked if he would participate as well. She noted that while Miguel, Robbie, and Hawk were good fighters, Naruto had demonstrated a higher level of skill. Together, they could potentially match the prowess of the Uzumaki in the martial arts world. Naruto confirmed that his dojo had been selected as one of the invited dojos. That was the reason Garou had come in the first place and why Shifu followed, aside from ensuring the legitimacy of the committee's elections. Few people knew the legendary Madara Uchiha, and even fewer understood or appreciated him for who he truly was. As an elderly man, far older than most, he had lived through countless events and consequences that shaped his life and made him who he was, but he was never a monster. Madara always had a tough, gruff demeanor and seemed indifferent to people at first glance. A person like the one they believed Madara to be would never have gone to the valley to ensure that the committee made the best decisions for selecting the top teams for the Sekai Taikai. However, he had come after hearing certain stories and made sure the selection was fair. Naruto admired Madara, a sentiment that had grown over the years. The elder had taught him to reset a bone, heal a wound, and fight for his own life. He transformed Naruto into a true martial artist and guided him to fight his own battles. Naruto shared his thoughts about the elder who had come during the trial. He expressed his excitement about an upcoming flight to Japan, specifically Tokyo. According to Garou, the old sensei Fong was preparing for the Sekai Taikai, but they still had to go through some selection process. Naruto found it a bit tedious, but he understood the importance of participating in the trials if he wanted to attend the Sekai Taikai. It was like an internal selection of the best fighters from the dojo. He would have to set aside his Shaolin style and focus on Kyokushin to compete, as it was a global karate event, not kung fu. Though he was reluctant to part with his style, he knew he couldn't approach the competition with the intent to harm his rivals. It was an honest and fair competition to choose the best in the world, and it would be an insult to Madara if he used the kung fu techniques he had learned to triumph by hurting others. He realized he might not see Tori for months, or perhaps never again. The whims of fate were unpredictable, and if he didn't secure a spot for the Sekai, he might not return for a long time. His grandmother had just awakened, and they were going to spend time together as a family. He had to talk to his parents and handle 100 other things. Tori pondered the idea of being bold, or perhaps foolish. She had never been the shy, SBMSSV girl who held her family back. She had joined Cobra Kai for a reason. She was determined, brave, and strong. Although what she was about to do wasn't entirely right, she felt compelled to act. Standing up, she turned to Naruto, who blinked in surprise. His sapphire blue eyes were calm, like a sunlit sea. In a fleeting moment, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his, a brief gesture of affection that acknowledged the encouraging words he had shared that night at Cobra Kai. Even if they might not see each other again, Tori felt grateful for the memory of him. She thanked Naruto for his support. The Los Angeles Van Nuys airport was bustling with people moving about, dragging their large suitcases, the sound of wheels clattering against the ground creating a constant rhythm. The crowd included both locals and foreigners, with some from the San Fernando Valley there to bid farewell to friends and family heading off for studies or vacations abroad. It was common to see older individuals alone, checking their phones or confirming their tickets to ensure everything was in order. Among the groups at the airport were the few foreigners from the San Fernando Valley who had come to the city for an indefinite time, but that time had come to an end with the fall of Terry Silver and those who had supported his dream of dominating the world with Cobra Kai karate, leaving an international mark. The man had been defeated and arrested by the Valley Police, accused of fraud and soon to face charges for bribing local referees, along with various suspicious financial activities. In this group leaving the valley was Naruto. He wore beige chinos and a fitted black shirt that highlighted his muscular build, complemented by a dark brown belt and white sneakers. On his left wrist was a bracelet with a small silver heart that sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the large windows. This had been a gift from Moon, the only one they had exchanged during their brief time as a couple, a relationship he had burned to ashes. He recalled his own words, "I am not a man worthy of love," spoken with a cold tone that had reached Moon's ears without any warmth. He had intensified that coldness with his piercing blue gaze, showing indifference as he turned away from her. Everything had ended abruptly between them, but Naruto justified his actions. How could he be with Moon when he had to fight Gun? How could he be with anyone when his life hung by a thread, ready to be cut by the fates at any misstep? Before he could fix anything or try to reclaim his time with Moon, he knew he had to defeat Gun and ensure his survival to lead a normal life and represent the White Tiger at the Sekai Taikai. But to do that, he had to live. As he massaged the side of his neck with one hand, he pulled his carry-on bag with the other. Suddenly, he felt someone press against him, arms wrapping around his bicep with a mix of strength and gentleness. His sister had been unusually clingy in recent days, likely because she had sensed his mood. Mito was too intuitive for her own good, especially considering her bond with Moon. It had hurt her to learn about the breakup directly from him. However, she hadn't scolded him, perhaps because she understood him or sensed something deeper. Both siblings paused to hand over their plane tickets to the kind lady at the desk, who smiled and checked everything to ensure it was in order. Fortunately for them, their grandmother was awake and back in Japan. She had been sent with Yujiro Hanma to return to the family and complete her recovery to regain her usual self. That was the real reason for the imposing Hanma's presence, to pick up Tsunade Senju and take her to Kyoto. Naruto felt grateful to the man. He couldn't imagine anyone better suited to protect his grandmother than the strongest man in Asia, if one believed the myths and legends surrounding Yujiro Hanma. Mito noticed her brother's deep thoughts and remarked that he seemed too pensive. Naruto blinked, realizing he had been walking arm in arm with her, who had guided him to the waiting area before boarding the plane. He admitted that he wasn't exactly lost in thought, shaking his head. Moon had been a recurring thought, but what occupied his mind the most was the impending fight. A life-and-death battle against one of the strongest men in Korea and Japan, a cruel criminal with physical abilities that no ordinary person could emulate through training alone. He, a teenager, was contemplating fighting and potentially killing such a formidable opponent. He expressed that he had a lot to think about and digest. For a brief moment, Mito narrowed her eyes, examining her brother's tense jaw and the slight bulge of his bicep as she held onto him. She noticed how rigid his back had become, almost as if he were bracing for an intense gaze from their parents. But their parents were not there, and Mito quickly understood why her brother was so tense. She encouraged him to stop worrying, assuring him that he would win. She had faith in his abilities, reminding him that he was the student of Mr. Uchiha, the disciple of Mr. Fong, and a pupil of other martial arts masters. Their mother had always said he was a prodigy in martial arts, and he would survive. Naruto wasn't convinced he would survive and wondered where Mito found such confidence when he himself doubted he could defeat Gun without risking his life. Gun was responsible for the death of Menma, his older brother, who had always been better than him in martial arts and a much better person, both with family and strangers. He expressed his uncertainty, leaning back in his seat. Gun was the embodiment of human perfection in martial arts, and no one had ever defeated him. Mito reminded him that no one had survived a fight against Gun except for him, emphasizing that he was the only one to have lived through a battle with him and would do so again. She pointed out that Gun hadn't fought to kill, and neither had he. She reminded him of the promise he made to his masters and their family, a promise that had stifled his true potential. She then asked if he enjoyed fighting. Naruto's indigo eyes darkened slightly, shining with intensity as they met her blue ones. They shared a moment of silence, broken only by the sounds of the airport and the discreet glances from their peers. Naruto broke the eye contact first, leaning forward and placing his backpack between his feet. He pondered his sister's question. Did he like fighting? Did he revel in the blood of his opponents? If he answered no, he knew he would be lying to himself and to her. He loved fighting, the adrenaline that came with the risk of to deny that would be to deny who he truly was. He finally admitted that he did. That simple affirmation brought a brief smile to Mito's lips before she turned her gaze back outside. A plane was taking off, and an announcement called passengers for the flight to Tokyo. Mito advised him to bury his past in the valley of San Fernando, to let the boy die and bring forth the man as she took one last look outside before heading toward the boarding area. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stood up and grabbed his backpack. Months remained until the Sekai Taikai. The White Tiger Dojo had received an invitation, and to participate, he would need to defeat Gun in a one-on-one match. A fight to the death awaited him. The first part of the story had come to a close. The author had considered telling it all at once, but decided that dividing it into two parts would allow for a better narrative. Now, the focus would shift to the arc of the battle against Gun, followed by the reconstruction of the White Tiger Dojo, and finally, the Sekai Taikai. The hope was that readers had enjoyed this initial segment.